Chapter 41-41. Lin Yibai realized that he was in big trouble the moment he executed the invisible sword aura. The 13 dragon tiger claws was also executed to its limit, but it was still broken by the sword aura. The sword aura slashed him, and he crashed into the wall. The energy was very restrained, so it seeped into his body and exploded in his body. However, it did not affect the wall behind him at all. It remained intact. With such exquisite control, Lin Yibai realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. Lin Moyuan was dumbfounded. Yibai, he actually lost. Lin Fei even executed the invisible sword aura. He's an inborn expert. With a loud boom, Lin Moyuan was in a terrible state. If Lin Fei was only a grandmaster, Lin Moyuan had nothing to be afraid of. But if he was an inborn expert, it would be a different story. Currently, the most powerful people in China's aristocratic families were only inborn experts. At such a young age, Lin Fei had already reached the inborn realm. This was equivalent to being on equal footing with those people. Lin Moyuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He finally understood what Lin Fei's previous words meant. More importantly, Lin Fei could execute the invisible sword aura to defeat Lin Yibai. He was definitely not a middle inborn realm. At the very least, he was at the late inborn realm. If he thought further, he would be at the complete inborn realm. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Lin Moyuan could no longer remain calm. It's over, it's over. Lin Dong, who was lying on the ground, fainted. He was completely frightened. If Lin Fei was only a grandmaster, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, there were many grandmasters among the younger generation. However, Lin Fei was an inborn expert. That was a different story. He could even defeat a middle inborn realm expert like Lin Yibai. Lin Dong knew that he had kicked a huge iron plate. I knew it would be like this. Clan leader has shot himself in the foot. Lin Ziqing's intuition was right. However, she still couldn't accept the fact that her boss was an inborn expert. Lin Fei wasn't much older than her, but his strength was so strong that he could be considered the strongest among the younger generation. Even among the older generation, there weren't many who could defeat Lin Fei. Now that I've won, there shouldn't be any objections on how to deal with this person, right? Lin Fei defeating Lin Yibai was a simple matter. With a raise of his hand, an invisible sword qi entered Lin Dong's body, instantly crippling Lin Dong's strength. Lin Fei raised his hand again and made a grabbing motion. Lin Lang let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of black blood. This black blood was filled with a pungent smell, causing people to feel nauseous. This is the lethal poison that Lin Dong arranged for someone to land in Lin Lang's body. I will return it to Lin Dong now and let him experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. In any case, with the Lin family's resources, he won't die for another 10 to 20 years. With a flick of his finger, the black blood turned into a marble-like existence and entered Lin Dong's body. Lin Dong, who had lost all his strength, had aged quite a bit. He woke up with a start. After the black blood entered his body, he instantly aged more than 10 years. He was no different from an old man on the street. Lin Fei flicked another stream of essence blood into Lin Lang's body. With the help of the essence blood, Lin Lang, who originally looked old, underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his 40s. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that Lin Fei had such means? Lin Moyuan witnessed the whole process, but he didn't dare to say a word. Although he was also a Xiantian expert, his strength was far inferior to Lin Yibai's. After seeing Lin Fei's means, he finally realized that it was impossible for Lin Fei to return to the Lin family. Even if the old ancestor stepped in, it probably wouldn't work. Lin Moyuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. If he had known this would happen, he would have dealt with Lin Dong at the first instance and comforted Lin Fei. Things wouldn't have turned out like this. I'm fine now. Lin Lang's entire body was filled with vitality. It was the feeling of being young and powerful. He didn't know how long it had been since he experienced this feeling. A drop of immortal essence blood from Lin Fei was extremely powerful. Even if it was deliberately controlled, it would definitely be a top-notch treasure that people would fight to the death for. Lin Dong was one of the masterminds. Now that I've crippled him, it's only one of them. Also, I think that the people in his faction should also be dealt with. You don't have any objections, do you? Lin Fei said indifferently. If it was anyone else, Lin Fei would have long since killed them with a wave of sword qi. It wouldn't be so troublesome. Lin Moyuan took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for showing mercy and not killing Lin Dong. I will make arrangements for the people in his faction. I will give Lin Lang and you an explanation." Lin Moyuan also knew that this was Lin Fei showing mercy. Otherwise, with Lin Fei's strength, even the patriarch wouldn't be able to stop Lin Fei if he killed his way into the Lin family. As one of the main culprits, Lin Dong brought this upon himself. He couldn't blame anyone else. Instead, Lin Moyuan would hate Lin Dong for losing an opportunity. From now on, Lin Fei would never be able to enter the Lin family again. Lin Moyuan was embarrassed to stay here any longer. Lin Yibai brought Lin Dong and left the courtyard house. He had to report to the patriarch about the courtyard house as soon as possible so that he could make a decision. The sooner he made a decision, the better. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei to come knocking again. That would be even more troublesome. After Lin Moyuan left, Lin Fei took out a bottle of elixirs. "This is the foundation strengthening pill. Both of you can take one a day. Take it for a week, and your bodies will be back to normal." After leaving behind the bottle of elixirs, Lin Fei walked out of the courtyard house. Lin Lang and his wife wanted to call for Lin Fei, but no one said anything in the end. "Uncle, I don't think we can rush this matter." Lin Ziqing didn't leave. Lin Lang nodded. I understand. I'm satisfied to be able to see my son again." Today, his son, Lin Fei, gave him a huge shock. He never thought that his son would be a Xiantian expert. Even the family head, Lin Yibai, wasn't a match for him. Lin Lang was able to subdue the family head, Lin Moyuan, with just a few moves. Even if Lin Fei didn't acknowledge him as his parent, Lin Lang felt proud. After Lin Fei left the courtyard house, he was in a terrible mood. Taking care of Lin Dong was just one of the small matters. He also remembered the actor. He didn't need to know what happened in between. He only needed to know that the Yen family had made things difficult for his father and even poisoned him. The poison in his father's body wasn't simple. It could be said to be a compound poison. It wasn't something that could be easily cured with an antidote. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Yen family and settle old scores with them. Lin Fei didn't return to the hotel. He just wandered around aimlessly. This time, he wandered until night fell. He appeared in front of a bar. Lin Fei didn't think much and walked into the bar. "Bring me your strongest alcohol." Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-42. Lin Fei didn't know how much liquor he had drunk. Anyway, one glass after another was like drinking water. Lin Fei didn't use any tricks. He just drank and let the alcohol fill his body. Only in this way could he feel the feeling of alcohol. By the time Lin Fei opened his eyes again, Lin Fei was already in a daze. He found himself lying on a bed. The sun shone in through the window and fell on his body. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Everything that happened last night appeared in his mind. His expression kept changing. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw a back that was exposed to the air. He was startled. Lin Fei's face changed and showed a trace of bitterness. Drinking makes a mistake. It's really drinking makes a mistake. Because of what had happened to his parents, Lin Fei had been drinking the strongest alcohol in the bar yesterday. He didn't even know how much he had drunk, but it was at least 100 glasses. It had caused a huge sensation in the bar. After that, he encountered some small things. After dealing with these good things, Lin Fei left with a woman in his arms and got a room. What happened next was logical. At this time, the sleeping figure's shoulders began to move. Then he slowly opened his eyes and turned around. This turn shocked the people who turned around. Even Lin Fei was shocked. "Ah! It's you." The first one to cry out was not Lin Fei. Instead, it was the long-haired woman. She subconsciously covered her chest with the quilt. "What a coincidence!" Lin Fei replied. The woman covered with the quilt laughed. "You're a man. You actually have the nerve to say such things. I really admire you." Following this smile, the atmosphere of the scene also changed rapidly. Lin Fei didn't expect that after drinking yesterday, he would actually get together with Zhang Ziren. This couldn't be more coincidental. Even though Lin Fei had drunk a lot of hard liquor yesterday, he was very clear about what had happened last night. He did take a woman away casually. It seemed that the two of them were in love. The woman said leisurely, "I don't need you to take any responsibility for this matter. Anyway, I did it willingly. I won't cause you any trouble." Zhang Ziren stuck his head out and said to Lin Fei. Who was Lin Fei? He was an immortal expert. How could he not understand Zhang Ziren's words? "Actually, you don't have to say that. Since we've already slept together, I'll take responsibility for what I should take responsibility for." Lin Fei wasn't that kind of person. He laughed and said, "I know why you were in the bar last night. It should have something to do with what I said last time." Zhang Ziren hesitated for a moment before nodding. "You can even tell." Lin Fei laughed and said, "If it wasn't for this matter, who would be able to take away a great beauty like you?" After leaving the bar that day, Zhang Ziren finally confirmed that he had indeed caught the eye of a big shot in the Kunlun secret realm. On the day of her birthday, that big shot would come and take her back to the Kunlun secret realm. The meaning of the family was very simple. That was, she had to follow the man she married. No matter what that big shot did, Zhang Ziren had to accept it. This was the mission of a woman in the Zhang family. After Zhang Ziren found out, she was very sad. So in the end, she gritted her teeth and went to the bar to have fun. In the end, she met Lin Fei again. However, at that time, she was drunk and barely felt that Lin Fei's aura was very comfortable. So she followed Lin Fei. Until just now, Zhang Ziren found out that the person who slept with her was Lin Fei. Even Zhang Ziren was surprised and shocked. There was actually such a coincidence in the world. The fear in her heart was swept away after seeing Lin Fei. Although the Zhang family was not one of the 5 major families, it was a first-class family second only to the 5 major families. There were also masters of the Supreme Master great perfection in the family. With the help of some secret methods, they could also fight with a master of the innate realm. Zhang Ziren did not regret giving her body to Lin Fei. Instead, she was happy. Since the last time, Zhang Ziren had been secretly paying attention to Lin Fei's every move. After that, he also saw the various things that happened in the Wang family. He was even more aware that Lin Fei was an outstanding talent. You guessed right. I did give up on myself, but I didn't expect to meet you. I think this may be fate. Zhang Ziren was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Smelling that comfortable aura, his entire heart calmed down. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. Although he did not use any means to suppress the alcohol last night, when he took Zhang Ziren away, he also relied on his own feelings. There was no such coincidence in the world. Fate is indeed a rather bizarre thing. Lin Fei agreed with Zhang Ziren's words. Since we met, then you are my woman. I think it's still early. Why don't we spend some more time together? Without waiting for Zhang Ziren to say anything, Lin Fei kissed her. What happened next was logical. Lin Fei was refreshed. He took a shower and changed his clothes. On the other hand, Zhang Ziren was lying on the bed lazily. Her whole face was full of laziness. At this time, the phone on the bedside rang. It was Zhang Ziren's phone. After Zhang Ziren picked up the phone, her expression changed slightly. Instead of answering the phone, she hung up. Dong 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 dong. The door outside rang. Ziren, I know you are inside. Open the door quickly. And the wild man inside, get out. How dare you touch the woman of our Zhang family? You are tired of living. A furious voice came from outside, followed by the door being kicked open by someone. 7 or 8 people walked in one after another and appeared in the room. Take this kid down. The leader was a young man in his 30s. He raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were cold. He gave the order to attack. The people who attacked were all in the late stage of the Dark Realm. 2 of them were grandmasters. The people who attacked were all fierce. They did not recognize Lin Fei's origin and immediately tried to capture him. Stop. Seeing the people who came in, Zhang Ziren became anxious. Brother Lin, have mercy. No one knew Lin Fei's strength better than Zhang Ziren. He was an existence that even the Wang family did not dare to say a word after suffering a loss. Zhang Ziren was afraid that these people would be ruthless. When the time came, if Lin Fei killed, no one would be able to survive. Even a grandmaster would not be able to do it. When the young leader heard Zhang Ziren's voice, his face sank again. He shouted, beat him hard. Break his limbs first. Who the hell is he? Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 41-43. Lin Fei was originally in a good mood. After all, he had just spent some time with Zhang Ziren. However, as this group of people barged in, he immediately became unhappy. When an Immortal Realm expert got angry, blood would flow like a river. That was not an exaggeration. Humph, you want to break my limbs? You sure are arrogant. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Boom. Bang. 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 The few martial art masters who rushed up felt a terrible force hit their souls. One by one, they spat out blood and fell to the ground. Even the Grandmaster experts were the same. Their faces turned gloomy. No one would have expected that this ordinary-looking guy was actually a martial artist with frighteningly profound strength. The young man, Zhang Wushuang, also took 10 steps back. With every step, he vomited blood and sat on the ground. You, who are you? How do you have such strength? Zhang Wushuang was here to capture someone. As a disciple of the Zhang family, Zhang Wushuang was also a grandmaster expert. He was considered talented and knew many secrets. The Zhang family spent a lot of effort to contact a power in the Kunlun mystery realm. This power was considered a big power in the Kunlun mystery realm. After a long time, it became a peripheral power and served this power. Therefore, these years, the Zhang family had established their position as a first-rate family. However, the Zhang family was not satisfied with this. They wanted to go one step further. Coincidentally, that big power had a big shot who took a fancy to Zhang Ziren and promised the Zhang family an innate expert. Since then, the Zhang family treated Zhang Ziren like a treasure. They could not suffer any grievances and did not allow any man to get close to them. Zhang Wushuang was used to secretly monitor Zhang Ziren. Especially recently, he followed Zhang Ziren every day. Because Zhang Ziren's temper was not small, and he was a young man, he naturally knew a lot of things. Therefore, he followed Zhang Ziren almost every day. Because Zhang Ziren's birthday was coming, that big shot was coming. They could not afford any mistakes. If that big shot got angry, the Zhang family would not be able to bear it. But last night, Zhang Wushuang had been careless, and Zhang Ziren had been taken away by a man. The whole Zhang family was furious. Zhang Wushuang was even more scolded. After finding the clues with great difficulty, he rushed over as soon as possible. He anxiously hoped that they wouldn't sleep together. If that really happened, the Zhang family would really be in big trouble this time. However, it seemed that the big shot was a problem, and this young man was even more of a problem. Especially when he saw his cousin lying on the bed, Zhang Wushuang knew that they were finished. However, what was even more terrifying was that this young man's strength was unfathomable. Before he had even attacked, he had already defeated all of them and injured them. Even I don't know who it is, and you still have the nerve to bring people in? I really don't know if you're smart or not. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the door that was smashed open floated over and blocked the entrance. The martial artists on the ground groaned and fainted. In the blink of an eye, only Zhang Wushuang was still conscious. "Brother Lin, let them go," Zhang Ziren said. He was very grateful that Lin Fei had shown mercy. "No rush, no rush." Lin Fei reached out with his hand and grabbed Zhang Wushuang. "You should be glad that Ziren pleaded on your behalf. Otherwise, you wouldn't even need to keep your eyes." Bang! Zhang Wushuang hit the wall. "Go back and tell your Zhang family's leader that I, Lin Fei, have taken a liking to Zhang Ziren. She's my woman now. Don't even think about having any ideas about Zhang Ziren." Zhang Wushuang finally came back to his senses. The two words, Lin Fei, were like thunder in his ears. He was an influential person. He never thought that his cousin would be together with Lin Fei. Zhang Wushuang, who was originally very angry, completely lost his temper. This person had kicked the Wang family and punched the Yan family, causing them to suffer a big loss. Because of this, the Zhang family was also warned. Everyone remembered the name Lin Fei, but there were not many people who had seen Lin Fei. Zhang Wushuang was one of them. He thought that he would not meet an expert like Lin Fei, but he did not expect to meet him today. He had been defeated before they even fought. If he was killed, Zhang Wushuang thought about it carefully and broke out in a cold sweat. He finally understood what his cousin meant. She wanted Lin Fei to show mercy, not him. How embarrassing. "Young Master Lin, I will bring this to the family leader." After Zhang Wushuang got up, he did not care about the people on the ground and turned to leave. To the Zhang family, Lin Fei was a problem, and so was the influential person. How to deal with them was also a problem. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I didn't expect cousin Wushuang to find me so quickly." Zhang Ziren was also a smart person and could more or less guess the problem. "It's just a few ants, it's no big deal." Lin Fei shook his head. "It's not interesting anymore that this place has been broken in. Change your clothes and let's go somewhere else. If we don't change, I'm afraid that many people will come to watch the show." Lin Fei threw them out of the corridor. Zhang Ziren shyly changed her clothes and the two of them left the hotel. On the other side, Zhang Wushuang returned to the Zhang family immediately. He reported the news to the family leader, Zhang Huayun. Zhang Huayun treasured her daughter very much, so she arranged for Zhang Wushuang to watch her secretly. She was afraid that her daughter would do something stupid, which would not only harm the Zhang family but also herself. "What? That Lin Fei and my daughter are together?" Zhang Huayun slapped the armrest and stood up in shock. She paced back and forth, unable to accept the news. They seemed to be sleeping together. Zhang Wushuang lowered her head. Zhang Huayun's face turned cold. There was a long silence. "Are you sure?" Zhang Wushuang nodded. "When I brought people over, cousin was sleeping in her bed." She didn't continue to say anything else. Zhang Huayun cursed in her heart. The thing that she didn't want to happen the most had happened. This is bad. Zhang Huayun didn't know what to do. What does Lin Fei have to say? Zhang Wushuang passed on Lin Fei's words. If it was someone else, Zhang Huayun might have a way. But Lin Fei's face was full of bitterness. Even if the whole family went up, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Fei. The Zhang family was well informed and more or less knew about the power of this influential figure, Lin Fei. Now, they could only leave it to fate. Before this, they were still laughing at the Wang family and the Yan family. In the blink of an eye, it was the Zhang family's turn. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-44. Are you sure you want to go back? After changing to another hotel, Lin Fei heard an unbelievable sentence. Zhang Ziren nodded, I have to go back. After all, I'm a member of the Zhang family. But I don't regret giving my body to you because in my eyes, you're the best among the younger generation. I admire the strong and you're the strong in my eyes. Lin Fei smiled, do you know what the consequences will be if you go back like this? I know. This is my choice. I'm very happy to have met you on the plane. Lin Fei's impression of Zhang Ziren changed greatly. You're my, Lin Fei's, woman. No one can take you away from me. Go back in peace. On the day of your birthday party, I'll definitely come. I'll take the opportunity to see what kind of person that's worth fighting with me for my woman is. Zhang Ziren said in surprise, you're coming to the birthday party? Are you not willing? Zhang Ziren shook his head and said like a chick pecking rice, I'm willing, I'm willing. Then that's it. Go back in peace and wait. With Lin Fei's words, Zhang Ziren was completely relieved. Lin Fei flagged down a car and watched Zhang Ziren leave. Lin Fei didn't care much about the person from the Kunlun mystic realm. No matter how powerful he was, he could deal with him with one sword. If one sword wasn't enough, then two. It was as simple as that, or he could make 3 sword strikes. Of course, it depended on whether the person knew how to behave. Without Zhang Ziren by his side, Lin Fei lost all interest. There was nothing in Beijing that he was reluctant to leave. It was just that Lin Fei couldn't leave Beijing yet. Finally, he lifted his eyelids. He was going to visit the Yan family. At the same time, he was going to visit the Yan family and see how they were going to explain this matter. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Yan family's hall was a little depressing. The higher-ups of the Yan family were all seated. Yan Tieshue's face was gloomy. He had just received news from Lin Dong of the Lin family. Lin Dong had already been dealt with by Lin Moyuan, and the news that he had lost an arm naturally spread. I told you to keep a low profile during this period of time. Who told you to touch that Lin Lang? Now look at what happened. If the great demon god comes knocking on our door again, who's going to deal with him? Yan Tieshue's roar reverberated through the air. He was simply too angry. He had managed to suppress the matter with much difficulty, but not long after, he had provoked Lin Fei again. What should he do? Originally, the Yan clan had been unreasonable in the past. Now that they met with Lin Fei, the situation would be troublesome. From Lin Dong's mouth, they finally found out a shocking piece of news. Back then, Lin Lang had a son. That son did not die and instead grew up outside. Currently, he was already at the Xiantian stage, and that person was Lin Fei. If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, if it was Lin Fei, he would become a great enemy of the Yan clan. The Yan clan had already suffered in the hands of Lin Fei several times. According to Lin Dong's news, Lin Fei could easily defeat the Lin clan's Xiantian intermediate stage expert, Lin Yibai. Now, the situation was even worse. Yan Tieshue roared angrily. The higher-ups all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Everyone knew that the clan head was the most irritable at this moment. Whoever dared to speak would be finished. It was that simple. Yan Tieshue roared for a long time before he finally stopped. Everyone knew that the patriarch's temper wasn't as big as before. Clan head, Since even our Xiantian experts can't deal with Lin Fei, why don't we let the experts from the Kunlun Mystery Realm fight Lin Fei? Otherwise, our Yen clan won't be able to bear the losses. For example, let the eldest young master come out. He has learned the art of sword kinesis. Who knows, he might be able to defeat Lin Fei. A higher-up of the Yen clan suggested. Yen Tieshua glared at him but did not say anything. The most outstanding person in the Yen clan was his eldest son, Yen Xiangdong. He was the true pride of the heavens, the future hope of the Yen clan. In the Kunlun Mystery Realm, he was doted on by the sections. Plop. A figure stumbled in from the entrance of the hall. Clan head, this is bad. The great demon, Lin Fei, is here. What should we do? Lin Fei had caused a lot of trouble in Yanjing. Hence, these forces secretly called Lin Fei a great demon. Whoever offended this great demon would not have a good ending. What? He actually dares to come to our Yen clan? The higher-ups of the Yen clan roared and stood up. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly open the formation and trap him. Does he really think that our Yen clan's formation is so easy to break through? They might not be able to do anything to Lin Fei outside, but in the Yen clan's territory, they did not believe that they couldn't catch Lin Fei. Yen Tieshua's face darkened and his body shook. Preposterous. Do you really think that the Yen clan can just barge in? Have you asked for my permission? Just like that, Lin Fei barged into the Yen clan single-handedly. There was not much difference between the Yen clan and the Wang clan. The guards at the door could not stop Lin Fei at all. They were all lying on the ground. When he was halfway through, a bright light appeared. This light could not be seen by ordinary people. It was the ripple of the formation. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, these ripples were weak like tofu. He could poke them with a finger. Pang 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 pang. Wherever Lin Fei passed, the ripples of the formation would shatter. Even though the clan chief, Yen Tieshua, was controlling the power of the formation and launching all sorts of attacks, he was still unable to stop Lin Fei. 1 layer, 2 layers. 3 layers, 4 layers. Yen Tieshua gritted his teeth. He could not accept the scene in front of him. After a loud bang, his entire body swayed. He retreated 7 to 8 steps, leaving 7 to 8 deep footprints on the ground. Cracks also appeared on the control hub of the formation in his hand. No one in the Yen clan's formation could stop Lin Fei's footsteps. This guy was a monster. Yen Tieshua was shocked. He could not digest the scene in front of him at all. A figure walked out unhurriedly. Clan head Yen, how have you been? The upper echelons of the Yen clan were actually feeling the same as Yen Tieshua. The formation that they were so proud of could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps. It was broken into pieces. Even if it was repaired, it would require a huge price. This was a formation taken from the Kunlun mystic realm. Young Master Lin, aren't you afraid of offending the power behind us by barging into our Yen clan like this? You should know that it is a power that you cannot go against. Yen Tieshua stabilized his blood and said with a deep voice. Since I dared to barge into your Yen clan, I am not afraid of the power behind you. Let me ask you one question now. How are you going to explain this to my father? There was a boom. Yen Tieshua seemed to have been punched in the chest. He retreated continuously, all the way to the corner of the wall before stopping. Chapter 41-45. Yen Tieshua knew that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable, but he was injured in just a single exchange. This was even more horrifying than what was recorded in the records. Back then, it was just a small matter, and yet it caused such a huge mess. Yen Tieshua did not know what to say, and could only say that it was fate. Right now, the most important thing was how to get through this. At first, he thought that he could use the power of Kunlun's secret realm to suppress Lin Fei, so that he would have some fear and not dare to do anything rash. But now, it seemed like this Lin Fei was completely fearless. This was the most intriguing thing. Did he really not know, or did he have a similar power behind him, and was not afraid of the power of Kunlun's secret realm? As for how to give an explanation, Yan Tieshue really did not know what to do. After all, no one could say who was right or wrong in that matter back then. Young Master Lin, don't go too far. Our Yan family is not as easy to bully as you think. Yan Tieshue took out a pill and swallowed it. This was a healing pill that could suppress the raging blood in his body. If this continued, he would probably spit out blood and hurt his foundation. After swallowing the elixir, Yan Tieshue took out a talisman and used it on Yifan. Fireball technique. A bright light exploded in front of Lin Fei, and a wave of heat rushed over, causing the surrounding flowers and grass to wither instantly. One could see how terrifying the temperature was in that instant. This talisman was something that Yan Tieshue always carried with him. This was a treasure that was given to him by the power of Kunlun's secret realm. Originally, he had a total of 3 such treasures, but he had used them in his previous 2 fights with his enemies. This was the last one. He did not believe that Lin Fei would be able to withstand the power of this fireball technique. Under this fireball technique, he would probably turn into ashes. The Yan family could not embarrass themselves, nor could they lower their heads. As such, they could only kill Lin Fei. There was a requirement to use this talisman as well. More than half of the vital energy in Yan Tieshue's body had been sucked away, but as long as he could kill Lin Fei, everything would be worth it. As for whether or not Lin Fei had any power behind him, that was another matter. Even if the news reached the Lin family, they wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, there were still many people in the Lin family who were dissatisfied with Lin Fei. It was just that no one dared to stand up and say anything. After the fireball exploded in the courtyard, there were spots everywhere, and a fiery aura filled the air. You still have the nerve to use this kind of trash to deal with me? After the fire's shadow dissipated, a figure walked out, looking as if nothing had happened to him. Yan Tieshue was shocked once again. How are you fine? The fireball technique is a godlike technique. How did you block it? Yan Tieshue couldn't keep his composure. Lin Fei sneered, it's just a talisman, its power is too ordinary. To his body, it was like scratching an itch. It didn't affect him at all. Instead, the appearance of the talisman made Lin Fei feel that it was quite interesting. This should be similar to the techniques of the immortals, but the power was too weak. If I'm not wrong, this talisman should be from the Kunlun mystery realm. Lin Fei was even more interested in the Kunlun mystery realm. His biggest trump card had lost its effect, and Yan Tieshue was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't believe this result. What other techniques do you have? Just use them. I'll convince you, lest you say that I'm bullying you, Lin Fei said. Family head, we're here to save you. At this moment, 2 figures pounced on him from both sides. Innate vital energy came from the left and right. Clearly, they were Xiantian experts who were very good at cooperating. Lin Fei did not even bother looking as he sent out a palm strike to his left and right. The 2 experts reacted quickly, but Lin Fei's palm strike was even faster. The 2 of them were sent flying, crashing through the wall. Yan Tieshue's eyes narrowed again. 1 palm strike and 1 Xiantian expert. Could this guy be an Xiantian full circle expert? Wait, don't attack. If you have something to say, we can talk. My Yan family will give you an explanation. Seeing the 2 Xiantian experts being sent flying, Yan Tieshue's heart was bleeding. No matter how strong the 2 palms were, it wasn't something that 2 Xiantian experts could withstand easily. You're willing to talk now, but I don't want to talk to you anymore. I think it's better to cripple you, Lin Fei said lazily. Yan Tieshue's heart sank. He didn't feel good. Young Master Lin, please don't hurt my father. I'm willing to atone for my father's sins and be your cauldron. Please let my father go. Let the Yen family go. Let them go. A nervous and anxious voice came from behind Lin Fei. Following that, a figure pounced over with a fragrant wind. She came to Yan Tieshue's side and helped him up. Who allowed you to come out? Yan Tieshue said angrily. After seeing the girl, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The person who helped Yan Tieshue up was a girl around 18 or 19 years old. She was brimming with youthfulness. However, her face was extremely pale, as though she was terminally ill. However, there was a glimmer of light in her pale face. It was unbelievable. Most people who saw her would think that she was seriously ill and didn't see the light of day. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, this girl's physique wasn't ordinary. She was much stronger than his Su Mei. I didn't expect your Yen family to have such a good cauldron. What a surprise. Yan Tieshue was shocked. Lin Fei, if you dare to do anything to my daughter, I'll fight you even if I have to give up my life. In Yan Tieshue's heart, his eldest son was the pride of the family. The other person in his heart was his youngest daughter, Yan Qingwu. This was because this daughter was different from her siblings. She was born with an extremely weak physique. Although there were some changes later on, it still had a huge impact. When his youngest daughter grew into her teens, Yan Tieshue flipped through a large amount of information. Only then did he find out that his daughter didn't have a weak physique. Instead, she was born with a special physique. To martial artists, this physique was like a treasure. This physique was called the Phoenix Element Constitution. Whoever used Yan Qingwu as a cauldron would be able to seize the essence of the Phoenix Element Constitution and break through the bottleneck of their own realm. This was a rare cauldron. Hence, after knowing the news, Yan Tieshue kept his daughter by his side. He didn't go out at all, afraid that she would be targeted. In Yanjing, the Yan family wasn't afraid. However, if they were seen by those people with special powers, even the Yan family would be helpless. The Yan family knew more than anyone else. I'll take your daughter away first. When your Yan family gives me an explanation, then you can come and take her back. Otherwise, no one will be able to take her back. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-46. Lin Fei brought Yan Qingwu and left the Yan family. After Lin Fei left, Yan Tieshue hung down powerlessly. He didn't even notice the blood at the corner of his mouth. It's over, it's really over. Yan Qingwu was Yan Tieshue's most beloved daughter. No one else could compare to his daughter. Due to his daughter's unusual physique, Yan Tieshue rarely let her go out alone. In his heart, he planned to let Yan Qingwu enter the Kunlun mystic realm and find a good family. Patriarch, Lin Fei is really too arrogant. I think we should call young master Yan Xiangdong back immediately. Only with his return can we bring young lady Qingwu back. The higher-ups of the Yan family were all furious. This was equivalent to slapping their Yan family in the face. Lin Fei, if you dare to touch my daughter, I won't rest until you die. Yan Tieshue stood up again. His eyes were filled with determination. Lin Fei didn't care what Yan Tieshue thought or did. He brought Yan Qingwu out of the Yan family. Yan Qingwu was extremely afraid. Her heart was filled with unease. But for some reason, when she was beside this man, her originally nervous heart seemed to have calmed down. The buildings on both sides were constantly moving, and the wind was blowing. It was a different kind of feeling. The wind was getting stronger, and the surrounding buildings were moving faster. Yan Qingwu subconsciously closed her eyes, but the sound of the wind made her feel very comfortable. Not long later, a voice rang in her ear. Miss Yan, you can wake up now. If you continue to lean on my shoulder, I'm afraid I'll do something that will scare you. That's not good. Yan Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously pushed Lin Fei away. Unknowingly, she was leaning on Lin Fei's body. Her face also revealed a tinge of red. She looked around. They didn't know when they came to a park. Isn't this Azure Lake? I remember that it's at least tens of kilometers away from my Yen family. Yen Qingwu naturally knew that martial artists were very fast. But how long had it been? They actually ran tens of kilometers. She couldn't believe it. Isn't it just a few dozen kilometers? What's so strange about it? I don't see that you're nervous at all. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you in one bite? A delicate woman like you is a great temptation to any man. Moreover, you have the Phoenix Yuan body. Lin Fei sat down under a tree and looked at the lake in front of him. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, one layer after another. How do you know about the Phoenix element constitution? Even the other families don't know about it, and my father has never told anyone about it. Ever since Yen Qingwu knew that she had the Phoenix element body, she knew that she was different from others. Even if her father didn't allow her to leave the house, she knew that she would play the zither and practice calligraphy in her small courtyard. Therefore, after a long time, her whole body exuded a trace of holy aura. It was an aura that was different from everyone else. Isn't it just the Phoenix vitality physique? They don't know about it because they don't know about it. In my eyes, the Phoenix Yuan body is just ordinary. I know a lot of Phoenix Yuan bodies that are more powerful than yours. For example, Daluo celestial body, Red 1000 gold body, etc. Which one of them isn't more powerful than your Phoenix Yuan body? Back in the foreign world, Lin Fei knew a lot of constitutions. The Phoenix Yuan body was really ordinary, but here, it was considered very outstanding. It could be said that it was a temptation to any martial artist. Unknowingly, after hearing this, Yen Qingwu felt a trace of disappointment. She had never heard of any of these constitutions. All these years, Yen Qingwu had read many ancient books, but she really didn't know about these constitutions. Unknowingly, she didn't have a trace of doubt. Instead, she believed in Lin Fei's words. Since you know that these constitutions are more powerful than my Phoenix Yuan body, can you spare my father? Yen Qingwu also knew that for an expert like Lin Fei, even a Xiantian was not a match for him. He was definitely very terrifying. The entire Yen family was not a match for him. She didn't want anything to happen to the Yen family. Lin Fei chuckled, that will depend on what kind of explanation your Yen family can give me. As long as I am satisfied, anything can be discussed. If not, then you will never be able to return to your Phoenix Yuan body. Yen Qingwu subconsciously took a step back, but aren't you afraid that if the news of my Phoenix Yuan body spreads, those martial artists will come and snatch it? Lin Fei laughed twice and didn't say anything else. Yen Qingwu couldn't understand this man named Lin Fei. She clearly had the Phoenix Yuan body and was also a beauty, but he actually didn't move at all. She could also see that Lin Fei took her away just to threaten her father. After staying by the lake for an afternoon, Lin Fei brought Yen Qingwu to another 5-star hotel. After staying there, Lin Fei received a few calls from Yen Tieshue. He didn't pick up any of them and directly blacklisted them. After nightfall, a figure quietly came to the balcony of the hotel and flipped into the room. The dignified number 1 war god Yi Xian came to my room in the middle of the night. What if people who don't know what you are doing sneakily? This is a disgrace to your reputation as the number 1 war god. In the hall of the room, Lin Fei sat on the sofa. The lights were also turned on. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the person who came in. Sure enough, I still can't hide from you. I knew it would be like this. The person who came in was none other than the number 1 war god Yi Xian. A faint smile appeared on his face, and then he returned to normal. He sat in front of Lin Fei. My reputation as the number 1 war god is nothing. But you really know how to make trouble. You just had a conflict with the Lin family, and now you kidnapped the youngest daughter of the Yen family. Even Yen Tieshue came to me to complain. What do you think I should do? Just tell me the truth. Does Yan Tieshue dare to do anything to you? Lin Fei said. He had expected Yi Xian to come to him, but it was also unexpected. Yi Xian, the war god, did want to take Yan Qingwu away in the middle of the night, but he didn't know that Lin Fei would notice him as soon as he entered. He didn't know if he should leave or stay, so he just laid it out. You can't touch Yan Qingwu. I advise you to let her go. Yan Tieshue has already planned to contact the forces in the Kunlun secret realm. Once those experts come out, I'm afraid you will be at a disadvantage. Especially that Yan Xiangdong from the Yan family, he is a true genius. It is said that he has made a name for himself in the Kunlun secret realm. He dotes on his younger sister Yan Qingwu very much, and she is like a pearl in his palm. If he knows the news, I'm afraid he will definitely come to seek revenge on you. I still say the same thing. If the Yan family gives me an explanation, then everything can be discussed. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how many people come. Alright, you can go back now and tell them the truth. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-47. Yi Xian did not expect Lin Fei to be so troublesome. After coming to Yanjing, he had caused so many troubles, but he was still alive and was even labeled as a demon. This was not something that anyone could do casually. After hearing what Lin Fei said, he also knew that it was basically impossible to take Yan Qingwu away. After all, Lin Fei's strength was much higher than his. Until now, Yi Xian still could not see through Lin Fei's true strength. As for whether he had taken the step to the innate stage, Yi Xian was not sure at all. He felt that it was impossible. Young Master Lin, I still have to give you a piece of advice. The innate stage is indeed very powerful in China, and it is also very powerful in the Western world. However, in front of the Kunlun secret realm, the innate stage is indeed far inferior. They have a higher level of strength. You should have seen it on Yan Tieshue. Yi Xian felt that he still had to remind Lin Fei, lest he offend the Kunlun secret realm. The power of Yan Tieshue's talismans was indeed something that Lin Fei had seen before. However, it was just that. Even if he stood there and let Yan Tieshue continuously attack him with talismans, he would not be able to break his immortal body. You keep saying that the Kunlun secret realm is very powerful. Can you tell me a little about it so that I have an idea? Otherwise, I will be clueless. As long as Lin Fei was willing to listen, Yi Xian did not mind telling him some of the secrets of the Kunlun secret realm. After all, the secrets of the Kunlun secret realm were not really secrets to the four major families, and Lin Fei was also qualified to know about it. The Kunlun arcane realm is actually a huge arcane realm. A large number of martial artists live in this arcane realm. The people here are much stronger than the martial artists outside. Kunlun arcane realm is rich in spiritual energy, so 1 year of cultivation in it is equivalent to 10 years of cultivation in the outside world. Therefore, it's easier to break through to the next realm. Lin Fei listened very seriously. Yi Xian also spoke very slowly. He also wanted to let Lin Fei know the true power of the Kunlun mystic realm. Within the Kunlun secret realm, there are a total of 8 top-notch forces. Each of these forces has a top-notch expert who has attained the godly level. We don't know exactly which level they are at, but any one of them has the strength to easily kill hundreds of innate level experts. Yi Xian revealed a look of reverence. Lin Fei had never been to the Kunlun mystic realm, but from the talisman, he realized that the Kunlun mystic realm might be a legendary cultivation world. Of course, this cultivation world was just a small cultivation world. If he had not been to the other world, Lin Fei might not have paid much attention to it. But now, he knew that there were indeed immortals in this world. It was just that these immortals were just people who were powerful and had some divine abilities. If I'm not wrong, there should be a certain agreement between the Kunlun mystic realm and the secular world. Otherwise, I'm afraid those people would have entered the secular world long ago. Lin Fei suddenly said. I wonder if I'm right. Yi Xian did not expect Lin Fei to know about this. He was a little shocked, but he quickly recovered. He realized that there might be a force behind Lin Fei. The godly level experts of the Kunlun mystic realm are unable to come to the outside world. They are stopped at the innate level. However, these innate level experts all have some secret techniques and treasures. They are exceptionally powerful. An innate level expert can deal with 4 or 5 or even 7 or 8 innate level experts outside. The eldest son of the Yan family, Yan Xiangdong, has joined one of the top-notch forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Fei asked a few more questions. He had a rough understanding of the Kunlun mystic realm. I understand the situation. I understand the situation. In any case, you just need to convey my words to Yan Tieshue. I want an explanation. No matter what, that person is my father, yet he arranged for someone to poison him, and even caused my father to lose his left arm. I am very unhappy about this. He should be glad that I did not destroy his entire Yan family, and let him give an explanation himself. This is considered giving him face, and also giving you face, Yi Xian. Otherwise, he. A cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. Facing this cold gaze, Yi Xian also sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Lin Fei was speaking the truth. With a bitter smile, he said, "Goodbye." Using his movement technique, he turned around and left from the balcony. Lin Fei did not stop Yi Xian. There was no need for that. He was indeed a little surprised that Lin Fei could persuade Yi Xian to come over. In the room inside, Yan Qingwu was shocked when she heard the voice. That was the #1 god of war, Yi Xian, the #1 expert in Wuxia. But now, the #1 expert in Wuxia, Yi Xian, had left with his tail between his legs. If she had not seen it through the crack in the door, she would not have believed it. For a moment, apart from fear, she was also filled with great curiosity about Lin Fei. Is he really not afraid of the Kunlun mystic realm? In Yan Qingwu's mind, the Kunlun mystic realm was a colossus. It was an existence that could really stomp its feet. Just like what she said, if not for the agreement, the entire Wuxia would not be a match for the Kunlun mystic realm. After Yi Xian left the hotel, he went all the way to the Yan family. He pushed open the door of the Yan family's study with familiarity. "Director Yi, did you bring Qingwu back?" After Yi Xian pushed the door open and entered, Yan Tieshue stood up and looked back. A flash of disappointment quickly flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Yan clan, sorry to disappoint you." Yan Tieshue did not dare to get angry. He smiled bitterly and said, "I really did not expect that Lin Fei would be so powerful. Looks like I have no choice but to bring my eldest son back." Yan Tieshue did hope that Yi Xian could bring Yan Qingwu back. He felt that the god of war would be able to suppress Lin Fei no matter what. But now, it seemed that there was a gap between what he had imagined and what he had imagined. Since Yi Xian could not do it, he could only bring his eldest son back. "I wonder if you are willing to listen to me." Yi Xian naturally did not want the conflict between the Yan family and Lin Fei to worsen. "Speak. I think it's better to give Lin Fei an explanation. Young Master Yan is learning in the Kunlun mystic realm. It's good that you are back, but what if you fail to capture Lin Fei? If something unexpected happens, I'm afraid that the head of the Yan family will not be able to bear it." The corner of Yan Tieshue's eyes twitched. "That's impossible. My family's Xiangdong has the potential to break through to the god level. Their elder told me personally. With his current strength, even I am no match for him. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, can he be more outstanding than my son?" Hearing this, Yi Xian knew that it was useless to persuade him. Besides, we, the Yan family, can't be blamed for what happened back then. We can only say that Lin Lang was unlucky. Who asked him to encounter the 500-year-old sealwort? It would have been better if he had taken the initiative to hand it over to those people. Why did he have to fight them and kill one of them? We, the Yen family, were just following orders. He should be glad that he can still live until now. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-48. 3 days passed in a row. Lin Fei didn't go anywhere and stayed in the hotel. Yan Qingwu was originally worried that Lin Fei would do something to her, but she found out that her worries were unnecessary. This man didn't seem to have any feelings for her because Lin Fei's eyes were too calm, which was completely different from the eyes of many men. Yan Qingwu was happy but also a little disappointed. This was the first time she had met a man like Lin Fei, especially when this Lin Fei was a martial artist with terrifying strength. Her father and even her family's uncles weren't a match for him. Yan Qingwu didn't know how Lin Fei cultivated. It was as if he was a mystery. Moreover, after knowing that she had a phoenix elemental body, he didn't have any feelings for her at all. This made Yan Qingwu even more puzzled. "Boss, you really made me look for you for a long time. There was clearly a place you couldn't stay, but you had to come to this 5-star hotel." Lin Ziqing walked in with a bitter expression. "If you have something to say, then say it. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Lin Fei sat on the sofa and didn't get up. "I'm here to report the company's situation to you." Lin Fei could be carefree outside, but Lin Ziqing couldn't. After coming out of the courtyard house that day, she went to work at the company. "You're the manager of the branch company. There are some things that you can decide by yourself. I trust you more," Lin Fei said casually without looking at the information that Lin Ziqing handed over. Lin Ziqing said very seriously, "These are some of my suggestions. I hope that boss can take a look. I think it will be of great help to our company." "Suggestions?" Lin Fei raised his head and glanced at Lin Ziqing. In the end, he took it, opened the folder, and browsed through it. The whole process wasn't very long. After closing the folder, Lin Fei smiled and said, "It seems that I've found the right person to ask you to be the manager of the branch. Your suggestions are quite good. You can have a good talk with Bai Shengnan. I will fully support you." There were some business suggestions on the folder. Even if Lin Fei didn't understand these business matters, he could see that these suggestions were still very effective. At least, they could make the company's performance go to the next level. "You came all the way here to deliver these documents. You must have some other thoughts, right? I'm in a good mood right now. You can tell me, or you won't have a chance later." Lin Ziqing didn't expect that nothing could be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. It should be known that the Lin family was in a mess now. It had been divided into 3 groups. One group wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson, the other group wanted to invite Lin Fei back to the Lin family, and the last group was neutral. Especially after the incident with Lin Dong, Lin Fei was more or less resistant to the Lin family. "Uncle and Auntie told me to tell you that after they took the pill, they recovered very well. They told you not to worry and to take good care of your body." Lin Fei smiled. He knew it would be like this. "Manager Lin, when did you become a courier? You even help people deliver messages." Hearing this, Lin Ziqing was at a loss. Before, he called her Ziqing, but now he called her Manager Lin. "I don't think Uncle and Auntie did anything wrong. They did it for your own good." Lin Ziqing gathered her courage and said, "If it wasn't for Uncle and Auntie sending you out, something might have happened. I still think that you shouldn't treat Uncle and Auntie like this." Lin Fei listened quietly and didn't say much. In fact, Lin Ziqing didn't need to say anything. He knew deep down in his heart that he had experienced the power struggle of the family back in the other world. The bitterness of it wasn't something an outsider could understand. "Go back and tell them that I don't blame them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood up for them. I just can't accept it right now." Lin Ziqing was prepared to be scolded by Lin Fei. However, what he said next shocked and surprised her. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Following which, her face lit up. If Uncle and Auntie knew, they would definitely be very happy. Thank you, boss. Lin Ziqing left happily. Actually, I more or less know a little about what happened back then. After Lin Ziqing left, the door to the room opened and Yan Qingwu walked out. When she was in the room, Yan Qingwu heard everything that was said outside. After hesitating for a while, she decided to come out. Our Yan family was just following orders. Back then, the one who ordered us to take action was a faction in the Kunlun secret realm. If you really want to take revenge, our Yan family is just an accomplice. The main culprit is still in the Kunlun secret realm. Lin Fei's expression was calm. Do you know that your words will cause trouble for your Yan clan? You won't be able to please both sides. If the factions in the Kunlun secret realm get angry and arrange for people to deal with your Yan clan will not have a good ending. Yan Qingwu actually knew about it. She had always been playing the zither and drawing at home. However, her intelligence wasn't low. She could see everything clearly and knew it better than anyone else. Our Yan family is indeed at a disadvantage in this matter. We admit it. However, if you want us to be the scapegoat, I, Yan Qingwu, will never agree. Yan Qingwu gritted her teeth and said. Lin Fei could tell that Yan Qingwu was a stubborn person. From her words, he could also tell that she didn't really like the factions in the Kunlun secret realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such hatred in her heart. This hatred could be hidden from others, but it couldn't be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. Hearing what you said, your Yan family does have some suspicions of being the scapegoat. I can tell that you don't really like the Kunlun secret realm. In fact, you even hate it a little. If your father knew about your thoughts, he would probably vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Lin Fei chuckled. Yan Qingwu's face turned cold. Do you think it's fair for a person to be given to the factions in the Kunlun secret realm because of his physique? I think it's unfair. Since young, I've been taught that my physique is special and that ordinary people aren't worthy of me. However, my life is terrible. Who would be willing to play the zither or draw? My biggest dream is to travel around the country and see the mountains and rivers. But now, everything is so far away from me. Yan Qingwu took a deep breath. For example, I feel that these few days are the most free days of my life. I don't need to look at anyone's face. I can look at the traffic outside, the ebb and flow of the tide, and the sunset. This is the life that belongs to me. She's still a literary girl. Lin Fei muttered to himself. The corner of his mouth curled up. Then, do you want to take revenge? Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-49. Lin Fei's words. Yan Qingwu's expression changed. Although Yan Qingwu had the rare phoenix elemental physique and was a treasure to any martial artist, anyone who dual cultivated with her would gain endless benefits. However, Yan Qingwu was not a martial artist. She was just a weak girl. Because of this, Yan Tieshue allowed her to stay at home and rarely went out. Even when she went out, he would arrange for experts to follow her closely. Because of this, Yan Qingwu's hatred towards the Kunlun mystic domain grew. She hated herself for not being powerful enough. She hated herself for having the phoenix elemental physique. After accumulating year after year, her hatred was like a mountain. Usually, Yan Qingwu would not show it on the surface, but her hatred was like a mountain in her heart. But today, in this hotel room, Yan Qingwu released some of it. If it was during normal times, Yan Qingwu would be an obedient girl with a pure and gentle look. No one would think of her in this aspect. I can still take revenge. Yan Qingwu did not know why she was captivated by the last sentence. Because the person who said this was Lin Fei, an existence that even the Xiantian experts of the Yan clan could not deal with, and were even injured. Lin Fei said, I know the hatred in your body is like a mountain. You hate your clan for being unfair to you. You hate Kunlun mystic domain for coveting your phoenix elemental physique. You hate yourself for having the phoenix elemental physique. I don't know if I am right. Yan Qingwu did not speak, but her expression became complicated. There was a slight fluctuation in her emotions. This fluctuation was becoming more and more obvious. Whether you admit it or not, in my eyes, there are only these few factors. Lin Fei said, others might not be able to help you, but in my eyes, the Phoenix Elemental physique is nothing. Because of your Phoenix Elemental physique, I can help you reach the heavens in a single step and let you regain your freedom. Yan Qingwu's breathing quickened. Can I really regain my freedom? You are not lying to me, right? I am not that gullible. Although Yan Qingwu said that, she more or less believed Lin Fei's words in her heart. Perhaps this mysterious man could really bring her a glimmer of hope. Yan Qingwu was willing to pay any price. You're just a silly little girl. You don't have a figure or a face. Why would I lie to you? You're not my type anyway. Instantly, Gentle Dance received -10,000 damage. Isn't she pretty? She was beautiful. Was she in a bad shape? What a great figure. But this damned fellow actually dared to say such things to her. Could it be that his eyes had grown in vain? Yan Qingwu cursed in her heart. Then what do I need to do for you to help me? You can think of me as a prostitute, Lin Fei said. Prostitutes never leave their names when they do good deeds, and they don't require any conditions. Yan Qingwu suspected that she had misheard. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Yan Qingwu didn't know what to say. I'm asking you if you're willing. It's that simple. I want to give it a try. Yan Qingwu didn't know why she couldn't resist the temptation of the last sentence. Anyway, the situation was already like this. How bad could it be? Even if Lin Fei really wanted her, it would be her honor. Yan Qingwu knew a lot of things in the top-notch families. If anyone knew that Lin Fei was a top-notch innate expert, countless ladies and girlfriends would be more than happy to climb into Lin Fei's bed. This was really a case of a person getting chickens and dogs rising to the heavens. Yan Qingwu decided to give it a try. She didn't regret it at all. Go and lie in the room. I'll help you experience what it means to reach the heavens in a single bound. Lin Fei's bad taste came out. Of course, Yan Qingwu's luck was better. It just so happened that it was the Phoenix element body. If it was any other physique, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to do anything. But this was the Phoenix element body. He. Yan Qingwu hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to enter the room. No one knew what Lin Fei did to Yan Qingwu. Anyway, the two of them stayed in the room for a day. When they came out again, Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. Next was Yan Qingwu. Compared to the pure and holy aura from before, Yan Qingwu's body was covered with frost. Even if she didn't use the frost, the temperature of the surrounding air had dropped. Yan Qingwu's face was filled with excitement and disbelief. The two emotions kept changing back and forth, as though she was dreaming. Yan Qingwu's beautiful eyes kept falling on Lin Fei. I didn't expect that I, Yan Qingwu, would become a martial artist one day. Moreover, I'm at the Grandmaster realm. Ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to step into this realm in their entire lives. Yan Qingwu was just trying. She didn't expect that she would succeed. Her life seemed to have undergone a huge change at this moment. Congratulations, Miss Yan. From today onwards, you are a Grandmaster. Comprehend the technique that I passed to you and you will be able to stabilize your Grandmaster realm. You will become a true Grandmaster and your Phoenix element body will bid farewell to you. You won't be targeted by those people anymore. Lin Fei sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of water. In order to let Yan Qingwu reach the top in one step, he really put in a lot of effort. Thank you, Brother Lin. You let me see a new life, a new world. Yan Qingwu took a deep breath. I have decided that from today onwards, I will never marry anyone. I will only be your servant and serve you. Lin Fei almost spat out the tea in his mouth. What did you say? You want to be my servant forever? Don't joke around. Do I look like I need a servant? Yan Qingwu was extremely serious. Whether Brother Lin agrees or not, I have already made my decision. No one can change it. Yan Qingwu's gaze became extremely determined. Lin Fei could also see that Yan Qingwu wasn't making empty promises. She really wanted to treat him like a servant. Lin Fei was speechless. What was this? You have just grasped the control of your strength. It's not easy for you to control it yet. Take advantage of these few days to learn it well. When the time comes, you will give your father a big surprise. I believe it will be very exciting. Lin Fei said expectantly and changed the topic. Looking at this smiling face, for some reason, Yan Qingwu had a strange thought. Could it be that this was purposely made by Lin Fei? With Lin Fei's guidance, although Yan Qingwu had just become a martial artist, she improved at lightning speed. In just a few days, she had perfect control of her strength. Even Lin Fei couldn't help but praise her ability and talent. She was much stronger than his disciple, Su Mei. Indeed, she was born to practice martial arts. On this day, at the exit of the Beijing airport, a young man, who was at most 23 or 24 years old, was wearing a Daoist robe. However, he didn't look out of place at all. Instead, he looked like a fairy and attracted many people to take pictures. Young master, you are finally back. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4150. In the Yan clan's villa. Yan Xiangdong sat upright with a faint smile on his face. Unknowingly, it made people feel pressured. Dad, I'm back. Leave this matter to me. Someone actually dared to do such a thing to my sister. I'll make him regret offending our Yan clan. Yan Xiangdong's eyes flashed with coldness. His voice also turned cold, as if Lin Fei was someone he could kill with a single slash. Yan Tieshue placed great importance on his son. This time, he could clearly feel that Yan Xiangdong had become stronger. Even as a father, he felt a certain amount of pressure. The more pressure he felt, the more satisfied Yan Tieshue was. Xiangdong, you can't underestimate that Lin Fei. He's about the same age as you, but his strength has probably reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. He might even have reached the Xiantian full cycle. Even my fireball technique couldn't do anything to him. Who knows where this brat came from? Yan Xiangdong frowned. Lin Fei? This name is unfamiliar. I don't remember any power with the surname Lin in the Kunlun mystery region. There's also no such expert. But Dad, you don't have to worry. Since I'm out of the Kunlun mystery region, I'm naturally not afraid of him. What's so great about a Xiantian full cycle? In our Kunlun mystery region, a Xiantian full cycle can only be considered as a second stage expert. And I'm a first stage expert of the younger generation. Hearing this, Yan Tieshue heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Xiangdong, what realm are you in now? Yan Xiangdong said, I'm currently in the Xiantian full cycle. However, I'm comprehending the cultivation technique of the sect, so I can't be treated as an ordinary Xiantian full cycle expert. I can deal with 7 or 8 people like Lin Fei by myself. Those monsters with better potential in the Kunlun mystery region can deal with 10 Xiantian full cycle experts by themselves. I'm still far from them. Although Yan Xiangdong said this, his face still revealed a trace of pride. After all, to be able to cultivate to such a realm was indeed not easy. That's good, that's good. I'm relieved. Then, should we go find that Lin Fei immediately and rescue your sister, Yan Qingwu? I'm afraid that the longer Lin Fei is around, the easier it would be for something to happen, Yan Tieshue said. Yan Qingwu was still very important to Yan Tieshue. Although one of the reasons was utilitarian, Yan Tieshue still loved his daughter very much from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he did not want any accidents to happen to her. Yan Xiangdong stood up, then let's go. I'll also take the chance to meet that Lin Fei and see what's so special about him that he dares to not take our Yan clan seriously. Our Yan clan indeed needs to make an example out of him. If we kill that Lin Fei, we'll let those people know that our Yan clan isn't so easily bullied. Yan Jiao. Brother Lin, this is the highest point of the Great Wall. From here, you can see the majestic and magnificent mountains. Yan Qingwu accompanied Lin Fei to the highest point of the Great Wall. Lin Fei looked into the distance and felt the wind blowing in his ears. He smiled and said, "The terrain here is indeed extraordinary. Ordinary people really can't find this place." The Great Wall that Lin Fei was standing on was not open to the public. It was located in an ancient Great Wall. Only a powerful force like the Yan clan could easily enter. I heard that many warriors will come here when they are stuck in a bottleneck to experience the magnificence of the mountains and rivers and vent their inner frustrations. I didn't have much experience in the past, but now I finally have this feeling. This place is indeed extraordinary. After a few days of mastering her own strength, Yan Qingwu could already exert 50% to 60% of the strength of a supreme master. This was considered quite good. If word got out, everyone would be shocked. An expert from your Yan clan is here. Maybe it's your big brother, Yan Xiangdong. Lin Fei, who was originally looking into the distance, suddenly said to Yan Qingwu with a smile. What? My big brother is here. Yan Qingwu's expression changed slightly. She looked around and saw a few figures moving quickly in their direction. Yan Qingwu squinted her eyes and saw a familiar yet strange figure. It was her big brother, Yan Xiangdong, whom she had not seen for a long time. In addition, her father, Yan Tieshue, and some experts in the clan were also here. After witnessing Lin Fei's true strength, Yan Qingwu naturally did not want the clan to go against Lin Fei. It would not benefit the Yan clan at all. Even if her big brother, Yan Xiangdong, was here, it would be as difficult as climbing up to the sky to defeat Lin Fei. Who else had the means like Lin Fei? He was able to make her, a person with the phoenix element physique, break through from an ordinary girl to the Grandmaster realm in an instant. This kind of thing could only happen in a dream. However, Lin Fei did it. Just from this point, Yan Qingwu knew that Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. He was a true expert who had transcended worldly affairs. Lin Fei was playing around in the human world. Otherwise, he would have easily made her from an ordinary person to a supreme master. It was also because of this that Yan Qingwu swore to be Lin Fei's servant for life. Lin Fei did not accept it, but in her heart, it would not change. Swoosh swoosh. A figure quickly climbed up the Great Wall. The leader was a young man in a gray Daoist robe. He took a few steps and arrived at a place not far away in the blink of an eye. So you're the madman, Lin Fei. You've kidnapped my sister, Yan Qingwu. You've got guts. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Yan Xiangdong narrowed his eyes and shot out a golden light towards Lin Fei. This kind of invisible Jingguang could only be mastered when one's strength reached a certain level. Who said I kidnapped your sister, Yan Qingwu? Look, isn't she fine? Your Yan clan really did not listen to my words. You want to fight me head-on, Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said calmly. Yan Tieshue also followed up. When he saw Yan Qingwu, he heaved a sigh of relief. Qingwu, it's good that you are fine. Your big brother is back, you will be safe soon. On the surface, Yan Qingwu seemed to be fine. Thus, Yan Tieshue also relaxed. However, what Yan Xiangdong said next made everyone in the Yan clan dumbfounded. They could not come back to their senses for a moment. Dad, what does it have to do with you whether I am fine or not? In Dad's heart, I am nothing more than a human cauldron for those supreme geniuses in the Kunlun mystery realm. Don't think that I don't know. What you care about is whether the Phoenix element constitution is still around or not. Let me tell you now, the Phoenix element constitution in my body is long gone. I'm afraid you will be greatly disappointed. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4151. After hearing this, Yan Tieshue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so shocked that he could not come back to his senses. Jianghu, what are you talking about? Is Dad worried about you? Did Lin Fei do something to you? If you tell me, I will skin him alive. As the leader of the Yan family, Yan Tieshue was indeed very utilitarian. Especially after knowing that his daughter had the Phoenix element body, he naturally wanted to make use of it. From the bottom of his heart, it was impossible for an ordinary person to marry his daughter. Only those monsters in the Kunlun mystery land were qualified. Only in this way could he increase the influence of the Yan family, or produce a stronger master in the family. No matter which one it was, the Yan family could quickly stand out among the 5 families. By then, even the number 1 family, the Yi family, would not be able to suppress the Yan family. But now, his daughter Yan Qingwu's words undoubtedly made Yan Tieshue's heart sink, and a bad thought appeared in his mind. Dad, from now on, I need to live the life I want, and not live under your eyes every day. I like freedom, I like mountains and rivers. I don't want anyone to stop me. Yan Qingwu took a deep breath and said what she had been hiding in her heart for a long time. While speaking, Yan Qingwu stole a glance at Lin Fei. She knew that this man gave her great courage. Otherwise, she might not have the courage to say such words in her lifetime. Lin Fei, you bastard, what did you do to my daughter? Yan Tieshue's eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not stop Yan Qingwu from saying these words. He knew that Yan Qingwu had let go of herself and her ego. When she voluntarily came out and let Lin Fei take her away, she probably had the same idea. First, she wanted to repay the family, and second, she wanted to stay away from the family. It was also a contradiction. But now, Yan Qingwu had used the Phoenix element body to break through her own limits and rushed into the supreme power realm. As long as she was given some time, she would sooner or later become an expert in the great perfection of the supreme power realm. If she encountered some opportunities in the future, it was hard to guarantee that she would not break through to the innate realm. Such an achievement could be counted on one's fingers in the whole of Wuxia. It could be said that Yan Qingwu had now reached the top. The only thing he lacked was time. I didn't do anything. Even if I did, do I need to tell you? Or are you saying that you can take care of me? Lin Fei laughed. On the contrary, your Yan clan still hasn't given me an explanation. You're giving me a headache. Dad, leave Lin Fei to me. Go and bring little sister Yan Qingwu back and discipline her strictly. If she behaves like this, wouldn't she be a joke? Yan Xiangdong snorted. His eyes turned cold as he slashed out with his blade. This saber strike was like a ripple, like a tidal wave. It was traceless, and it was filled with terror and terror. Lin Fei slapped Yan Qingwu with his palm. Yan Qingwu flew out of this area and landed on the Great Wall in the distance. I did not expect you to be able to comprehend the formless saber chi. You do have some ability. No wonder you ran out of the Kunlun secret realm. However, I'm afraid this reason alone is not enough. If you have anything to say, just say it. A formless sword chi appeared in front of Lin Fei. With a bang, it clashed with the formless saber chi. A wave surged in all directions. Yan Tieshue decisively retreated with his men. His eyes turned cold. Go and bring Miss Qingwu back. Without my permission, no one is allowed to see her. Yan Tieshue was furious. He had arranged for people to watch over Yan Qingwu all these years so that no one could beat him to it. However, Lin Fei's words made Yan Tieshue very uncomfortable. He suspected that Lin Fei had taken away his daughter's phoenix elemental body. If that was the case, Yan Tieshue even had the intention to kill. Moreover, Yan Qingwu's words made him feel uncomfortable. He wanted to capture Yan Qingwu back. This time, Yan Tieshue did not bring the Xiantian experts of his clan. There was really no need. It was enough for his son to appear. Moreover, if he really brought the Xiantian experts out, it would attract the attention of the top clans. It was not a good thing. Therefore, this time, he only brought some ordinary experts. They were all in the Grandmaster realm. With the clan leader's order, the Grandmaster experts pounced on Yan Qingwu and raised their hands to capture her. Everyone knew that Yan Qingwu did not know martial arts. She was just an ordinary girl, so they naturally did not dare to be too harsh on her. Just as she was about to grab him, Yan Qingwu suddenly struck out with her palm. This palm strike was like a ray of cold light that landed on the body of the evolved Jing Master. In an instant, the evolved Jing Master was sent flying, crashing heavily into the Great Wall. Half of his chest was covered in frost. This was the Ice Heart technique that Lin Fei had imparted to Yan Qingwu. After sending a Grandmaster flying with one strike, Yan Tieshue and the other Grandmasters were greatly shocked. They found it hard to believe. How do you know martial arts? Yan Tieshue's eyes widened. His gaze moved back and forth between his daughter Yan Qingwu and the Grandmaster. From the frost on his shoulder, this strike was extremely well trained. The strength had also reached the level of a Grandmaster. Otherwise, it would not have injured the Grandmaster with one strike. Do I have to tell you that I know martial arts? Dad, I've already grown up. I'm no longer the daughter in your eyes, Yan Qingwu said. Yan Tieshue was furious. He knew that his daughter had never learned martial arts. However, in the blink of an eye, she had such combat strength. It was as if he was dreaming. His daughter had actually become a Grandmaster ranker and had mastered a very powerful palm technique. How could Yan Tieshue accept this? All of you, attack together and take her down. The more it was like this, the more Yan Tieshue felt indignant. He had to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, he would not be able to accept it. The Yan family's Grandmaster was also abnormally shocked. However, he still attacked and attacked repeatedly. With Lin Fei's guidance, Yan Qingwu had some combat experience. Relying on her powerful body technique, she moved back and forth. From time to time, she would turn back and strike with her ice palm. The frost that was spread all over the place made these Grandmasters feel pressured. This was because the frost could actually seep into their bodies and affect their speed and strength. They could not believe that even the Yan family did not have such a technique. Where did the Yan family's young lady come from? The more Yan Tieshue watched, the more shocked he became. The veins on his palms were popping. Is this still the daughter I know? 7 or 8 Grandmasters attacked at the same time, yet they could not take her down. Instead, their hands and feet were tied. Yan Tieshue's face turned livid. Let me. Yan Tieshue attacked. After a few leaps, he landed near Yan Qingwu and grabbed her. Dad, you finally couldn't help but attack, Yan Qingwu mocked. Chapter 41-52. Yan Tieshue saw that his men were unable to capture Yan Qingwu. As her father, Yan Tieshue could no longer sit still. He decided to personally take action and bring Yan Qingwu back to the Yan family. He wanted to interrogate her about what had happened. Daughter, do you really want to force me to take action personally? You should know that once I take action, even though you have the strength of a Grandmaster, you are still far from being my match. You should take the initiative to come home with me. Yan Tieshue leaped forward, then landed back down, suppressing the anger in his heart. Yan Qingwu smiled lightly and shook her head. I will not return to the Yan family. My heart is no longer with the Yan family. Then don't blame me for taking action myself. Yan Tieshua snorted coldly. His 5 fingers clawed, and a Xiantian True Chi palm appeared, grabbing towards his daughter. However, when this palm was in mid-air, an invisible sword aura from afar instantly struck the Xiantian True Chi palm. With a crisp crack, the Xiantian True Chi palm disappeared. Pooh! Another invisible sword aura went straight for Yan Tieshua, slashing across his shoulder. An aura of death caused Yan Tieshua to instantly stop moving. In his mind, he heard Lin Fei's indifferent voice, but it was filled with a deep and cold aura. If you move again, the next sword will be your head, unless you think you can block this sword. Yan Tieshua became extremely bitter. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten something important. That demon god Lin Fei was still here. With him here, how could he possibly bring Yan Qingwu back? Yan Tieshua turned his head and looked into the distance. Now, he could only hope that his eldest son, Yan Xiangdong, could defeat Lin Fei. At that time, all his troubles would be easily solved. If he could bring Lin Fei back alive, he would definitely be able to dig out the secret techniques on Lin Fei. However, with this one look, Yan Tieshua's entire person was shocked. He saw that his eldest son, Yan Xiangdong, was displaying a set of sharp and terrifying saber skills. The saber light flashed continuously and enveloped Lin Fei. But under such a saber technique, Lin Fei's body moved as lightly as a swallow, yet the saber light did not hurt him at all. It looked like Yan Xiangdong had the absolute advantage, but Yan Tieshua had a bad feeling. He could tell that his son didn't have any advantage. Is he really that strong? Even my eldest son can't defeat him. No, he can definitely defeat him. My son hasn't used the power of the talisman. Once he uses it, he can definitely defeat Lin Fei. Yan Tieshua kept telling himself in his heart. Yan Xiangdong continued to use powerful saber techniques. From start to finish, he had already used 3 sets of saber techniques. The current set was called the 7 Slaughter Saber Technique, which was also a very terrifying innate saber technique. But such an innate saber technique still could not do anything to the other party. It was as if the other party could see the flaws in the saber technique and easily avoided it. This made Yan Xiangdong feel disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. If it was just one set of saber technique, it would be fine. But there were a few sets of saber techniques with the same result. How could Yan Xiangdong not know that this Lin Fei's background was absolutely mysterious? He might even be from the Kunlun mystery realm. Icicle. Another saber technique was displayed. Yan Xiangdong took out a talisman. This talisman was darker in color than the talisman Yan Tieshua used previously. It was obviously a new one. After tearing it apart, cold air appeared. Numerous icicles darted out, and the void seemed to be frozen by frost. In addition to the frost Yan Xiangdong also tore open a talisman and ruthlessly tossed it into the ground. This action seemed inconspicuous, but in the next second, the ground in front of Lin Fei instantly turned into quicksand. 2 arms emerged from the quicksand and grabbed onto Lin Fei's ankle. Lin Fei, just admit defeat. Under my talisman, you won't have any chance to dodge. Seeing that Lin Fei's ankle was grabbed by the arms, Yan Xiangdong heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a little painful, if he could take down Lin Fei, he would definitely gain a lot. Half-moon slash. Yan Xiangdong pounced forward and executed a saber technique. A half-moon appeared, emitting countless rays of moonlight. It was dazzling. Under normal circumstances, Yan Xiangdong would not execute such an innate secret technique. Once he executed it, its might was definitely not something an ordinary person could defend against. Yan Xiangdong wanted to use this saber technique to defeat Lin Fei and severely injure him, not giving him any chance to resist. This should be the innate secret technique. It's just that it's created using another method. How magical. Seeing such a scene, Lin Fei thought to himself. He had more or less understood the strength of the Kunlun mystic realm. If an ordinary Xiantian realm expert were to encounter it, they would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. They might even be severely injured or killed. Seems like this is all you can do. Let's end it here then. Facing this crescent moon slash, Lin Fei calmly smiled and a formless sword chi flew out from behind him, piercing through the crescent moon slash. The remnant might of the crescent moon slash landed on Yan Xiangdong's body. Caught off guard, Yan Xiangdong was sent flying and landed heavily on the Great Wall. Yan Tieshue's heart was in a mess when he saw this scene. He rushed over and helped his son up. Xiangdong, are you alright? Don't scare me. The moment Yan Xiangdong fell to the ground, the talisman automatically dissipated. It's just a sword. I won't die. Lin Fei said faintly. If you don't explain my problem clearly, it won't be as simple as a sword. Yan Xiangdong's face turned pale. That sword slid across his chest. He knew that his opponent had gone easy on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as slicing his skin. Instead, it would have split him into two. What do you want to know? Yan Xiangdong didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Even the two talismans that he was so proud of couldn't make him feel the slightest bit of pressure. Instead, they were easily broken. The power of the other party's invisible sword chi was much greater than what he had imagined. It seemed to have the power to break all laws with a single sword. Yan Xiangdong had never felt such power even from the experts of the sect. How could there be such an expert in the secular world? Tell me your motive. It's impossible for you to be back for Yan Qinggu. You must be here for me. I'm a stranger to you. If you don't have a reason, I won't believe it. Lin Fei toyed with the invisible sword chi in his hand, moving it back and forth. This scene was even more horrifying in Yan Xiangdong's eyes. He knew that if he answered incorrectly, this invisible sword chi would shoot towards him. After suffering a loss once, he wouldn't be able to withstand a second strike. Don't kill me. I'm here for your divine dragon key. Not only me, but a few forces in the Kunlun mystic realm have arranged for their disciples to come to the secular world to take away your divine dragon key. Bookseller's House. Chapter 4153. Lin Fei knew that this would be the case. The reason why Yan Xiangdong took the initiative to say it was to verify Lin Fei's guess. A proud son of heaven like Yan Xiangdong would definitely not leave the Kunlun mystic realm so easily. Since he left the Kunlun mystic realm, there must be a reason. There was no need for Lin Fei to ask anything. Yan Xiangdong obediently spilled the beans, spilling everything out in full detail. In that case, the divine dragon keys have basically all appeared. From Yan Xiangdong's words, Lin Fei heard an important piece of news. The Shenong keys seem to have all appeared. A total of 10 keys seem to be under someone's control. Yan Xiangdong said, I heard this from the elders of the sect. It is said that all 10 divine dragon keys have appeared. As for who exactly has them, I have no idea. However, I heard that someone will use a secret method to contact those who have the divine dragon keys and enter the land of the divine dragon together. Previously, Lin Fei was still wondering when he would be able to gather all 10 divine dragon keys. From the looks of it, it was much faster than he had imagined. Then in the eyes of those forces in the Kunlun mystic realm, am I the easiest to deal with? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a genius like you out to snatch the divine dragon keys from me. Yan Xiangdong laughed bitterly, that should be what they think. However, you are more powerful than I imagined. After finding out the reason, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything more. I'll give you 7 days to give me an explanation for what happened back then. Otherwise, my invisible sword chi will make a trip to your Yan family after 7 days. The current Yan Xiangdong no longer dared to underestimate Lin Fei's invisible sword chi. This was a truly terrifying existence. Although he still had a trump card that he had yet to use, he had no confidence in defeating the invisible sword chi. Yan Xiangdong and Yan Tieshua left hurriedly with their subordinates. Before they left, they did not ask Yan Qingwu to go back. They only told her that she could go back when she missed home. Now that the matter is settled, you can go wherever you want. You don't have to care about me. Lin Fei smiled and said to Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu's emotions were very complicated, but she still said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Lin. I promise to be your servant for the rest of my life. Naturally, I will be your servant. However, before that, I plan to travel around. When the time comes, I will definitely return to Brother Lin's side and serve you wholeheartedly." Lin Fei knew that Yan Qingwu was a strong-willed person. Since she said it, it was impossible for her to change her mind. He nodded his head. He hoped that Yan Qingwu would change her mind during her travels. That would be the best. Lin Fei and Yan Qingwu separated. He hurried back to Yanjin. After moving for a while, Lin Fei headed in a certain direction. After a short while, he appeared in front of the Sihiyuan. Standing before the courtyard house, Lin Fei frowned slightly as he sensed several auras. "Come out, stop hiding." As soon as he said that, two figures flashed out from the darkness. "Young Master Lin, the Patriarch arranged for us to guard here in case someone disturbs them." Lin Fei pushed the door and walked in. The Sihiyuan was very quiet. Lin Lang, who had just come out, was a little surprised to see Lin Fei, but he immediately became happy. "Lil Fei, you're here." Although it was just a few words, it made Lin Lang very excited. After all, the two of them had already mentally prepared themselves. Even if Lin Fei did not see them for a year or 10 years, they would not have any thoughts and would not be angry. This was the punishment they deserved. Lin Fei grunted, "It seems that your body has recovered well after eating this pill. When you recover a little, I will choose some medicinal herbs to help you regrow your broken arm and realize your dream of being a martial artist." Li Qingya also came out at this time and saw Lin Fei. She immediately burst into tears. "Lil Fei, you haven't had dinner yet. I'll go in and cook for you." This time, Lin Fei did not refuse and followed her into the house. The house was simple. That night, Lin Fei left after dinner. He didn't say much, but for Lin Lang and his wife, it was still a welcome improvement. "You said that your son can really help you regrow your broken arm. How is this possible? Even those forces in the Kunlun's secret realm can't do it." Standing at the door, Li Qingya found it hard to believe Lin Lang's words. "If someone else said it, I might not believe it, but this is our son. I believe in his words. It's not easy for him to talk to us. I don't want to hurt him. Even if he fails, it doesn't matter." Lin Lang was very open-minded. The news that Lin Fei came to the Sihiyuan to see his parents also reached Lin Moyuan's ears through 2 hidden sentries. Lin Moyuan was also having a headache these days. Because of Lin Dong, the senior members of the Lin family had been divided into 3 groups. Until now, Lin Moyuan had not completely solved the problem. The one who tied the bell was needed to solve the problem. Lin Moyuan brought Lin Ibai with him last time, but he did not gain any advantage from Lin Fei. Instead, he left a bad impression. If he wanted to change the minds of the senior members of the Lin family, he had to ask Lin Fei to take the initiative to come. The Grand Ancestor's birthday banquet is our only chance. Lin Moyuan's voice echoed in the study. At the same time, in a Sihiyuan in Yanjing, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Looking at the people sitting opposite him, he said, "If you want Lin Fei to hand over the dragon key, I think it will be very difficult. That guy is really hard to deal with." Sitting in front of the god of war were a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s, and the woman was in her 20s. Behind them stood an old man in his 50s. These people all had strong backgrounds. They were from Yi Xian's sect. "So, you don't plan to do anything? Have you forgotten that you are from the sect?" The middle-aged man in his 30s snorted coldly. His eyes were cold. Sects are sections, I know that very well. But that Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. And I don't want to take the dragon key. Don't forget that I am now the god of war of Wuxia. Not anyone can order me around, Yi Xian replied coldly. The middle-aged man seemed to want to say something, but he was stopped by the woman in her 20s. God of war Yi, don't be angry. We are doing this for the good of the sect. Why don't you introduce us to that Lin Fei? I believe that Lin Fei will change his mind after I talk to him. Yi Xian, the god of war, did not reject this request. I can ask Lin Fei to come out, but I can't help you suppress Lin Fei. Shook House website. Chapter 4154. Yanjing Jiangnan Hotel. This hotel was different from the other 5-star hotels. Only the truly rich and powerful could stay here. At the same time, it was also the most mysterious hotel in Yanjing. In one of the suites of this hotel, the man and woman who appeared in Yi Xian's Sihiyuan were in this suite. Senior sister, that Yi Xian is too shameless. I wanted to cripple him at that time. Does he really think that we won't dare to do anything to him just because he has become the god of war of Wuxia? The middle-aged man said angrily. The young woman always had a faint smile on her face. Junior brother son, how many times have I told you that this place is not like our Kunlun secret realm? Yi Xian can become the god of war of Wuxia, so he is not as simple as you think. If you really fight, the one who will be defeated in the end will be you. The middle-aged man called junior brother son shook his head and said, how is that possible? I am now in the innate realm. Yi Xian also went in before me. How can I be worse than him? Alas, I'm afraid everyone in the Kunlun secret realm is like you, underestimating Yi Xian's strength. The young woman called senior sister sighed and said, it is because you have this kind of thinking that I have to watch you. If anyone treats Yi Xian as an ordinary innate master, then it is a big mistake. That guy is an old fox. Why does he live in the Sihiyuan and never leave Yanjing? It is because as the god of war of Wuxia, he can master the emperor's aura in Yanjing. After being blessed by the emperor's aura, his strength will skyrocket and become unfathomable. Do you think an innate master like you can defeat him? How is this possible? Isn't the emperor's aura a legendary existence? Sun Hongming sat back on the sofa in shock. He was hit hard and muttered to himself. Obviously, he did not believe it. Actually, I don't really believe it either. This is what the elders in the sect told me. It's absolutely true. In Wuxia, Yi Xian is the #1 god of war. With the support of the emperor's aura, his strength is unfathomable. Don't be fooled by his worried look. Whoever underestimates him will definitely be in big trouble. That's why I'm glad you didn't make a move. If you really did, I'm afraid it would be impossible for us to see Lin Fei this time. Sun Hongming didn't speak anymore. He knew that senior sister's words should be right. In that case, that Yi Xian is really an old fox. Will he really recommend Lin Fei to us? It's not a problem to recommend him. As for how to convince him, that's another matter. I asked you to investigate Lin Fei. How's the investigation going? This is all about Lin Fei, but this person's background is quite mysterious. This is all we can find out. While the young woman was talking to Sun Hongming. In the courtyard house, Yi Xian was not idle. After they left, he immediately called Lin Fei and asked him to come to the Sihiyuan, saying that he had something important to discuss. Lin Fei was also quite surprised to receive Yi Xian's call. After thinking for a while, he finally came over to see what Yi Xian was up to. Young Master Lin, senior brother is already waiting for you inside. This time, no one dared to make things difficult for Lin Fei. They respectfully invited him into the courtyard. Seeing that Yi Xian was drinking tea, Lin Fei sat down in front of him without hesitation. He poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was fragrant. War God Yi, you really know how to enjoy yourself. You've changed the tea leaves again. These tea leaves contain the power of ice and fire. It's not ordinary, Lin Fei said with a smile after taking a sip. You have good eyes. You can taste it in one sip. Yi Xian said, this is the ice and fire tea that I went through a lot of trouble to get. Drinking it every day can improve one's mind energy. It's a rare treasure. Although Yi Xian said so, he was shocked in his heart. These tea leaves were treasures. Ordinary people were not qualified to taste them at all. However, people like Lin Fei did not change his expression at all after tasting it. This was a little thought-provoking. War God Yi, you didn't ask me to come over to invite me to tea, did you? Lin Fei looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, young Master Lin. I did invite you here today for a reason. It has a lot to do with you. I wonder what you think of the land of divine dragons. At the mention of the land of divine dragons, Lin Fei thought for a while and understood what Yi Xian meant. I heard that the land of divine dragons is magical. It's the birthplace of Wuxia. I'm a rough guy and don't know much about it. But from what War God Yi said, I'm afraid someone is eyeing my dragon key. To tell you the truth, the sect I'm in is interested in your dragon key. They want me to introduce you to them. As you know, I'm a disciple of the sect. It's not good for me to say no. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. After seeing Yan Xiangdong from the Yan family on the Great Wall, Lin Fei knew that trouble was coming his way. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. It's okay to meet them. I'm also curious about the dragon key. There must be something amazing in the land of divine dragons for the Kunlun secret realm to come out. Yi Xian smiled, I'm not sure. To me, the land of divine dragons is very far away. I've learned about it from some ancient books, but I don't know the specifics. Lin Fei didn't believe Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian helped him last time and helped him take a small step forward, he treated Yi Xian as a sly old fox from the bottom of his heart. For example, if it was someone from Yi Xian's sect who came over, it wouldn't be Yi Xian talking to him here. It would be those disciples of the sect. Obviously, Yi Xian and the sect behind him might not be on the same side. After chatting with Yi Xian for a while, Lin Fei unceremoniously robbed him of a few taels of ice and fire tea before leaving. Yi Xian felt his heart ache, but he didn't dare to say anything. He secretly cursed the bandits. Boss, tomorrow is the birthday banquet of my ancestor. Do you want to come? Back at the temporary hotel, Lin Fei received a call from Lin Ziqing. On the other end of the line, Lin Ziqing sounded a little nervous as she spoke. Birthday banquet? Of course I'm going. I can also meet the Lin family while I'm at it. Lin Fei didn't refuse. Instead, he agreed right away. Boss, are you really coming? That's great. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Lin Ziqing looked very happy. I'm your boss. I mean what I say. I'll definitely do what I say. Otherwise, if you don't work hard for me as a manager, I'll suffer a great loss. Lin Ziqing chuckled, Boss, you're so nice. Thank you. Chapter 41-55. Of course, Lin Fei had to attend the birthday banquet of the Lin family's ancestor. Not only did he go alone, but he also had to bring Lin Lang and Li Qingya along, and at the same time, seek justice from the masters of the Lin family. Lin Fei had always done things as he pleased. Even if the blood in his body was related to the Lin family, Lin Fei would not take it too seriously. After such a long time, it could be said that there was basically nothing that could make Lin Fei's heart ripple. In the courtyard of Yanjing, when Lin Lang and his wife heard that they were going to attend the birthday banquet of the family's ancestor, Lin Lang's expression changed several times, and no one knew what he was thinking. Okay, we'll go with you tomorrow. Lin Lang's eyes became firm. If someone else asked him to go together, Lin Lang would definitely refuse, but since his son, Lin Fei, had asked, Lin Lang would definitely go. He could more or less guess his son's thoughts. The birthday banquet of the Lin family's ancestor would not be easy. Lin Lang wanted to say something for the ancestor, but in the end, he did not say it. He more or less understood some of Lin Fei's situation from the side. Although he was only in his 20s, his methods were very sophisticated, and this person was not someone who could be easily persuaded. He was very straightforward, just like himself in the past. That night, Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard and did not leave. Li Qingya's mother was very excited, and specially tidied up a room for her son. During this period, she did not say anything, but for Li Qingya's mother, everything was a good start. Lin Ziqing came very early. When she saw Lin Fei in the courtyard, she was also surprised, but she was even more happy in her heart. Looking at your face, you seem to be very surprised. Can't I stay in this courtyard for one night? Lin Fei stood in the courtyard and smiled at Lin Ziqing who came in. Lin Ziqing hoped more than anyone else that Lin Fei would recognize Lin Lang as his parents. Although she was anxious, she did not dare to say anything. However, the scene before her eyes made her happy. I am indeed happy for the boss. It just so happens that I can save a lot of time. I can take the boss directly to the ancestral land of the family. After saying a few words, Lin Ziqing went into the house and greeted Lin Lang and his wife. Then, they left the courtyard house together. Lin Ziqing drove a black Land Rover Prado. After getting in the car, Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. Lin Ziqing drove out of Beijing and headed to a mountain outside the city. We are now going to the ancestral land of the clan. Normally, the ancestral land is not open to the public. It will only be opened on some important days. Lin Lang was afraid that Lin Fei did not know, so he explained along the way. Today, the ancestral land of the Lin family was very lively. When Lin Ziqing drove there, the parking lot outside was already full of luxury cars. Each of them was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the better ones were worth 1 or 2 million yuan. It was like a famous car show. As the proud daughter of the family, Lin Ziqing was at the Grand Master peak, only one step away from the innateness realm. As soon as she got out of the car, many clansmen came to greet her. However, when Lin Lang and his wife got out of the car, the expressions of those clansmen changed slightly. They subconsciously distanced themselves from them as if they had seen a plague. It seems that our family is not very popular. Lin Fei also got out of the car and said coldly with the corner of his mouth raised. Lin Ziqing hurriedly explained, "Boss, you misunderstood. That's because they have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. They will regret it sooner or later. There is no need to argue with them." Lin Fei laughed and said, "Ziqing, you are good at talking. I really don't need to argue with them. Anyway, they are just ants." Lin Fei looked up at the ancestral land. The ancestral land was very large, covering an entire mountain. Just like the Wang family and the Yan family, it was full of spiritual qi. In a place like Yanjiao, having such a mountain was not as simple as being rich and powerful. Lin Lang and his wife had not been to the ancestral land for a long time, so they had long been accustomed to those people's gazes. "They are here," Lin Fei said. Lin Ziqing did not understand at first, but the next moment she knew. It turned out that at the door, Lin Moyuan, the patriarch, came to greet them with several masters. Lin Moyuan had arranged people to keep an eye on the situation at the door. After knowing that Lin Ziqing and Lin Lang had come, he realized that Lin Fei had come. He knew from Lin Ziqing that Lin Fei would come to attend today's birthday party. This was also an opportunity for Lin Moyuan. Moreover, after knowing that Lin Fei's strength surpassed Lin Yibai's, he naturally valued him more than anyone else. He also hoped that Lin Fei could return to the Lin family. "Big brother, you look much better." "I am not worried anymore," Lin Moyuan said to Lin Lang with a smile as soon as he came over with his men. Lin Lang did not say much. You are very busy today. Actually, you did not have to come specially. I am familiar with this place. How could Lin Moyuan not come? With Lin Fei here, how could he not come? A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Now in Yanjing, Lin Fei was called the Great Demon. Everyone who saw him was afraid. Young Master Lin, welcome to the Ancestors' birthday banquet. It's rare for you to come to the Ancestors' land, so you must take a good look around. Ziqing is very familiar with this place, so you can ask her to do anything. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me. Today was the Lin family's birthday party. As the patriarch, Lin Moyuan naturally had a lot of things to do. However, he did not dare to slight Lin Fei in any way. Clan leader Lin, you're too polite. I won't have any thoughts about it. It's just that I'm here to attend the birthday banquet today, and I'm also here to seek justice for my father. Clan leader Lin, please don't be angry. The smile on Lin Moyuan's face froze. Then, it returned to normal. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Our Lin family from top to bottom does not have any thoughts about it. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. That may not be true. Anyway, you are busy. You do not need to entertain us. With Ziqing here, everything is convenient. Lin Moyuan didn't expect Lin Fei to say something like that right off the bat. Lin Moyuan was clearly trying to seek justice for Lin Lang. However, Lin Moyuan did not dare to do anything. Clan leader Lin, it's been a long time since we last met. Your essence, energy, and spirit seem to have gone up another level. I'm afraid your strength has increased tremendously. Congratulations. A loud voice came from afar. It was none other than Yan Tieshue. As the saying goes, when one is flushed with success, everyone smiles. The Lin family has produced an amazing expert. Patriarch Lin must be in a good mood. Another group of people came from another place. The appearance of this group of people caused Lin Moyuan's expression to change slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal. That person was none other than Wang Qingyun of the Wang family. I also think that this is the case. Suddenly, another voice rang out. The tall and burly Wu Qianquan laughed as he walked over. Lin Moyuan's heart sank. Why are these three fellows here? Are they here for Lin Fei? Chapter 41-56. If it was just the Yan family or the Wang family, Lin Moyuan wouldn't think too much about it. But with the addition of the martial school, the three top forces in Yanjing had joined hands. Lin Moyuan's heart sank and he realized that they didn't come with good intentions. Don't be fooled by their words of congratulations, but in fact, they were secretly mocking him. If Lin Fei wasn't here, it wouldn't be a big deal. But with Lin Fei here, the situation was completely different. Young Master Lin, you're still as elegant as ever. Wu Qianquan was the first to greet him. Since the last time, he had arranged people to keep an eye on Lin Fei's every move. Not to mention, Wu Qianquan really knew a lot of news. He also knew that Yan Tieshue had suffered a loss in the hands of Lin Fei, and even his eldest son, Yan Xiangdong, was the same. As for the Lin family, there was no need to mention it. It was no secret that Lin Fei was from the Lin family, but Lin Fei didn't recognize the Lin family. This was a good thing for Wu Qianquan. Hearing that Lin Fei was coming to attend the birthday banquet of the Lin family's old ancestor, Wu Qianquan pushed aside all his other matters and came without saying anything. He was here to watch the show. He was very happy to see something that could make the Lin family unhappy. Moreover, it was the birthday banquet of the Lin family. This kind of thing would only happen once in 100 years. Not to mention the Wang family. Last time, they suffered a big loss in the hands of Lin Fei, so they were also secretly paying attention. This time, they probably came with the same intention as Wu Qianquan. As for the remaining Yan Tieshue, he was purely here to join in the fun. The arrival of the three top families' big shots also shocked the disciples of the Lin family. Some smart people had already realized that the situation was not right. This was because they had also been invited to the birthday banquet of the Lin family's old ancestor. However, under normal circumstances, they would not come. Who didn't know that there were internal conflicts between the five top families? At most, they would send their subordinates to represent their reputation. More people from the Lin family would come to congratulate them. It was also a chance to show off their strength. You three, you've really given the Lin family a big surprise by coming. If the great ancestor knew you'd come, he'd be very happy. Lin Moyuan's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. When Wu Qianquan and the others heard Lin Moyuan say the word ancestor, their expressions changed slightly. Currently, the most powerful person in the Lin family was none other than the old ancestor of the Lin family. Although he was already 80 years old, he was no ordinary old man. He was a true and born expert. Ever since he made his move 20 years ago, no one had witnessed the strength of the old ancestor of the Lin family. After Lin Moyuan brought up the old ancestor, he managed to save some face. After a few words of greeting, he entered the Lin family first. Wu Qianquan and the other two sneered. They were not surprised at all. "Boss, did you invite these three big shots?" Lin Ziqing blinked her eyes and said in surprise. Although the time just now was very short, Lin Ziqing could feel the strong aura of these big shots. Even she, who was at the Grand Master peak, felt a certain amount of pressure. Lin Fei shook his head and said, Lin Fei, never ask others to do things. These three guys should be here to join in the fun. I didn't expect them to have such a bad taste. Lin Lang said with some worry, will they make trouble later? After all, today is the old ancestor's birthday banquet. Lin Lang hadn't been to the ancestor's land for a long time, but he still recognized himself as a member of the Lin family. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen at the old ancestor's birthday banquet. They don't have the guts. If they want to do something, they have to ask me first. Lin Fei said lightly, well, let's go in. I also want to see what's so special about the Lin family. The Lin family was built on a mountain. There were lakes, mountains, and water in the mountain, and its feng shui was unique. Lin Fei agreed with this point. At the very least, cultivating in this place was 30% to 50% better than cultivating in the outside world. Lin Ziqing acted as a guide and introduced them to Lin Fei one by one. After a while, a group of well-proportioned antique buildings appeared in front of Lin Fei. These antique buildings were handed down by our Lin family in the past. Most of them were built in the past, and the rest were repaired later. The ancestors' land that you see now is said to have been passed down for 200 years. In fact, even without Lin Ziqing's introduction, Lin Fei could also see that the Lin family's ancestors' land had indeed been passed down for a long time. An ancient aura could be seen on this antique building. Although half of it was new and half old, it still had the foundation of the old building. That direction is where you used to live, right? Lin Fei suddenly stopped and pointed to a place in front. Lin Lang was a little shocked. That direction was indeed the place where they used to live in the first branch. At the mention of this, a trace of sadness flashed across Lin Lang's eyes. That place is indeed where we used to live, but now, before Lin Lang could finish, Lin Fei interrupted, since you're all back, we have to take this place back. What's the point of letting someone else occupy it? It seems like Lin Moyuan still didn't listen to what I said. Lin Fei did not say that he recognized Lin Lang's parents, but he still acknowledged them in his heart. Naturally, he had to settle the matter of the past as well. Just now, he sensed the existence of some of his father's things in the room. Although it was very weak, it was not difficult to guess that this area used to be where his father lived. But now, it was occupied by another group of people. This made Lin Fei a little uncomfortable. In addition, he was also a little disappointed in Lin Moyuan. But no matter what, that place definitely belonged to his father. I've never seen the place where I was born in all my years. Since I'm here, I have to take a look so that I don't have any regrets. Lin Fei walked in that direction. Lin Ziqing, Lin Lang, and the others hurriedly followed. They were also surprised because they had never said that Lin Fei was born in that place. This area of antique buildings had their own unique characteristics. For example, the building in front of Lin Fei's field of vision. This was a courtyard with 3 entrances. It was filled with an antique aura and occupied a very large area. One could imagine that the first branch had a certain amount of influence back then. But now, there was a constant stream of people going in and out. Lin Lang, my big brother, what wind blew you here? Didn't you say that you would never step into the ancestral land for the rest of your life? At this time, a strange voice floated over from the door. It was unknown when a group of people walked out. This group of people were all wearing traditional attire, and the leader was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache. His eyes were bright, and it was obvious that he was an astute person. After seeing Lin Lang, he was stunned for a moment before he sneered. This middle-aged man in traditional attire was Lin Lang's 5th brother, Lin Yuan. Why? Do you want to go in again today? Do you think I will agree? Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4157. The person Lin Yuan didn't want to see the most was Lin Lang. Recently, the entire Lin family was in an uproar because of Lin Lang's son. As the person who snatched the house from the first branch, they were naturally worried when Lin Lang would return. Lin Yuan wasn't afraid of Lin Lang. He was afraid of the son behind him, Lin Fei. He was the scariest person. Lin Yuan was also one of the higher-ups in the Lin family. He had heard about the fight between Lin Yibai and Lin Fei. He was shocked, but he still didn't believe that Lin Lang's son could be so powerful. There wasn't a single prodigy in the entire Lin family that could compare to Lin Fei. Lin Yuan felt that the patriarch was exaggerating. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, could he be a match for the patriarch? Lin Moyuan had already mentioned to him to give up the first branch's house. Lin Yuan pretended not to know and chose to ignore it. He wanted to see how Lin Lang was going to snatch the house back. The only thing he didn't expect was that his big brother, Lin Lang, actually dared to return on the day of the patriarch's birthday banquet. This made Lin Yuan extremely unhappy, so he sneered. In the next second, a hand reached over mercilessly and grabbed Lin Yuan's neck, lifting him up in an instant. "Let go, you bastard!" The young men behind him were furious. They charged at Lin Fei. Halfway there, they heard a rolling sound. A huge wave crashed into them like the ocean. Bang, 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 bang. The 10 people behind Lin Yuan all flew out and fell on the ground. All that was left was the sound of wailing. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as he struggled. "You are Lin Fei. How dare you attack? This is the Lin family." Lin Yuan had naturally heard of Lin Fei's name, but he had never seen Lin Fei before. However, when he made that move just now, he immediately realized that this person was Lin Fei. Lin Fei exerted force, and Lin Yuan couldn't breathe. His entire face turned red and then purple. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Bang! Lin Yuan fell heavily on the ground like a piece of trash, and he only came back to his senses after a long time. Just as he opened his eyes, a foot stepped on his chest. "Let me ask you, why did you occupy my father's house? Who gave you the guts to do so? Or do you think that I, Lin Fei, don't dare to kill?" This kick almost caused Lin Yuan to faint. The deep and cold voice made him feel endless terror. This is a reward from the patriarch." Lin Fei sent Lin Yuan flying with a kick. "Today is the ancestor's birthday banquet, so I won't start a fight. All of you, get out of here immediately." If anyone dares to take another step into this courtyard, I'll make sure they can't walk for the rest of their lives. They'll have to sit in a wheelchair obediently. Lin Yuan didn't expect that Lin Fei would be so arrogant. He was also an expert at the Grand Master late stage, but in front of Lin Fei, he really couldn't resist at all. He didn't dare to attack again, quickly got up, and ran outside. At the door, he turned back and said coldly, "You wait for me. This is the Lin family, and your brother Lin Lang is here. You will also regret it." How could Lin Yuan swallow this? He definitely had to find someone to help him. As soon as Lin Yuan ran away, the rest of the people got up one by one and ran outside shakily, as if they had seen a devil. It didn't take long for the courtyard to quiet down. "Little Fei, you don't have to do this." Lin Fei shook his head. "That's because you think it doesn't matter, but it's different for me. Lin Moyuan didn't give me an explanation, so I had to do it myself." Lin Lang opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Li Qingya, who was next to him. "Well done." Lin Yuan deliberately refused to leave. "When we drove us away, he was more anxious than anyone else. I didn't expect that he would be so embarrassed today. Little Fei, I support you." It was said that women were narrow-minded, no matter how long it had been. Lin Lang shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Anyway, he is also my fifth brother." "What kind of fifth brother is he?" "When our first branch was in decline, he was the one who hit us when we were down." "Don't think that I don't know. I just don't want to tell you." Lin Fei walked forward. The courtyard was very large, with mountains and rivers, pavilions and waterside pavilions. It was very quiet. The spiritual energy in this place seemed to be slightly more than other places. It was a very good place for cultivation. In the future, when you have nothing to do, you can live in this courtyard. It's good for your health. You don't have to go to the courtyard over there. That place is far worse. Lin Fei said as he walked, "When the time comes, I will decorate this place again, and it can improve the effect." Back to the old place. Lin Lang and Li Qingya were very excited. Every time they saw a familiar thing, they would say a few words, and then they went to the inner room. The layout here didn't change much. They also saw many familiar figures, and the smile on their faces was a lot more. "This is where you were born." That day, the sky was full of light. It was a good sign. Li Qingya seemed to be recalling something. Lin Fei listened quietly. In this courtyard, Lin Fei stayed for more than half an hour before coming out with them. "My fifth brother didn't come. It's different from his usual style of doing things." Coming out from inside, Lin Lang was a little surprised to see that the door was empty. He knew his fifth brother's style of doing things. Logically speaking, he must have found a master of the family this time, but now no one appeared. This was not normal. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, "It's not that he doesn't want to come, but something seems to have happened to the Lin family. Interesting, really interesting." Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, in the forest ahead, more than a dozen figures rushed out. These figures were all dressed in black, especially in this broad daylight, which looked even more strange. The Lin family seems to be Lin Lang and his wife from the first branch. "Take them back." One of the men in black only showed his eyes and snorted coldly. Two people next to him rushed over like ghosts in an instant. "How dare you? Who are you?" Lin Ziqing took action in an instant. As soon as the strength of the Grand Master peak broke out, she blocked the two men and forced them to retreat. "It turns out to be you, Lin Ziqing. It's just right. I'll take you back with me. I believe the higher-ups will be very happy." Seeing Lin Ziqing take action, this man immediately revealed his identity. There was a hint of joy in his words. "You go and take down the others. I'll take down this girl." The leading man in black burst out his aura. He actually had the strength of the Grand Master peak. Like a ghost, he slapped down several times, setting off a black wind accompanied by the howling of ghosts. Lin Ziqing was shocked. You are from the ghost sect. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4158. So you also know of our ghost sect. The leader of the black-clothed men was a little surprised, but he did not stop his attacks. On the other hand, Lin Ziqing's expression turned solemn. Since you know that we are from the ghost sect, then you better surrender. Lin Lang, who was standing beside Lin Fei, said in surprise, isn't this the sect that was exterminated by the Kunlun Mystery Realm 50 years ago? Why did they appear again? And why did they target our Lin family? Lin Lang's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. The remaining dozen or so black men attacked one after another, their murderous intent surging. Lin Fei also felt that it was inconceivable. Today was the birthday banquet of the Lin family's old ancestor, and there were actually people who dared to come knocking. Moreover, they seemed to be very strong. Furthermore, from his father's words, he could tell that this ghost sect seemed to have a powerful background. Of course, to Lin Fei, it did not matter if they had a powerful background or not. Since they dared to come at him, there was no need for him to show any mercy. I don't care if you are from the ghost sect or not. Let's talk after you all lie down. Lin Fei snorted and waved his hand casually. With a loud rumble, a burst of air exploded on the 10 black-clothed men. Bang 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 bang. After a few bangs, the black-clothed men all fell to the ground. Lin Fei's gaze turned and landed on the leader of the black-clothed men. That black-clothed man from the ghost sect relied on a demonic technique to raise waves of black wind, pressuring Lin Ziqing to the point that she did not dare to face him head-on. However, when he inadvertently looked over, the expression of the black-clothed man changed greatly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Fei. You are Lin Fei, I know you. After sending out a few palm strikes, the leader of the black-clothed men retreated, turning into an afterimage, as though he was trying to escape into the forest in front. Since you have recognized me, do you think you can still escape from my hands? Lin Fei opened his palm and grabbed at the back of the person. 5 thin threads invisible to the naked eye wrapped around the other party's body, binding him tightly. A dagger appeared in the leader's hand, and he slashed at the filaments. However, he was still unable to cut through the filaments on his body. Lin Fei pulled the dagger back and threw it to the ground. Boss, thank you for your help. The people of the ghost sects have all trained in demonic techniques. This demonic technique can affect one's mind and spirit. Every time we fight, we will suffer greatly. Lin Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at Lin Fei. Lin Ziqing fiercely kicked the black-clothed man. Tell me, what is the purpose of your ghost sects coming here? Our Lin family doesn't seem to have any conflicts with your ghost sects. As a member of the clan, Lin Ziqing was naturally worried. This was because the name of the ghost sects back then was simply too resounding. If not for them being heavily injured by the Kunlun secret realm and disappearing without a trace, who knew how much longer the ghost sects would continue to wreak havoc? Now that he had appeared again and headed straight for the Lin family, there must be a reason for him to do so. If you have the ability, then kill me. In any case, I will not tell you. The black-clothed man was stubborn, as though he was not afraid of death. I advise you to let me go. Especially you, Lin Fei. You better obediently come to our ghost sects. Otherwise, you will definitely not have a good ending. Lin Fei laughed. He had followed the ghost sects and did not know them at all. It seemed like this guy still dared to threaten him. With a flick of his finger, a wind blade struck the dantian of the black-clothed man. The strength that he had accumulated for his entire life instantly flowed away like water. Continue speaking, I will listen. The black-clothed man's face was filled with fear, and he instantly aged quite a bit. You dare to destroy my dantian, turning me into a cripple. You are dead. Young master will definitely kill you. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed. With a finger, he tapped the center of the black-clothed man's eyebrows. In the next second, the black-clothed man fell to the ground with a plop. It turned out that in that instant, Lin Fei had used the soul-searching technique on the black-clothed man. Ever since he had returned to Earth, he had not really used this secret technique. Who asked the black-clothed man to be so fearless? Others might not be able to do it, but to Lin Fei, it was not difficult at all. So, you are here for my dragon god key again. Looks like this land of the Son of Heaven, no, it should be the land of the dragon god, has an extraordinary meaning. From the black-clothed man's mind, Lin Fei understood the cause and effect of this matter. The black-clothed man's status was not low. This time, he had rashly attacked the Lin family to kidnap the experts of the Lin family and force him to hand over the dragon god key. Of course, at the same time, he wanted to gain control of the Lin family and turn them into a subsidiary force. This would be the first step for him to invade Yanjing. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he encountered such a thing. Boss, this ghost underworld sect is also here for the dragon god key. They are really bold. I heard that after this ghost underworld sect was heavily damaged by the Kunlun mystic realm, they were like rats on the streets that everyone wanted to beat up. If not for the demonic aura in his palm technique, would have almost forgotten about this ghost underworld sect. Lin Ziqing's eyes widened. Isn't that the old ancestor and the rest are in danger? A loud rumbling sound rang out. A strong energy wave swept over from afar. Lin Ziqing instinctively looked over, her face filled with anxiety. This is the old ancestor. Lin Fei raised his head and looked over. He could feel the strong aura from the energy wave. Needless to say, it must be the old ancestor. Let's go and take a look. Since they are eyeing my dragon god key, we should have a good chat with this ghost underworld sect. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and a cold light flashed. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not care much about it. It was just a dragon god key. But now, not only was the force behind the Yan family eyeing his dragon god key, even the force behind the Yi family was the same. Now, there was this ghost underworld sect. They did not take Lin Fei seriously. Lin Fei originally only had a little interest in the land of the divine dragon. But now, his interest had increased greatly. Outside the main hall of the Lin family, a white-haired old man and a black-clothed young man were fighting non-stop. As the two of them fought, a terrifying energy wave was emitted. It was like a wave that constantly attacked the surroundings. For a moment, the surroundings were in chaos. Most of the people present were so scared that their faces changed. Only a few people could still maintain their calm. Among them was Yan Tieshue of the Yan family. Wang Qingyun of the Wang family and Wu Qianquan of the martial sect were able to maintain their calm, but their faces did not look good. This ghost underworld sect is too daring. They actually dare to cause trouble in Yanjing. Are they not afraid of the god of war Yixian? Wu Qianquan said in a deep voice. In a few decades, the ghost underworld sect's strength has probably recovered again. Especially this guy called Young Master. He has reached the innate realm at such a young age. Even if we were to fight him, we might not have a chance of winning. I wonder if this young master is stronger than Lin Fei. Wang Qingyun sneered. This ghost underworld sect is not well informed. If it is Lin Fei's turn to fight later, I reckon they will suffer heavy losses. Yan Tieshue sneered. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4159. The black-clothed young master was also very strong. Taking advantage of the time when the white-clothed old man was about to finish his move, he opened his hands and put two fingers together, instantly displaying a terrifying technique. Spirit Stunning Stab. A terrifying and dangerous aura surged out, fiercely piercing through one of the white-clothed old man's arms. With the other hand, he continuously sent out palm strikes, transforming into countless palm shadows, finally converging at one point. Heaven-splitting palm. This palm strike landed on the white-clothed old man's chest, causing him to fly backwards. The white-clothed old man landed heavily on the ground, swaying as he retreated 4 to 5 steps before stabilizing his body, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The black-clothed young master once again landed on the ground. Ancestor Lin Yuanyang, do you still want to fight with me? Although you haven't fought for over 20 years, your strength hasn't increased by much. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some strength, would have killed you just now instead of letting you live, the black-clothed young master said indifferently. That's right. With the defeat of the Lin family's ancestor Lin Yuanyang, all the disciples of the Lin family felt as if they had been hit in the head, their world darkening. When they looked at the surrounding black-clothed experts, their hearts sank to the bottom. Cough cough, who would have thought that after a few decades, the ghost sects would produce such a proud son of heaven like you? At such a young age, your strength has reached such a level, I am sincerely convinced. Lin Yuanyang's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years. Just now, he had been hit by the spirit's stunning stab and the heaven-splitting palm. His injuries were very serious. Lin Yuanyang's injuries were not light. The black-clothed young master said, "My strength is nothing in the ghost sects. As long as Ancestor Lin is willing to come with us, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to the Lin family. However, if you do not want to go, then if something happens to the disciples of the Lin family, I cannot guarantee it." The black-clothed young master was very satisfied with this trip. Although Lin Yuanyang's strength had increased by a lot, he was still suppressed in the end. Everything was under control. For the sake of this day, the black-clothed young master had put in a lot of effort to capture the upper echelons of the Lin family in one fell swoop. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. I don't care which young master you are. You caused trouble in Yanjing and even dared to besiege the Lin family. Do you think the martial sect will just stand by and watch? Wu Qianquan coldly snorted as he stared at the black-clothed young master and said, "If you want to take away someone from the Lin family, don't you have to ask our Yan family first?" Yan Tieshue followed up. The 5 great clans were secretly fighting against each other. However, if the Lin family were to be taken care of by the ghost sects, who knew when it would be the Yan family or the Wang family's turn? This was something that they absolutely could not allow. The black-clothed young master turned around with a look of disdain on his face. There's no need for you to pretend to be kind here. If you can't stand it anymore, then you can make a move. Let's see who's stronger, me or you. A single sentence caused the expressions of the 3 of them to change. Their mentality also became complicated. From the situation of the exchange just now, the black-clothed young master's strength was definitely very strong. He had reached the innate realm. Furthermore, he had mastered many secret techniques. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would not have the slightest chance of winning. If they were to lose, wouldn't they lose face? If they were to be captured, the families behind them would be in big trouble. After the 3 of them looked at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds. After all, the ghost sects were not good people. If it wasn't for the fact that they were ruthless and overbearing, they wouldn't have been surrounded by the Kunlun mystery domain and become stray dogs. Young master, your tone is quite big. Then the 3 of us will fight you. Let's see what level your strength has reached to dare to do such a thing in Yanjing. Wang Qingyun laughed. A soft sword appeared in his hand. Countless sword flowers appeared and enveloped the black-clothed young master. Wu Qianquan did not stay idle either. His entire body grew a lot taller and became very powerful. With a punch, countless figures appeared. Finally, Yan Tieshue attacked fiercely. With the 3 of them working together, they posed a great threat to the black-clothed young master. The Lin family disciples saw a glimmer of hope. Lin Yuanyang, the old ancestor of the Lin family, looked uncertain. His face was filled with worry. He had a feeling that this black-clothed young master did not use his full strength. This was the biggest problem. Everyone, be careful. I'm afraid this person is not using his full strength. Lin Yuanyang reminded. Since the three of you are attacking, let's see what level my indestructible body of Vajra has reached. The black-clothed young master did not attack. With a stomp of his feet, a Buddhist voice enveloped his body. Immediately, a layer of golden light appeared and covered his entire body. Buddhist voices and even runes flickered. It was unbelievable. The attacks of the three landed on the indestructible body of Vajra. The runes that filled the sky flickered and blocked the attacks of the three. Wu Qianquan and the other two's faces changed. They did not stop attacking. Even if they pushed their strength to the limit, they could not tear through the defense. They could not help but be shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a secret technique. They quickly changed their attacks. The three of them attacked together again. The black-clothed young master still did not dodge. He took the attacks head-on and looked calm. The three big shots cursed in their hearts. What kind of monster is this young master of the ghost sect? He has cultivated so many techniques. How are we going to fight him? At first, Lin Yuanyang thought that his strength was about the same as his opponent's. However, the scene before him made him realize that the ghost sect had indeed produced an incredible heaven's favorite. His indestructible body alone would be enough to sweep away all his opponents. Since you can't break through my indestructible body of Vajra, try my 6 directions godly attack. The black-clothed young master laughed. His body moved like a ghost. 6 silhouettes quickly appeared, taking up 6 positions before launching a barrage of attacks at the trio. When the 6 people appeared, Wu Qianquan and the other 2 felt an indescribable pressure. The speed of their attacks slowed down by at least 2/3. Bang! 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 The 3 of them could not react in time and were hit. The techniques that the 6 people used were very terrifying. There were palm techniques, fist techniques, and finger seals. The attacks caught them off guard. They wanted to block for a long time but were hit. They were in a sorry state. They vomited blood and looked at the black-clothed young master in shock. You should be glad that I did not kill you on the spot. Go back and tell the sects behind you that the ghost sect has taken a liking to Yanjing. Especially the 5 top clans. You better obediently listen to the ghost sect's orders. The black-clothed young master looked proud. In a short period of time, he defeated old ancestor Lin Yuanyang and the 3 of them. The black-clothed young master showed his invincible might. Impossible. Wu Qianquan and the others struggled. Their injuries were getting worse. Black-clothed young master, your bluff is not bad. You are good at tricking country bumpkins. A sudden voice was heard. Chapter 4160. The young master in black had shown his prowess. Everyone felt that there was nothing they could do to change the situation. Today was destined to be a dark day for the Lin family. But when the unexpected voice came over, it was already too late. Everyone looked over instinctively and saw a young man and a woman walking over unhurriedly. Among them, they were most familiar with the one-armed Lin Lang, who was once a genius, and Lin Ziqing. However, the 3 big shots' expressions changed. They could tell who the voice belonged to at a glance. At the same time, doubts emerged in their minds. Could this young master in black be putting on a strong front? Subconsciously, they were still willing to listen to Lin Fei and were even more willing to see Lin Fei defeat the young master in black. The young master in black turned around and shot out 2 jingguang from his eyes. The 2 jingguang turned into 2 spiritual attacks and locked onto Lin Fei. You said that I was bluffing. The young master in black looked calm, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. The 2 beams of golden light turned into spiritual attacks, but they were like stones sinking into the sea, without any effect. Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly and stopped not far away. You're so strong. You're so young, and you're standing here. If I'm not wrong, you should be that Lin Fei who's recently risen in fame. I didn't think that the first young expert I met in Yanjing would be you. You've really surprised me." The black-clothed young master's casual words caused everyone present to be shocked. Especially the disciples of the Lin family. Ever since Lin Fei stepped into Beijing, this name had appeared in their minds. Today, they finally met Lin Fei. He didn't look old, but he had left behind all kinds of legends in Beijing. Among the younger generation, who could reach his level? Especially when Lin Fei was the only son of Lin Lang from the main branch. He had reached the Khanate stage at such a young age. This was a height that they could never reach in their lives. They could only look up to him. At the end of the day, there were still quite a lot of people who were unconvinced. Only when they saw it for themselves did they realize how extraordinary Lin Fei was. Everyone knew how powerful and terrifying the black-clothed young master was. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have the confidence to say such a thing. As for the Grandmaster experts, they were even more aware of the strange change in the black-clothed young master. "Ancestor, he's that Lin Fei, Lin Lang's only son. He's in the Khanate realm," Lin Moyuan whispered. In fact, Lin Yuanyang had also noticed it. After all, anyone who dared to say such words to the black-clothed young master in such an occasion was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, with the black-clothed young master's secret means, he naturally felt that spiritual attack. It wasn't something that any martial artist could withstand. Lin Yuanyang had thought that it was the son of heaven, but it turned out to be Lin Fei, who often appeared in his ears. His murky eyes also brightened slightly. He is Lin Lang's son. He is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yuanyang was an expert at the consummate Xiantian realm, so his eyesight was naturally sharp. Although he couldn't sense any martial aura from Lin Fei's body, he could still sense a trace of terrifying danger. If it weren't for the fact that he often heard the name Lin Fei, in addition to the fact that he had caused a few of the top 5 families to suffer losses, Lin Yuanyang would have thought that he had made a mistake. How did the Lin family produce such a monster? The shadow that shrouded Lin Yuanyang's heart had also been torn apart. It's a pity that I'm incompetent. I can't pull Lin Fei back into the Lin family. He has a lot of opinions about the Lin family. This time, he came to the Lin family not for the ancestor's birthday banquet, but to seek justice for his father, Lin Moyuan said in a low voice. Lin Yuanyang's expression dimmed a lot. The Lin family really didn't do its duty in the past. It's normal for him to come to seek justice now. You, as the family head, are incompetent. It's not too late to make a prompt decision. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Unfortunately, Lin Moyuan lowered his head deeply. He had his own thoughts. Now that the ancestor had seen through him, his face flashed with shame. "Ancestor, I know I was wrong." As soon as Lin Fei appeared, the situation on the field changed. "Actually, I'm also quite surprised. Originally, I wanted to seek justice from the Lin family, but who knew that you would beat me to it? How do you think I should handle this matter?" Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. These words made the expressions of the Lin family disciples change. They were even more enraged. It was bad enough that a black-clothed young master came to find trouble with them. Now, a Lin Fei came out. Was he trying to completely trample on the Lin family? The higher-ups of the Lin family were basically angry. If it wasn't for the fact that they had suffered a loss at the hands of the black-clothed young master, coupled with Lin Fei's reputation as a fierce god, they would have already rushed forward. No matter what, they would let Lin Fei have a taste of being surrounded and beaten up. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to act rashly now. A black-clothed young master was enough to give them a headache. Adding on Lin Fei, they might even have their bones broken. They were all smart people. It would be fine to endure for a while. Moreover, with the current situation, they had no choice but to endure. "You're quite an interesting person." The black-clothed young master laughed. How about this? Seeing that your strength is not bad, follow me. I will let you see a new world of martial arts. Otherwise, with your talent, at most, you will stay in the Xiantian realm. The black-clothed young master's eyes turned black and white, like a Tai Chi formation. This change happened very quickly, locking onto Lin Fei's body. In the eyes of others, this might seem ordinary, but for Lin Fei, he was the first to bear the brunt of it. A powerful power enveloped him, and the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. Lin Yuanyang was the only one present who could see the black-clothed young master's methods. When he had fought before, he had actually more or less been hit by this special secret technique. When he was distracted to resist, his strength was naturally greatly reduced. Not good, this Lin brat is going to suffer. Lin Yuanyang was now injured on top of his injuries, and he couldn't move. If he moved, his injuries would not be suppressed. This young master has quite a number of secret techniques. Ordinary people would really suffer in your hands. Unfortunately, I'm not that person. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, and a jingguang shot out. The black-clothed young master was startled, and his expression suddenly changed. He snorted, closed his eyes, and the yin-yang eye disappeared. 2 drops of blood flowed out from his eyes, and fell to the ground. The black-robed young master took a step back, and with a loud cracking sound, cracks appeared all over the ground. You broke my yin-yang eye. A cold voice came out of the black-clothed young master's mouth, and the temperature of the air dropped. I only broke your yin-yang eye. Why don't you try this finger of mine, and see how strong your indestructible body is? Swoosh! A huge shadow floated in the air. Remember my words, only I can take care of the Lin family, you don't have the right. A loud sound. The black-clothed young master flew out like a stream of light, passing through countless walls, and disappeared without a trace. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4161. In Lin Fei's eyes, a genius like the black-shirted young master was just a stronger ant. No matter what secret technique he used, the result would be the same. There wouldn't be much of a change. Lin Fei didn't want to play any games with the black-shirted young master. He wanted to defeat him with one blow. Young master. After the black-shirted young master smashed through several walls, the surrounding black-shirted experts rushed forward in a panic. Their tone was anxious. The great demon god is indeed the great demon god. This is too scary. I didn't even see how they fought, but the black-shirted young master was defeated. Too scary, really too scary. I wanted to fight with Lin Fei. Now that I think about it, he could kill me with a finger. Oh my god, why isn't Lin Fei from our Lin family? If he was from our Lin family, the top genius of the younger generation would be from our Lin family. In fact, not many people had seen Lin Fei's attack clearly. The person who saw it the clearest was none other than Lin Yuanyang. At this time, Lin Yuanyang was also shocked. This was too unbelievable. He had fought bitterly with the black-clothed young master for a long time, and had been suppressed the entire time. However, Lin Fei's attack contained boundless transformations and easily defeated the black-clothed young master with a single glance. Lin Yuanyang sighed in admiration. This kid's strength is completely above mine. Even among the older generation, there aren't many who can beat Lin Fei. Although Lin Moyuan knew that Lin Fei's strength surpassed Lin Yibai's, he knew that Lin Fei was at most in the middle or late stage of the Xiantian realm. But now, these words made Lin Moyuan's heart tremble. He was filled with bitterness. He knew very well what the ancestors' words meant. From now on, Lin Fei was a top figure. He alone was equivalent to a top family. I know what to do. Wu Qinkuan and the other 2 big shots looked at each other and understood one thing. This time, they came at the right time. At the very least, he knew what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. The black-clothed young master was fighting against the 3 of them alone, but he was suppressing them instead. The weakest among them was at least at the level of Xiantian full circle. Since Lin Fei could defeat the black-clothed young master, he must also be at the level of Xiantian full circle. If he wasn't careful, he might even be half a step into the Xiantian realm. Such a person was not someone their family could afford to offend. It was impossible for them to deal with Lin Fei, unless the sect behind them took action. They could only vaguely see Lin Fei's attack, but they couldn't see exactly what kind of technique it was. That was the scariest part. After the black-clad young master was sent flying, his body was filled with cracks. His entire body was like a work of art, filled with cracks that would shatter at any moment. Come, let's go back immediately. The sooner the better. After saying that, the black-clothed young master fainted. The black-clothed subordinates didn't dare to hesitate. 4 of them carried the black-clothed young master and left. In the blink of an eye, the other black-clothed men retreated like a receding tide. From start to finish, the Lin family didn't stop them. Lin Fei didn't stop them either, allowing them to leave. Boss, are we going to let them leave just like that? Lin Ziqing really wanted to chase after them. As the saying goes, strike while you're down. How could they miss such an opportunity to beat a drowning dog? There's no point in going, maybe you won't be able to come back. Lin Fei smiled, this black-clothed young master isn't the real black-clothed young master. He's just a puppet, a test. Otherwise, how could I defeat him in one move? Because he doesn't even have the qualifications to speak to me. Only the real black-clothed young master behind him has the qualifications. Lin Ziqing and the others who had sharp ears were shocked when they heard this. That person wasn't the real black-clothed young master? But a puppet? This time, they couldn't stay calm anymore. Since when did the ghost sect's strength become so tyrannical? To think that a heavenly evildoer would appear. This was really the rhythm of a change. Lin Fei's gaze landed on a certain place. That place was a mountaintop. From there was a long distance. At this moment, on the mountaintop, there was a person using binoculars to stare at that place. Pang! A clear sound reverberated. The person waved his hand and threw the binoculars. However, it was still too late. The binoculars broke into pieces, and his palm blocked in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a wound was left, and blood flowed out. What a good Lin Fei. Everyone has underestimated this guy. Looks like there's no chance to get the divine dragon key from him. This person was also dressed in black, but he was different from the black-clothed young master from before. This black-clothed young master's entire body emitted a gloomy and cold aura. Beside his feet, there was a layer of frost, as if it was an extremely cold land. The palm that he used to block his eyes, after the blood flowed out, was covered with a white layer of frost. In an instant, the wound was frozen. Young master, then didn't we come here for nothing? A grey-clothed man at the side said in a low voice. Although it's a pity that no one was able to take down the Lin family, it also let me know that Lin Fei is not ordinary. He can even sense my presence from such a distance. This kind of person must not be offended. The black-clothed young master turned around and left. He was decisive, without any hesitation. Since such a thing had happened at the Lin family's birthday banquet, they naturally couldn't continue. Everyone left one after another, but they kept their mouths shut about what happened today. This was because the Lin family had already issued a gag order. If anyone were to leak the news, regardless of who it was, they would be severely punished by the Lin family. Apart from the Lin family, the 3 big shots had also issued a gag order. Today's incident was absolutely not allowed to be leaked. After all, the ghost sects had a great reputation in the past, leaving a deep impression. Once this news was leaked, it would definitely cause panic in the martial arts circle. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. Perhaps even Yan Jing would be in some chaos. This kind of thing had to be guarded against. Do you have time to have a cup of tea with this old man? Sit down and talk. After Lin Yuanyang took the healing pill, his injuries had recovered a lot. Of course, he also felt a bit of pain in his heart. This healing pill was not easy to obtain. He didn't expect that this time, he would take a few of them in succession and finally suppress his injuries. How could I dare to miss an old man's invitation? Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Yuanyang laughed out loud. At least Lin Fei gave him this face. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to keep his face. Behind the Lin family's mountain. This was the place where Lin Yuanyang trained all year round. It was also considered a forbidden area. Unless there was a special situation, the disciples of the Lin family were not allowed to enter. If you are trying to persuade me to return to the Lin family, then you don't have to say anything. I have never had the habit of joining a family. I am used to being alone. Lin Fei sat down and said with a smile, directly blocking the words that Lin Yuanyang wanted to say. Chapter 4162. Yi Xian sat in his back garden, leisurely sipping tea. But his fingers were lightly tapping on the coffee table, and he was deep in thought. The ghost sect has made a comeback, and the first to make a move was the Lin family. They are looking down on me. Next to Yi Xian was his eldest disciple, Gui Wuying. Master, is the ghost sect really as powerful as they were back then? I think they are just stray dogs, there is no need to make a fuss. Yi Xian shook his head and said, not necessarily. Back then, the ghost sect was very powerful. In the end, the Kunlun secret realm made a move and heavily injured them. Now that decades have passed, since the ghost sect dared to show up, they must have a certain degree of confidence. This time, they were really unlucky to run into Lin Fei, who is going to you to seek justice. Otherwise, the Lin family would definitely suffer a great loss this time. Even though there was a gag order, and Wu Qiankuan and the others were there, the news still fell into Yi Xian's ears. To be able to become the #1 god of war in Yanjing, and even the #1 god of war in China, Yi Xian naturally had his own ways. Master, do you want to mobilize the people from the top clans to eradicate the forces of the ghost sect in the secular world first? Gui Wuying said. Yi Xian was in charge of Yanjing, in addition to suppressing the people from the top clans and the martial arts circle, he was also to prevent those foreign experts from invading. Among them, the ghost sect was one of Yi Xian's targets. Yi Xian did not care how the top clans quarreled. Anyway, the Kunlun secret realm would not intervene. But if it was like the ghost sect, then he had to be on guard. I think War God Yi should not do this, lest we hurt each other. With a boom, like thunder on a sunny day, it directly exploded in the back garden. Standing next to Yi Xian, Gui Wuying was shocked on the spot. His face turned pale, and blood flowed down. Coward, come out. Yi Xian pointed into the distance, put two fingers together, and a sword shot out. A ghostly figure leaped in from the outside and swaggered in front of Yi Xian. His fist fiercely punched forward and collided with this finger. A terrifying wave of air gushed out between them like a tornado. War God Yi, long time no see. Your strength has increased quite a bit again. It seems that you are worthy of the title of the #1 war god. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with great strength. However, there was a scar on the left side of his face that looked like a centipede, which made him look exceptionally ferocious. Even before he spoke, he gave off a ferocious aura. You're actually not dead yet, and your strength has even improved by quite a bit. You people from the Dark Ghost sect are really daring. Do you really think that I, Yi Xian, will not dare to attack you? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and spread open his fingers. 5 invisible sword energies enveloped the opponent like a cage. War God Yi, I know you're in Yanjing, but since I dared to come here, I'm definitely confident. The man laughed, and a beam of sword light flew out from behind him to meet Yi Xian's cage. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Clanging sounds could be heard, but the cage was still unable to suppress him. On the contrary, Yi Xian frowned slightly. You have actually mastered the sword control technique. No wonder your ghost sect dares to make a comeback. But do you think that this sword control technique can withstand my attacks? There was a loud rumbling sound. An even more powerful force erupted from the 5 fingers. Traces of dragon might could be heard, and it instantly struck the middle-aged man's body. Another beam of sword light flew out from the middle-aged man's body. This beam of sword light continuously revolved around his body. If one beam was not enough, then 2 or 3 beams would appear, until 18 beams of sword light appeared. They formed a light barrier around his body, withstanding Yi Xian's attack. I don't know if War God Yi plans to continue. If you do, then your Yi clan will be torn down. If such a good place is torn down, wouldn't that be too much of a pity? So you've learned the sword formation. Then you must first withstand this attack of mine. Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and he appeared in front of the middle-aged man. He raised his hand and slapped him. The 18 beams of sword light directly blocked in front of him, forming an incomparably dazzling ray of light. The middle-aged man was unmoved by this palm strike, and he forcefully withstood it. I wonder if my strength is enough to enter War God Ye's eyes? If not, my ghost sect has other experts. I believe they would be very happy to have a taste of War God Ye's skills. The middle-aged man had a faint smile on his face, as if he had Yi Xian in his grasp. Yi Xian once again sat down, but his expression was a little solemn. Tell me, what do you want? Although Yi Xian could take down the other party, he had to use his full strength. He believed that since the ghost sect dared to send this person over, they must have a foolproof plan. If Yi Xian really dared to use his full strength, the people from the ghost sect might come to stop him. Although he could use that power to increase his strength, it would also affect his body greatly. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had delayed making a move all these years. Our ghost sect's goal is very simple. We hope that War God Yi can turn a blind eye to this. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Our ghost sect does not intend to cause any trouble in China. We are only interested in the land of divine dragons. As long as War God Yi does not give the order to target our ghost sect, then we will not do anything to Yanjing or even the 5 realms. At the very least, we will not bully the weak. As for the matters of the younger generation, that is their own business. Yi Xian knew it would be like this. The ghost sect would not send this person over for no reason. One must know that this person was already an expert in the past. Now that he had mastered the sword manipulation technique and the sword formation, his strength had greatly increased. Even a palm that contained the Emperor's aura could not injure him severely. Obviously, his strength was almost at the same level as him. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Yi Xian did not know how much strength this person from the ghost sect had. If another 3 to 5 of them came, even he would feel a huge headache. Moreover, harming Yanjing was also a headache. As long as War God Yi Xian turns a blind eye to this, it is not that our ghost sect does not know how to do things. The land of divine dragons is a good place. Every divine dragon key can bring 3 people into the land of divine dragons. Our ghost sect can give you one of the spots. No matter who you send in, we will not care. Instead, we will let that person come out safely. I wonder if you are satisfied with this gift of ours? The middle-aged man was all smiles. Yi Xian knew more about the uniqueness of the land of divine dragons than anyone else. It could be said that it was a land of opportunity. Even he himself had his own thoughts about it. Let's talk about it in 3 days. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4163. Lin Yuanyang did hope that Lin Fei would return to the Lin family. He was amazed by the strength that he had shown earlier. The Lin family was the weakest of the 5 families in Yanjing. However, if Lin Fei were to join them, everything would be different. Even he was not as strong as Lin Fei when he was Lin Fei's age. There was a huge gap between them. Even the current number one god of war, Yi Xian, could not compare to Lin Fei back then. Lin Yuanyang was a smart man. He could tell that Lin Fei did not like the Lin family. Our Lin clan has indeed done a lot of wrong in this matter. However, I can promise you here that we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. We will not let off anyone who did anything to your parents back then. I will also go to the Kunlun secret realm to look for those old friends of mine and search for some good medicine that can allow your father to regain his strength. I have also heard that there is a medicine that can regrow a severed arm. I will also search for it one by one. Lin Yuanyang said very seriously. If it were an average person, they might be tempted to hear such words. However, Lin Fei looked very calm. He was not moved at all. You don't have to say these empty words. I'm already giving you face by sitting here and listening to you. Average people are not qualified to do so. Lin Fei snorted. As for my father's situation, I will take care of it myself. If you don't have anything else to say, I'm leaving. Lin Yuanyang was shocked. What he said earlier was not empty talk. As long as he did it, there was a certain chance of success. However, Lin Fei did not listen to him. This made him realize that Lin Fei's second son was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. Lin Yuanyang's heart was filled with bitterness. If that's the case, I won't say anything more. Here is some information. I believe it will be of some use to you. I hope you can take Lin Ziqing to the land of divine dragons. Lin Yuanyang took out an ancient book. It was a yellowed ancient book. There were even a few wormholes on it. It was obvious that it was quite old. He placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is something that our Lin family obtained in the past. It's an introduction to the land of the divine dragon. It said that there are many opportunities in the land of the divine dragon, but that place is extremely dangerous. Now that the people from the ghost sect have appeared, I'm afraid that they have also obtained the divine dragon key. Each divine dragon key has the quota to bring 3 people in. They might have come to attack our Lin family because of this book. Because the land of the divine dragon is filled with dangers, even the ghost sect would need detailed information to have the confidence to search for treasures in there. Previously, Lin Fei was still wondering why the ghost sect would be so stupid as to attack the Lin family. As for taking them in, that kind of joke was even more impossible. Yi Xian would not sit back and do nothing. Thinking that they had come for this, the Lin family had really hidden a good thing. After a glance, Lin Fei confirmed that Lin Yuanyang's words were true. The book indeed recorded the situation in the land of the divine dragon. Moreover, it was rather detailed. Clearly, someone had entered the land of the divine dragon before. This deal of yours is quite worth it. Lin Ziqing is one of the more outstanding geniuses in the Lin family. If she takes another step forward, she would be an innate master, Lin Fei said coldly. Lin Yuanyang was indeed more optimistic about Lin Ziqing. Of course, there was also the relationship between Lin Ziqing and Lin Fei. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Lin family. Lin Yuanyang definitely wanted Lin Ziqing to go further. Moreover, the land of the divine dragon was an opportunity for her. Faced with Lin Fei's words, Lin Yuanyang laughed dryly and did not say anything. Anyway, this kind of thing could not be hidden from Lin Fei. I'll be taking this book with me. Lin Ziqing is my employee. Since there's such a good thing, I'll naturally bring her along. Lin Fei took the book away. Right before his eyes, Lin Yuanyang saw the book vanish. His pupils shrank visibly. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Ziqing. I don't want anyone to enter the courtyard where my parents live. If I hear any news, I'll tear down the entire Lin family. Even if you make a move, you won't be able to stop me. Lin Fei got up and looked back at Lin Yuanyang. This one glance caused Lin Yuanyang to instantly fall into a frightening world. All he saw was an imposing figure swatting down at him with a palm. In front of this slap, he was unable to resist, let alone do anything. Then, he was slapped into a meat patty. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. His entire clothes were drenched. Lin Fei was nowhere to be found. That's scary. It's too scary. I feel like I'm facing the attack of a super powerful master. I was slapped to death with one slap. This feeling was so real that it was impossible to forget. Lin Fei came out from inside. Lin Moyuan and the others were waiting anxiously. There was no one else around. Do you plan to stay here for a while or go back to the courtyard house? If you stay here for a while, I believe he'll make arrangements for you, Lin Fei said to his parents. Lin Lang thought for a moment and said, I think it's better to stay here. You also said that the air here is better than over there. It's good for the body to recover. Then, we won't go back there. Naturally, Lin Fei had no objections. Lin Moyuan said tactfully, I'll ask them to move out immediately and restore those places to their original state. If you have any instructions, you can tell me. I'll definitely satisfy you. No matter what the conversation between Lin Fei and the old ancestor, Lin Moyuan also knew that from now on, Lin Fei would become an existence that could not be ignored in the Lin family. Although he was an imposing family head, in front of Lin Fei, he did not dare to have any thoughts. Lin Fei left the Lin family alone. Lin Ziqing wanted to follow but was rejected by Lin Fei. To Lin Fei, his parents staying in the Lin family actually meant something. Although Lin Fei did not want to have anything to do with the Lin family, his parents were still related to the Lin family. This meant that Lin Fei had a certain relationship with the Lin family. Lin Fei could see it clearly, but he really did not know how to solve this problem. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Fei walked through the forest. Finally, he came to a river. The river was quiet. Coupled with the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects, Lin Fei decided to stop. He hunted a wild pheasant nearby and remembered to barbecue it. Lin Fei's cooking was not bad. A fragrant wild pheasant was good enough. As he ate the wild pheasant, he flipped through the books and gained some understanding of the land of the divine dragon in his mind. The blood of the divine dragon. I don't know if it's real or not. If it's real, I'm afraid it can help my body recover a lot. The last part of the book involved the blood of the divine dragon. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Chapter 4164. Ever since Lin Fei returned to China, the injuries of his immortal divine physique had not recovered. Even though it did not worsen, it was still a long way to go before he could recover to a true immortal divine physique. Now, this blood of the divine dragon gave Lin Fei some hope. Up until now, Lin Fei had not met any experts. Even if he met an innate realm expert, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Even if there were 10 or dozens of them, it would be of no use. After seeing the records of the blood of the divine dragon, Lin Fei was immediately interested. To think that young Master Lin, a direct descendant of the first branch of the Lin family, would also be eating in the wilderness. How elegant! A light voice came from afar. Lin Fei looked over and frowned slightly. However, his expression returned to normal immediately. He saw a bamboo raft floating down from the upper reaches of the river. On the bamboo raft stood a young lady. This young lady looked to be in her early 20s. Her entire body was brimming with youthfulness and liveliness. However, there was a trace of the exclusive aura of a martial artist on her body. This told others that she was not an ordinary woman, especially when she appeared in such a place. Lin Fei smiled, to think that there would be a time when I would be followed. Your tracking method is pretty good. To be able to hide it from me, it's really not ordinary. The young lady who came down from the river looked at Lin Fei with a gaze filled with curiosity and interest. To be able to make young Master Lin say such words, this little girl, Yi Zixuan, feels very honored. So you are called Yi Zixuan. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be from the Kunlun secret realm. Or perhaps you are related to the Yi clan. However, I hate being followed the most. Lin Fei suddenly smiled and waved his hand. The surface of the river exploded with a loud boom, splashing countless waves. Yi Zixuan did not expect that Lin Fei would make a move without any warning. After the huge waves splashed down, she instantly became a drowned rat. When he looked back, there was no sign of Lin Fei. Lin Fei had already disappeared. All right, Lin Fei, you've angered me to death. I'll remember you. Yi Zixuan's face was cold. She didn't expect Lin Fei to do this. No matter what, she was still a great beauty. Lin Fei played a small prank and made Yi Zixuan suffer a little, then he floated away. Lin Fei did not have much interest in the factions of the Kunlun secret realm. As for the alliances and whatnot, it had nothing to do with him. Back in Yanjin, Lin Fei booked another 5-star hotel and stayed there. It was supposed to be an easy trip, but with the appearance of the Dragon God Key, it gradually deviated from Lin Fei's route. This made him feel helpless and unhappy. One day later, Lin Moyuan, accompanied by Lin Ziqing, came to the hotel that Lin Fei was staying at. To the Lin family, finding a person was a relatively simple matter. Moreover, Lin Fei did not hide it on purpose. If they didn't even have this ability, then the Lin family would not be the Lin family. Young Master Lin, this is the explanation that the Lin family has given you. Lin Moyuan took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Lin Fei. There were many things listed on this piece of paper. Lin Fei took a glance and had to admit that Lin Moyuan was very determined this time. Of course, this should be because he had the backing of the old ancestor. No one was willing to offend someone like him. Lin Fei didn't really care about the explanation that the Lin family gave him. The important thing was that he was looking at sincerity. If they were not sincere, no matter how much they offered, it would be of no use. I am very satisfied with this price. I hope that I don't hear any more negative news, especially about my parents. Otherwise, the next time I go to the Lin family, it won't be so easy to talk to them. Lin Moyuan's heart was in his throat. After all, he had given a huge explanation this time, and most of it was to compensate Lin Lang and his wife. From Lin Moyuan's point of view, as long as this was settled, it would be easy to explain to Lin Fei. Everything went as expected. Lin Moyuan finally heard words that made him feel at ease. Don't worry, young Master Lin. As long as I am in the family, I will not allow anyone to find trouble with them. If any trouble arises, young Master Lin doesn't need to say anything. I will solve it myself. This is my promise to young Master Lin. Lin Moyuan's gaze became determined. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything more. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Then, Yan Tieshue's deep voice rang out. Young Master Lin, I am Yan Tieshue from the Yan family. I am here to pay a visit. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Qing, go and open the door. Yan Tieshue was here to explain. From the scene at the Lin family's birthday banquet, the Yan family knew that in this secular world, Lin Fei's strength was well deserved to be ahead of theirs. They also understood why Yi Xian from the Yi family did not touch Lin Fei. He probably knew that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Yet, they still went to find trouble with Lin Fei again and again. It was as if they were tired of living. Yan Tieshue did not bring anyone with him. He came alone. When he saw Lin Moyuan, he was also slightly surprised. Then, he immediately understood what was going on. What a coincidence, Brother Lin. Lin Moyuan nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect you to come too. Actually, both of them knew what was going on. It was a little awkward. After a brief conversation, Lin Moyuan got up. Young Master Lin, since you have a guest, I won't bother you anymore. Come back to the Lin family when you have time. Lin Moyuan turned around and left. His last sentence gave Yan Tieshue a lot of ideas. Yan Tieshue naturally knew that the Lin family had suffered more than the Yan family in this matter. If Lin Fei really taught the Lin family a lesson, that would be the best. But it seemed like it was a little different from what he had imagined. Young Master Lin, this is the Yan family's explanation to you. Yan Tieshue took out a phone and opened a video. Lin Ziqing, who was standing next to Lin Fei, saw everything clearly. In the video, some of the Yan family's celebrities were taken down and kneeling on the ground. Yan Tieshue, the clan leader, had an expressionless face. He personally crippled these people's strength and chased them out of the Yan family. Lin Ziqing was shocked by any of these people. She did not expect the Yan family to be so determined to appease Lin Fei's anger. If this were to spread to the Lin family, it would definitely be like an earthquake. If she had not seen this scene with her own eyes, Lin Ziqing would not have believed that the clan leader, Yan Tieshue, would bow his head one day. You have some guts. These people are the backbone and even the upper echelons of the Yan family. I did not expect you to cripple them just like that. Lin Fei said calmly. As long as it makes young Master Lin happy, nothing else matters. To them, they should be punished for doing something wrong, Yan Tieshue said coldly. Yan Tieshue said coldly as he took out another check. This is a small token of our Yan family, and these healing pills. Chapter 4165. Yan Tieshue stood downstairs and wiped off his cold sweat. He heaved a long sigh of relief before getting into his black Rolls-Royce Phantom and leaving. It's finally settled. In order to satisfy Lin Fei, Yan Tieshue had made up his mind this time. He had dealt with all the people who were involved in Lin Lang back then. He had even given them a check, supreme-grade healing elixirs, and the powers behind the scenes. Only then did he get Lin Fei's forgiveness. No one was willing to offend an enemy like Lin Fei, not even Yan Tieshue. His eldest son, Yan Xiangdong, who thought he could sweep away everything, had also suffered in the hands of Lin Fei. Yan Tieshue was even more determined not to offend Lin Fei. Take this supreme-grade healing elixir back and give it to my father. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Yan Tieshue's instructions and handed the elixir to Lin Ziqing. Oh right, tell my parents that I'm preparing to return to Donghai. I'll leave the matters in Beijing to you. As for when I'll be free, that will depend on the situation. After settling these matters, Lin Fei also planned to return to Donghai. After all, he had been away for a long enough time. Lin Ziqing opened her mouth but did not say anything in the end. She left with the healing elixir. Lin Fei was not idle. He still had something to do, and that was about Zhang Ziren. After all, he wanted Zhang Ziren that night, and Zhang Ziren was involved in the Kunlun mystic realm. Naturally, Lin Fei would not sit back and do nothing. Calculating the time, it seemed to be in a few days. He could leave Beijing after settling this matter. Lin Fei flipped through the book in his hand. It recorded the cause and effect of this matter as well as the powers behind it. Although he was not interested, he more or less had some thoughts. He did not expect Yan Tieshue to be so proactive to record all these things and deliver them to him. After reading all the information in his hand, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was all because of a medicinal herb. A few hundred years old was indeed attractive to any martial artist. Unfortunately, the one who obtained this herb was his father, Lin Lang. Not only that, the person he met was from the Kunlun secret realm. Then the result was self-evident. It was normal for the weak to be prey to the strong, but the Kunlun secret sword was bullying the weak. This made Lin Fei a little unhappy. You'd better not let me meet you guys. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending, Lin Fei snorted coldly. He had already committed this Kunlun secret realm's power to memory. 2 days later, Zhang Ziren arrived at the hotel where Lin Fei was staying. These few days were the happiest days Zhang Ziren had ever had. Ever since her family found out about her, and they found out about Lin Fei's strength, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. They didn't dare to say anything harsh to her, and they didn't restrict her freedom either. The more it was like this, the more guilty Zhang Ziren felt. After all, she was the hope of the family. However, this thought was quickly suppressed. As soon as he saw Lin Fei, Zhang Ziren felt like he had let go of everything and threw himself into Lin Fei's arms. The two of them couldn't help but be affectionate. After the affectionate moment, Zhang Ziren's face was filled with a different kind of aura. It was like a ripe apple that one couldn't wait to take a bite of. Your family didn't make things difficult for you, right? Lin Fei smiled. Zhang Ziren shook his head. After those people in the family found out about your name, how would they dare to say anything? They would only sigh all day, as if something terrible is about to happen. It makes me feel a little uncomfortable sometimes. Lin Fei laughed. Don't bother about them. Those people in your family are just worried that the power will blame them. These are all small matters. Tonight, I'll make a trip on your behalf and see how powerful those people from the Kunlun secret realm are. They actually dared to make a move on your Zhang family and even dared to covet my woman. No matter what, I have to make them pay the price. Otherwise, if I'm unhappy, some people will be in trouble. Zhang Ziren liked the domineering aura that Lin Fei had. Despite knowing that it was a power from the Kunlun secret realm, he still dared to say such words. This was a real man. Brother Lin, you're the best. The Zhang family was considered a big family in Beijing. Although it couldn't be compared to the top families, it was still a top family. Furthermore, they were on good terms with a few other families and their influence wasn't low. The Zhang family was located in a villa district in Beijing. Compared to the villas of the top families, they naturally couldn't stay outside. Tonight, the Zhang family was brightly lit. However, everyone's mood was different, especially the Zhang family's chief, Zhang Shuli. He was in a dilemma. Everything happened because of his daughter. The Zhang family had missed the opportunity to soar in the world. However, they didn't dare to do anything. That was Lin Fei, who had recently emerged in Beijing. Even if the Zhang family was given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything. I hope those people won't blame the Zhang family. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame Lin Fei. If he didn't snatch Ziren away, this wouldn't have happened. Because of this incident, Zhang Shuli's hair had turned white. At the same time, outside the villa, 3 people were walking. They were dressed in modern clothes. There were 2 middle-aged men and a young man. The 2 middle-aged men's eyes were glittering and they emitted an extraordinary aura. As for the young man, he had an imposing appearance and a domineering aura. Beijing is the place of the emperor, but the cultivation environment here is terrible. No wonder those people aren't willing to come out. If it wasn't for that cauldron, I wouldn't have come out either. Father, is that cauldron really as effective as you said? The young man asked. I've used many cauldrons, but they were all unsatisfactory. I'm only a step away from that step. Don't let me down this time. The young man snorted coldly. There was a hint of arrogance and urgency in his eyes. My son, don't worry. Zhang Ziren from the Zhang family is a natural cauldron. I've already told the head of the Zhang family not to let her practice any cultivation techniques. Once she's brought back to the sect, Zhang Ziren will practice cultivation techniques. It'll only take half a year at most. Once the cultivation technique is complete, you can use the cauldron. By then, you'll definitely have a breakthrough and you'll have a chance to embark on the path of cultivation. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Zhang family. The middle-aged man released a bit of his aura, which shocked the disciples of the Zhang family. They immediately went back to report. It only took a few minutes. Zhang Shuli came out with the senior members of the Zhang family. Long time no see, Patriarch Zhang. Your complexion is quite good. However, your hair has turned quite a bit white. Could it be that there's something troubling you? Feel free to tell me. I'll help you settle it while I'm here. The middle-aged man smiled. Chapter 4166. It would be weird if Zhang Shuli was in a good mood. His own daughter had slept with that great demon god, and now he had to face this big shot. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be willing to do it. Zhang Shuli wasn't panicking, which showed that he was in a good state of mind. Zhang Shuli was most worried about how to deal with the upcoming situation. Those who came from the Kunlun mystic realm were all arrogant and would start a fight if they disobeyed. If it wasn't for the invisible restraints, it would be normal for them to be killed. Zhang Shuli invited the three of them in. The three of them hadn't been to a place like Beijing for a while, and their faces were full of interest. After sitting down and drinking a few cups of tea, the middle-aged man smiled. You should know why we're here today. Get your daughter out. After so many years, Zhang Ziren should have grown up. She should be a beauty now. Zhang Shuli knew that trouble was coming. He didn't want his daughter to be mentioned the most. Now that the middle-aged man wanted to see Zhang Ziren, he didn't know how to explain it. The change in his expression couldn't be hidden from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, Chief Zhang, don't tell me what happened to your daughter, Zhang Ziren. I've told you so many times. You should know that the Zhang family has its current status because we've been helping you behind the scenes. Otherwise, the Zhang family would still be a small, insignificant family. Any word from those rich second-generation young masters would be enough to make the Zhang family suffer. The Zhang family was indeed supported by these people. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Ziren had the qualifications to be a cauldron, the middle-aged man wouldn't have helped. Now, it was finally time to reap the benefits. If he couldn't bring Zhang Ziren away, the middle-aged man wouldn't let Zhang Shuli off so easily. If he could help the Zhang clan rise, he could naturally destroy it. People from Peking University, listen to my explanation. Zhang Shuli was instantly flustered by this gaze and these words. The middle-aged man called Bei Ren was called Bei Tianai. There was a hint of anger in his eyes as he glanced over coldly. In that case, did something happen to your daughter, Zhang Ziren? Don't tell me that your daughter found a boyfriend. There was a loud bang. An invisible attack landed directly on Zhang Chunli's body. His entire body flew out and smashed into a table, shattering it into pieces. Dad, there's no need to waste words with this kind of person. Just kill him. He can't even take care of my cauldron properly. What's the use of having such a person? Bei Qianxiu, who was sitting beside him, snorted coldly, filled with boundless hostility. The commotion in the hall naturally spread to the outside, but Zhang Shuli had already instructed that no matter what happened inside, no one was allowed to enter. If anyone dared to enter, they would be kicked out of the clan. Peking University people, spare me. Zhang Luli crawled up with a face full of blood and said in a trembling voice, our Zhang family has also put in a lot of effort into this matter, but who knew that just a few days ago, my daughter would be kidnapped? Our Zhang family is helpless. There was a bang. Zhang Shuli hit the wall again and spat out a lot of blood. Bai Tianye's expression turned even uglier. Trash, you're really trash. Didn't you tell us that something like this happened? Bei Qianxiu's gaze turned even colder. Tell me, who stole my cauldron? I'm going to kill that brat. Zhang Shuli's heart was filled with despair. It's over. Although he wasn't weak, he couldn't withstand Bai Tianye's attacks at all. He was defeated in just a single exchange. This feeling of helplessness made Zhang Shuli's heart sink. He knew that the two of them were furious. If he didn't give them a reasonable explanation, Zhang Shuli felt that he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. It's Lin Fei, the Lin Fei who recently rose to fame in Yanjing. He stole my daughter. He's too strong, and our Zhang family is no match for him. Even that Yi Xian has to give face to the great demon god. I, Zhang Shuli, am also helpless, Zhang Shuli said bitterly. Bai Tianye's eyes flickered. Their clan also had their own intelligence agency in Beijing. Naturally, they knew of Lin Fei. However, they did not really care about such a person. No matter how strong he was in Beijing, he would still be like an ant in the Kunlun secret realm, unable to withstand a single blow. So it's this brat. He's really bold. Bai Tiany's voice was filled with coldness. Tell your daughter to come back immediately. If she doesn't come back in an hour, don't blame me for crippling everyone in the Zhang family. I believe that your old rivals will be very interested in getting justice from you. Zhang Shuli's entire face turned pale. He finally understood that being in the king's company was like being in the company of a tiger. I'll call them. I'll call them right away. Zhang Shuli called, and Zhang Ziren immediately picked up. Daughter, hurry up and come back. They're here. If you don't come back soon, your father's life will be gone. Zhang Shuli was usually high and mighty, but at this moment, he no longer had that demeanor. In front of his daughter, he was like a person begging for help. On the other side, Zhang Ziren and Lin Fei were sitting in a car, getting closer and closer to the Zhang family. When Zhang Ziren received the call, his face turned pale. Dad, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Tell them not to do anything. I'll be back soon. After hanging up, Zhang Ziren was anxious. Don't worry. I'm here. As long as you're not at the Zhang family, those people won't dare to do anything to your father. Lin Fei patted Zhang Ziren's shoulder, calming her down. Brother Lin, I'll have to trouble you today. Although I don't like how my father treats me like a commodity, he's still my father. I can't just watch him get into trouble. Zhang Ziren's eyes were red. In the Zhang family's living room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang Shuli stood in a corner, looking very embarrassed. He did not dare to say a word. Bai Tianyi and the other two were the same. Their expressions were gloomy. It really is the aura of a human cauldron. However, the human cauldron has been taken away. Damn it, I'm going to cripple him. Bai Tianxian's eyes lit up. He dashed out like a ghost, leaving behind a deep and cold voice. Bai Tianyi did not stop his son from going out. Everything was fine before, but such an unforeseen event happened. This made Bai Tianyi feel a little embarrassed. Indeed, he wanted his son to go out and calm down. No matter who that Lin Fei was. Since he dared to snatch the human cauldron they had reserved, he had to accept the consequences. Bai Tianyi was very confident in his son's strength. In the secular world, unless Yi Xian made a move, no one could be his son's opponent. Moreover, in places like Yanjing, innate powerhouses did not make a move. Only a master could stand out. However, a master could not withstand a single blow from his son. A loud bang. As soon as Bai Tianyi's thoughts fell, he saw a figure fly in from outside the door and hit the wall heavily. His whole body was hanging on the wall. What was even more unbelievable was that the wall did not move an inch under such a force. There was not even a crack. Qianxiu, why is it you? This is impossible. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4167. Bai Tianyi's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets as boundless rage erupted from his body. He couldn't believe that his son, Bai Qianxiu, was defeated in the blink of an eye. His injuries weren't light either, and he was now hanging on the wall in a coma. What kind of terrifying power was this? He immediately rushed forward and pulled Bai Qianxiu down. After a thorough examination, his heart sank. Almost all the bones in his son's body had been shattered by the attack just now. Who did this? Get the hell out here! Bai Tianyi roared. This was his son, and he had high hopes for him. But in the secular world, his son was seriously injured in a single move. Even with top-notch healing pills, it was impossible for him to recover within a year and a half. Zhang Shuli took a step back and shrunk his neck. His eyes were filled with shock. That was Bei Qianxiu, a true heaven's pride. But now, he was slammed against the wall like a dead dog. Zhang Shuli didn't even dare to imagine such strength. Who did this? I was the one who beat him up. If you want revenge, come find me. What's the point of bullying those weak people? Two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. The one who attacked just now was none other than Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even spare a glance at Bei Qianxiu's strength and sent him flying with a single punch. No matter how much of a heaven's pride he was still just that. You're the one who injured my son. You're too vicious. I want your life. Bai Tianyi was already in a state of rage. When he saw the other party, he quickly locked onto the other party and raised his palm to strike. Xiantian true qi gathered, and an invisible palm print appeared out of thin air, slapping down on Lin Fei's head. This palm print was unleashed. Be it the people in the hall or outside, there weren't many who weren't trembling in fear. A ray of light flashed in front of everyone, and the palm print that contained Xiantian true qi was instantly sliced apart, losing its power. If I were you, I'd sit down and have a good chat. Don't start a fight right away. That's boring. The ray of light didn't stop and continued to attack Bai Tianyi. In Bai Tianyi's eyes, the ray of light magnified infinitely until it was as bright as the sun. Formless sword qi. How can there be such a powerful formless sword qi? Bai Tianyi retreated, and his pupils constricted, revealing a look of astonishment. He raised his hand and continuously slapped at the blazing sun, sending out one palm after another. But his method was quickly disintegrated in front of this scorching sun, and an invisible sword qi slashed his body. Even though he had innate gang qi to protect his body, this invisible sword qi easily tore through his defense, and his whole body crashed into the city wall, along with his son behind him. The battle came so quickly that Zhang Chenglu was in disbelief. This was an expert from the Kunlun secret realm, an innate realm expert. In front of a Xiantian realm expert, Zhang Chenglu was nothing. But now, this Xiantian realm expert couldn't even block a single move and was defeated. The strength of this great demon god is too terrifying. The rumor is true, this kid really has the strength of a Xiantian realm expert. Last time, Zhang Shuli also heard that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Although there were rumors that he had reached the Xiantian realm, he didn't believe it. As for his daughter, he didn't hear it either. But now, he finally saw Lin Fei's methods, and they were indeed terrifyingly strong. Sir, for you to attack our people so rashly, are you planning to become enemies with our sect? The middle-aged man who had been sitting all this while appeared in front of Bai Tianyi in a flash. He quickly fed the two of them a medicinal pill, and then raised his head, looking at the young man with a serious expression. Do you think that just because your strength is more profound than theirs, you have the qualifications to threaten me? Have a taste of my sword first. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He raised his hand, and another formless sword qi shot out. Just like before, it turned into a resplendent blazing sun, and the sharp aura caused everyone to close their eyes subconsciously. You dare? The middle-aged man executed his fist technique, and even slapped a talisman on his body, causing a ray of light to appear. Even so, he still retreated 3 steps before stopping. Let me ask you, do you still dare to threaten me? Do you still dare to touch the Zhang clan? Lin Fei said calmly, looking like a demon king. We don't want Zhang Ziren anymore. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. We'll leave Beijing now, and we won't come back to this place easily. The middle-aged man used a treasure to block the sword, and he knew how terrifying the sword was. He was afraid that it was just a casual attack, and he wouldn't be able to block it if he used his full strength. He had used a precious defensive talisman in order to defend himself. Lin Fei shook his head. That's not enough. You have to pay the price for injuring my father-in-law. Leave everything you have, and get out of Beijing. It's that simple. That's impossible. Don't go too far. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and another invisible sword chi struck down. As soon as the invisible sword chi landed, the middle-aged man's face darkened. "Wait, we'll hand it over. We'll hand it over." He had such a hard time blocking the previous attack, and this invisible sword chi seemed to be even more powerful than the previous one. He could smell the terrifying aura of death. The middle-aged man didn't dare to take it, and he couldn't. This was the most humiliating day he had ever been since he became an inborn expert. The invisible sword chi dispersed, and so did the aura of death. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Tianai, leave everything you have. Let's go." The middle-aged man took out everything he had, and his eyes were filled with pain. However, he didn't have the time to think too much under the current situation. Bai Tianyi wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the middle-aged man's gaze. He took out everything he had, including his sons, and put them on the table. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. He brought Zhang Ziren in and sat down on the sofa. He didn't block their way. "Remember what I said. If you can't take this lying down and come to take revenge on the Zhang family, then I won't be polite to you. My surname is Lin Fei. If you want to take revenge on me, you can go to Longteng Villa in the East Sea. I'll be waiting for your sex revenge at any time." The middle-aged man's eyes twitched. He didn't say anything and left the hall. The hall quietened down. "Father-in-law, please accept these things. Just take it as a small token of my appreciation." Lin Fei smiled. He reached out and clenched his fist. When he opened it again, a drop of water had condensed in his palm. This drop of water was very small. It spun and was injected into Zhang Ziren's body casually. His body, which was injured a moment ago, recovered in the next second, and his face became rosy again. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4168. Outside the Zhang family. Bai Tianyi's face was pale. He couldn't figure out what Elder Wang was thinking. "Elder Wang, is that brat really that scary? We have so many experts in our sect. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly defend against the encirclement of our sect." Bai Tianyi was filled with anger. The cauldron he prepared for his son had disappeared. Not only that, but his son was also severely injured. If it wasn't for the healing pills, the consequences would have been dire. The middle-aged man called Elder Wang was called Wang Zhen. He wasn't famous in the sect, but he was much stronger than Bai Tianyi. He could be considered as a strong ally of Bai Tianyi in the sect. That brat is terrifyingly strong. He's not someone we can defend against. If we don't take the initiative to leave, it'll be impossible for us to leave the Zhang family alive. Wang Zhen's face was solemn. Who would have thought that there would be such an expert in the secular world? If I'm not wrong, he must be a genius released by those big powers in the Kunlun Mystery Land to snatch the blood of the Divine Dragon from the land of the Divine Dragon. Wang Zhen knew more information than the others. For example, the land of the Divine Dragon. "Elder Wang, I heard that the land of the Divine Dragon is just a rumor. Don't take it seriously. Is there really such a place?" Bai Tianyi asked curiously. Wang Zhen harumphed coldly. "The land of the Divine Dragon is actually more mysterious than you can imagine. The blood of the Divine Dragon has an unparalleled effect. Let me tell you this. Not long from now, there will be many experts appearing in Yanjing. Now that the 10 Divine Dragon keys have appeared, those geniuses will come out from the Kunlun Mystery Realm to fight for the blood of the Divine Dragon." Wang Zhen took a deep breath. That Lin Fei is definitely one of those geniuses. We can't see through him, so we shouldn't offend him. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight back against those big powers. It's meaningless to offend Lin Fei for a Zhang Ziren from the Zhang family. Bai Tianyi's face was full of bitterness. He knew that he would definitely suffer a loss in this matter. Even if this matter was spread to the sect would only reprimand him severely. They would never help him, so he could only accept it. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Wang. If it weren't for you, the two of us would have been doomed. I heard that Lin Fei has a divine dragon key on him. When the time comes, we don't even need to do anything. There will be plenty of people looking for trouble with him. That divine dragon key can bring 3 people in. For these 3 spots, there will definitely be a big fight. With Lin Fei's personality, he will definitely not hand over the divine dragon key. Wang Zhen nodded slightly. Although that kid is powerful, once those people come out, it is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Bai Tianye's expression brightened. This might be good news for him. In the hall of the Zhang family, Zhang Shuli's father-in-law looked a little uncertain. After all, the person standing in front of him was the demon god. However, when he found out that these things were used to make amends, Zhang Shuli was in disbelief. He saw that many of these things were good stuff. To the Zhang family, it would definitely be of great help. Especially those pills that were stored in bottles. Those were really priceless items. Zhang Shuli thought that he had heard wrongly. Was this demon god really that easy to talk to? It had to be said that Zhang Shuli was very grateful to Lin Fei. In any case, he had helped the Zhang family solve their problem and made Bai Tianyi and the others leave in a sorry state. Having a son-in-law like this seemed like a pretty good thing. Dad, don't stand on ceremony. Brother Lin said that he would give it to you, so it's yours. Don't think too much about it. Zhang Xiren's face was now full of smiles. She felt that her man was too powerful. Even a big shot like Bai Tianyi could be defeated so easily. Zhang Xiren was deeply mesmerized by the power of the snap of his fingers. Zhang Xiren was different from other women. She had seen a lot and knew a lot. She wasn't as shocked as the others. However, when she looked at Lin Fei, her eyes were filled with love. It was a kind of love that came from worshipping the strong. In that case, I will thank you on behalf of the Zhang family and Xiren. Zhang Shuli kept the things carefully. He immediately arranged for people to clean up the hall and get people to serve tea. His expression and attitude had a 180-degree change. In a short period of time, Zhang Shuli realized one thing. From today onwards, the Zhang family might be able to use their relationship with Xiren to bring the Zhang family to another level. As for the Kunlun mystic realm, Zhang Shuli also chose to draw a clear line between them. Your room is pretty good. It's not like you can find such good rosewood everywhere. You're really a nouveau riche. That night, Lin Fei stayed in Zhang Xiren's room. Compared to other people's rooms, Zhang Xiren's room had a more ancient aura. Not to mention anything else, just the bed made of yellow rosewood alone was worth more than a few million yuan. It was really sleeping on a pile of cash. Zhang Xiren smiled and patted Lin Fei. How can you say that? I heard that this was passed down by my grandmother's grandmother. It's a pretty good item. Then it's really an old item. In that case, we have to do something meaningful. Zhang Xiren's face was filled with shyness. What happened in the Zhang family was just a small matter. Lin Fei woke up early in the morning and took a stroll in the Zhang family. When he saw Zhang Shuli, who was rushing over. In a single night, Zhang Shuli had thought through many things. His impression of Lin Fei had changed drastically. At the very least, his daughter had a relationship with Lin Fei. It seemed like he could still be a father-in-law. Young Master Lin, our people just received this item in the morning. It seems like it's for you to open. Our people didn't dare to touch it and brought it over immediately. Zhang Shuli rushed over with a different expression. At the same time, he was holding a red envelope. It's for me? Lin Fei smiled. That's interesting. I've only stayed in your Zhang family for one night, and someone is already rushing to deliver something to me. Zhang Shuli had also just received the news. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately brought it over personally. Yes, it's for you. I'm afraid that there's something valuable inside, so I didn't dare to let them look through it, Zhang Shuli said as he handed over the envelope in his hand. Lin Fei glanced at the envelope. There were no tricks on it. He only saw the words, "For Lin Fei," written on the red envelope. These words were delicate and pretty. For some reason, a figure appeared in his mind. There was only a piece of white paper in the envelope with a few words written on it. Have you heard of the Jianghu Villa? Zhang Shuli's expression changed slightly. You're talking about the Jianghu Villa. I've heard of it before. It's said that the Jianghu Villa is very mysterious. I've also heard that the forces of the Kunlun secret realm seem to be behind the Jianghu Villa. Even the god of war, Yi Xian, wouldn't dare to do anything to the Jianghu Villa. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4169. Nightfall. Outside Yanjiao City. Somewhere 30 miles away. There was a huge villa in this place. Unlike the other villas, this villa was very grand and magnificent. No one knew who owned this villa. However, no matter who it was, in front of this manor, they had to be well behaved. And this place was called Jianghu Manor. Nobody remembered when Jianghu Villa appeared. However, everyone knew that on the opening day of Jianghu Villa, all the big shots in Yanjin came. It was a sea of people and it was very lively. Even now, many people still remembered the grand scene of that day. Brother, Jianghu Villa is in front. Are you sure you want to go to Jianghu Villa? An inconspicuous taxi drove along the mountain road to the huge parking lot of Jianghu Villa. The driver was curious and worried. Lin Fei took out 100 yuan and passed it to the driver. Yes, this is the place. He got out of the car. Lin Fei looked at the huge villa. He squinted and then relaxed. After learning about Jianghu Villa from Zhang Lisheng, Lin Fei called Lin Ziqing to find out more. Although Lin Ziqing didn't know much about Jianghu Villa, the Lin family did. With Lin Ziqing as a middleman, Lin Fei got to know the situation of Jianghu Villa in a short time. Let's see what you want to do tonight. Lin Fei didn't bring anyone with him. He knew that the people who asked him to come to Jianghu Villa must be for the Dragon Key. If Lin Fei couldn't tell, he wouldn't be Lin Fei. If it was something else, Lin Fei would definitely not have come. However, it was the Dragon God Key. It was worth it for Lin Fei to come. After all, the 10 keys could open the land of the Dragon God. If nothing goes wrong, tonight should be very interesting. You must be the famous young master Lin Fei in Yanjin. As soon as he walked through the door, a middle-aged man came out and said enthusiastically, I'm Lin Fei. Lead the way. Jianghu Villa was huge. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be so big. The middle-aged man drove a sightseeing car and brought Lin Fei to the entrance of the villa halfway up the mountain. The villa was quiet. However, there was a commotion when they were about to reach the hall. There's a banquet in Jianghu Villa. Young Master Lin, you came just in time. I wish you a wonderful night. The middle-aged man said with a smile after getting out of the car. Needless to say, Lin Fei saw the situation. There was indeed a banquet in the hall. There weren't many people attending this banquet. All of them were young people. Among them, Lin Fei saw some old acquaintances, such as Yan Xiangdong of the Yan clan and some experts of the Wang clan. When he walked into the hall, many people stared at him. Some of these gazes were curious, some were envious, and some were even filled with hatred. However, all of these gazes were captured by Lin Fei. Lin Fei casually scanned the area and did not see any important people. He took a glass of champagne from the table and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he found a place to sit. The banquet didn't last long. When Lin Fei finished his glass of champagne, the hall quietened down. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's banquet. Let's also welcome Lin Fei from Yanjing. You're a famous person in Yanjing. Not everyone has the ability to suppress the 5 major clans to the point of not daring to make a sound. The moment the door was closed, Yi Qingtang's eyes widened. On the upper floor of the hall, a figure had appeared at the railing. Lin Fei raised his head and saw a familiar figure. Wasn't this the woman who was drenched by him the other day? He didn't expect to meet her here again. She seemed to be the owner of this place. Standing at the railing was the woman he met the other day. Her name was Yi Zixuan. At this moment, Yi Zixuan acted as if nothing had happened. There was a faint smile on her face, making people feel very comfortable as if they were bathing in the sunlight. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, what a powerful woman. This cultivation technique is not simple. Unknowingly, it can make people lower their guard. Everyone looked at Lin Fei again. Beauty, your words are a bit too much. When did I suppress the 5 big families? I clearly haven't suppressed the Yi family yet. You are slapping my, Lin Fei's, face. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Yi Zixuan's expression changed slightly. She obviously didn't expect Lin Fei to reply like that. Tonight, the hall was filled with people from the 5 big families. Although those words were a joke, she didn't expect Lin Fei to take it seriously. Just as the investigation had shown, this guy's temper was indeed a bit different. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to admit it. Young Master Lin, you are really an interesting person. Yi Zixuan walked down the stairs. Today, she was wearing a black evening dress. She looked bright and beautiful, instantly attracting the attention of countless young elites. Yi family's Yi Zixuan is indeed different. No wonder she could become the saintess of the Kunlun's secret realm. How can we miss out on such a good thing? The originally closed door was slowly pushed open. A loud and clear figure with a trace of coldness entered. A black-clothed guy walked in. On the left and right side of the door stood 2 black-clothed experts. They respectfully closed the door. I came uninvited. Saintess, you shouldn't mind, right? The black-clothed man cupped his hands and smiled. If anyone minds, you can stand out and tell me. I will humbly accept it. Black-clothed young master, Fan Tianxue. A trace of fear flashed across Yi Zixuan's beautiful eyes. She said the other party's name, the famous Fan Tianxue. Who dares to not give you face? You kill people without batting an eye. Those who were originally dissatisfied immediately shut their mouths when they heard this. These geniuses more or less knew about the existence of the Kunlun secret realm. They also knew that it was a place that all geniuses yearned for. Anyone who came from that place was not someone that could be offended. When Yi Zixuan said this, they secretly put up their guard. They almost offended this black-clothed young master of the ghost sect. Saintess Yi, can you not make me sound so savage? In terms of savageness, how can I be compared to this Yanjing's great demon god? Even my puppet was heavily injured by him. I admit that I am inferior to him. Black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. Lin Fei instantly felt like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. From those words, he could hear the hatred and killing intent. So there is actually someone who is more savage than me. I feel that it is rather interesting. I wonder who will be more savage if we fight? Maybe I can only be truly savage after I beat you to death, Lin Fei chuckled. Bookseller House website. Chapter 4170. When Lin Fei finished speaking, the black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue's eyes turned cold and a ray of light burst out. If you have the guts, say it again. The young men who were closest to Fan Tianxue were shocked as if their hearts were hit by a huge hammer. Their faces instantly turned pale and their bodies started to tremble. Everyone truly witnessed the ferocity of the black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue. His words actually contained a spiritual attack. This spiritual attack wasn't directed at them but at Lin Fei. However, the remaining power made them feel extremely fearful. They looked at Saintess Yi Zixuan at the same time with gratitude in their eyes. Lin Fei didn't care much about this spiritual attack. He chuckled and quietly disintegrated. So many people in Beijing have given me the title of Great Ferocious God, which is enough to prove that I am a ferocious person. Therefore, if someone more ferocious than me appears, I will naturally be more ferocious than him. Therefore, let me ask you, are you more ferocious than me? Of course, you can choose not to admit it, then I will pretend that you aren't ferocious. However, if you agree, then I will really have to experience your skills. After all, this title was given to me by the people of Beijing. I don't want to give it to someone else so easily. Fan Tianxue, what do you think? The black-clothed young master Fan Tianxue's expression immediately changed a lot. Then, he returned to normal and laughed out loud. Lin Fei, you are indeed different from others. I have learned a lot. Saintess Yi Zixuan of course hoped that Lin Fei and Fan Tianxue would fight. It would be best if both of them were injured. However, it was a pity that her wish wasn't realized. Lin Fei and Fan Tianxue seemed to be quite cunning and wouldn't be easy to deal with. You two, for my sake, it's best not to fight. If you destroy this Jinqiu mountain manor, both of us won't be able to take it. Yi Zixuan chuckled. Lin Fei naturally didn't care. What Jinqiu villa? On the other hand, the black-robed young master Fan Tianxue snorted, we definitely have to give face to Saintess Yi. Others might not know the origins of the splendid manor, but he, Fan Tianxue, knew very well that the origins of the splendid manor were not as simple as he had imagined. He could be arrogant in front of everyone, but if he dared to attack the splendid manor, he would absolutely not have a good ending. This was something that countless people used their personal experiences to tell their descendants. Fan Tianxue casually found a place to sit down. I see that almost everyone is here. If you have anything to say, just say it so as not to waste everyone's time. Yi Zixuan smiled slightly. It's still early, there are still quite a few people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He felt that tonight's matter was rather interesting. The Yi family's Yi Zixuan was really an astute woman. It seemed like she was doing rather well in the Kunlun secret realm. Lin Fei also wanted to see who else would come. Is there someone else besides me? In that case, I want to see who else is qualified to sit here. The black-clothed young master, Fan Tianxue, swept his gaze across. As for you trash, all of you can scram now. Staying here is just an eyesore. He slammed his palm on the table at the side, and a formless shockwave instantly struck these people. Everyone staggered and fell to the ground one after another. Young Master Fan, aren't you not giving me face by doing this? Yi Zixuan said coldly. She was rather unhappy. Fan Tianxue laughed loudly, since it's an important matter, it's meaningless to have them here. I also know that you invited them here to warm up the atmosphere. They also don't have the qualifications to participate. I wonder if I'm right? Yi Zixuan indeed had this intention. She was a member of the Yi family. Naturally, she had to get to know these geniuses of Yanjing. However, when Fan Tianxue said it out loud, the meaning was somewhat different. Saintess Yi, it's getting late. We'll leave first. When Fan Tianxue said that, these geniuses actually understood. After all, with Fan Tianxue here, they really didn't have the qualifications to speak to him. In terms of strength, they couldn't compare to him. In terms of background, they couldn't compare to him. Since they couldn't compare, there was no point in staying here. They might as well leave immediately. Yi Zixuan said with an apologetic look on her face, Zixuan is sorry about today's matter. In a few days, I will hold another banquet, and we will have a good gathering. We can also talk about some cultivation experiences, and everyone can improve together. These people quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the hall. Lin Fei was one, Yi Zixuan was one, Fan Tianshui was one, and Yan Xiangdong from the Yan family was one. There was no one else. Among them, the one who felt the most pressure was Yan Xiangdong. He knew that his family had lowered their heads in front of Lin Fei. Hence, he simply sat there silently. Time ticked by. I told you, it's still early. However, why are there only 4 people? Suddenly, a figure flashed in from outside. Following that, the smell of blood filled the air, causing people to feel nauseous. It turned out to be a young man dressed in red. His face was ruddy, and he even looked a little ill as he appeared in the field. Fan Tianshui, you're here as well. That's quite rare. Weren't you being chased by someone not long ago? Why are you swaggering here now? Oh right, it seems like those people don't dare to come here to kill you. You're quite smart, kid. The young man in red short sleeves chuckled. He looked at Fan Tianshui with disdain. Then, his gaze fell on Lin Fei. After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, so it's the great demon god Lin Fei. The divine dragon key should be in your hands. You're quite capable. Unfortunately, I came a step too late. Otherwise, the divine dragon key would definitely be in my hands. That's right. Your demonic blood technique has improved by quite a bit. I'll have to trouble you to keep it. I don't want to faint from the stench of your blood. Fan Tianshui snorted coldly. You should know that the Saintess is here today. You should at least pay attention to yourself. Shui Xiaotian chuckled. So it turns out that the Saintess is here. I'll definitely give you some face. He withdrew his aura and looked like an ordinary person. He casually sat down on a stool, but his bloodthirsty eyes kept glancing back and forth. Yan Xiangdong felt quite pressured. After all, he couldn't defeat anyone here. Hence, he lowered his head even more. He kept telling himself that he was invisible and that he should just listen. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4171. In a short period of time, a few young people arrived in the hall. All of them had a dense aura. If there were no surprises, they were all from the Kunlun mystery realm. There were a total of 8 people. Among them, the most unfamiliar one was Lin Fei. With him sitting there, the rest of them seemed a little out of place. Once the 8 of them arrived, the door was closed again. Yi Zixuan clapped her hands and introduced them. Actually, she introduced them for Lin Fei. Then, she got someone to bring them cups of hot tea. The tea was quite extraordinary as well. There was a trace of spirituality in it. Saintess Yi, you are truly wealthy. You are even willing to bring splendid manners spiritual energy tea over. I will be in for a treat, Shui Xiaotian said with a chuckle. Opening his mouth, he gulped down the spiritual energy tea. Not far away, Fan Tianshui did the same. He drank it in one gulp and closed his eyes to rest. As for the remaining people, they slowly enjoyed their tea. Since we're discussing something important, we have to let everyone sit down and talk about it calmly. Otherwise, it won't be easy to talk about it, Yi Zixuan said generously. Drink as much of this spiritual qi tea as you can. But don't get into any accidents. I can't guarantee anything. Yi Zixuan believed that these people would not drink too much of the spirit qi tea. One had to know that after drinking a cup of spirit qi tea, it would take a while for them to drink another cup. However, the difficulty of drinking a second cup would be greater, and the difficulty of drinking a third cup would increase exponentially. Hence, ordinary people could only drink 1 cup. This time, Yi Zixuan had put in a lot of effort. After all, it involved that place. She had to put on a show. Using spiritual qi tea to entertain these people was completely within her rights. It could be considered an extravagant act by Yi Zixuan. Luckily, she had gotten the approval of the sect behind her, so she didn't have to feel the pinch. If it was her, 1 cup would probably be enough to bankrupt her. This spiritual chi tea tastes pretty good. It's a pity it's a little lacking. Please give me another cup. Yi Zixuan had just finished speaking when she heard Lin Fei's words. These words were somewhat piercing to Yi Zixuan's ears. After all, she still remembered how he made her look like a drowned chicken in the forest. She was very unhappy. Young Master Lin, do you still want tea? Yi Zixuan was a little surprised. This second cup of tea is a little hard to digest, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei smiled and said, you should drink tea to your heart's content. This is the same as drinking wine. If you don't feel good, how can you talk about it? Besides, since you invited me here, you can't possibly not fulfill my wish, right? No problem. Give this young Master Lin a refill immediately. Yi Zixuan said with a smile, but she was cursing in her heart. Let's see how you are going to refine it later. The other people present naturally knew who Lin Fei was. He was the demon god who had recently risen to fame in Yanjin. From the moment Zhang Xian sat down, he hadn't changed his attitude at all. Just based on his composure alone, it was clear that he was extraordinary. The second cup of spirit tea was served. Lin Fei smiled and drank it in one gulp. He didn't need to refine it, and a faint smile hung on his face. Another cup, you don't have any objections, right? Yi Zixuan believed that Lin Fei's spirit tea was definitely done on purpose. Who would drink it like him? It's just spirit tea, young Master Lin can drink as much as he wants. I have no objections. Saintess Yi is really straightforward. A country bumpkin like me really hasn't had much spirit tea before. Since I can encounter it, I have to drink a few more cups no matter what. After getting Yi Zixuan's agreement, someone immediately came to refill the cup. After a refill, Lin Fei drank it in one gulp and asked for the next cup. Good tea, really good tea. Drinking it like this is satisfying enough. Lin Fei gulped down 8 cups in one go. He felt refreshed. But to Yi Zixuan, these cups of spirit tea were equivalent to cutting her body with a knife. The 8 of them only drank 8 cups at most, but now it was almost double. This also made Yi Zixuan a little angry, and she was even more helpless and shocked. This Lin Fei had drunk so much spirit chi tea, yet he was completely fine. This was truly frightening. Looking at the others, they were still refining after drinking a cup. How could it be like Lin Fei, who seemed to be refining after drinking a cup? This was too terrifying. I think everyone has drunk enough. Why don't we talk about the divine dragon key? This is one of the main reasons I called everyone here, Yi Zixuan said with a smile. She didn't want Lin Fei to continue drinking. She immediately went straight to the topic of today. Yi Zixuan didn't believe that Lin Fei could continue drinking spirit tea shamelessly. When everyone saw that Lin Fei made Yi Zixuan suffer a small loss, they couldn't help but feel surprised. After all, it was rare to see Saintess Yi suffer a loss. This Lin Fei was one of them. Is there a need to talk about the divine dragon key? Who has the key? Just bring your own people, what's there to discuss? Fan Tianxue was the first to speak. I think this kind of gathering is really useless. Could it be that we can snatch the divine dragon key from someone else? You can't say that. It's normal for a mystical item like the divine dragon key to be in the hands of our sect. However, if it's in the hands of someone else, I'm afraid it won't be able to display its greatest effect. I think that this kind of person should take the initiative and obediently hand over the divine dragon key. Xue Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything. He slowly enjoyed the aftertaste of the spirit tea. He didn't believe that Yi Zixuan's goal tonight was this. There must be something else. Everyone spoke one after another, and it was as noisy as a market. Yi Zixuan coughed lightly. I think everyone has misunderstood. Since the divine dragon key is in everyone's hands, we definitely won't let everyone hand it over. However, our sect has received news that there's another key that isn't in our country. It's in the Western world. So, the reason why I called everyone here is actually very simple. The older generation can't personally act because of restrictions, so I've decided to work together and retrieve the Divine Dragon Key. Moreover, apart from the Divine Dragon Key, I've also received news that the place where the Divine Dragon Key is sealed can be considered a small paradise. There are also many treasures there, one of which is related to the Divine Water of Life. The accuracy of this information is over 90%. I just don't know if everyone is interested. Yi Zixuan's words caused everyone's expression to change slightly. I didn't expect your sect's intelligence department to be so powerful. You even managed to find out about this. No wonder you invited us here. Fan Tianxue coldly snorted. He was clearly tempted. Is there really such a thing as the divine water of life? Chapter 4172. Lin Fei had been sitting and listening to them. The more he listened, the more interesting he felt. Although these treasures were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still pretty good for them to appear in these places. Moreover, he had been back in China for a long time, so it seemed like it was time for him to go out and take a look. The discussion lasted for a long time, and Lin Fei was basically listening. He rarely interrupted and only listened to the gist of it. There were a total of 10 divine dragon keys. Now, 9 had appeared, and the last one was in the Western world. Therefore, Yi Zixuan planned to join forces with these geniuses to go to the Western world to obtain the divine dragon key. In addition, they could also try their luck and see if they could obtain the divine water of life. These were the 2 points that they paid more attention to. As for the rest, they were just some small matters. After the discussion, 5 of the 8 people present expressed their approval. As for the remaining 3, they all chose to withdraw. From what they said, the Western world was more dangerous. Even if they were geniuses, they would still be in danger if they went to the Western world. After all, the majority of the experts on the World Grandmaster list were from the Western world. This was something they were clear about. They didn't seem to intend to say anything more about this matter. In the end, there were only 5 people left in the hall. Yi Zixuan, Lin Fei, Fan Tianxue, Shui Xiaotian, and a tall and strong man, Luo Yong, left the hall. Yi Zixuan's face was more or less filled with disappointment. After all, she had planned to gather these people to find the 10th key. Saintess Yi, now that there are only 5 of us left, what do you think we should do? Fan Tianxue said expressionlessly. Even if there are only 5 of us, we can still go to the Western world. Yi Zixuan's tone became very firm. Young Master Lin, what do you think? Among these people, the one that Yi Zixuan couldn't see through the most was Lin Fei. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say much, but from his eyes, Yi Zixuan could clearly see a trace of disdain. Don't easily doubt a woman's intuition. Yi Zixuan had indeed felt it. He made up his mind to drag Lin Fei down with him no matter what. With Lin Fei joining them, the chances of obtaining the Dragon God Key would be higher. Lin Fei chuckled, Saintess Yi, I think what you said is pretty good. Whether it's the Divine Dragon Key or the Divine Water of Life, they're both what everyone wants. However, I feel that you're hiding something else, which is a bit unfair. I don't want to be a knife in your hand. If you don't want to make it clear, then I'll leave immediately. In any case, I have a Divine Dragon Key in my hand, so it doesn't matter when I go to the land of divine dragons. Shui Xiaotian's expression was cold as a bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. That's not right. We're all friends. Are you trying to trick us into stepping on landmines? Yi Zixuan was a little annoyed. Seriously, Lin Fei. Why did he say it even though he already knew what was going on? Isn't he just making things difficult for me? However, she put on a bitter smile and said, Everyone, don't be angry. It's not that I want to hide it on purpose. I just feel that this kind of thing should be said to people who sincerely want to cooperate with us. Since no one is sincere about cooperating with us, there's not much meaning in saying it. Cunning. So cunning. Yi Zixuan's tone changed. However, there are only 5 of us left. I believe that everyone wants to obtain the last divine dragon key together. I, Yi Zixuan, have also said that there are a total of 4 spots for the last divine dragon key. I can give up this spot. I don't know if everyone is satisfied. The more Yi Zixuan said this, the more everyone felt that Yi Zixuan should know some secret. However, it was indeed not a small matter for her to give up her spot. Then tell us, what are you hiding? Actually, I don't have anything to hide. It's just that in that place, there's a lost cultivation technique of our sect. I believe everyone has heard of it before. It's the last chapter of the Phoenix Heaven art. I don't know if my explanation will satisfy everyone. Among the people present, only Lin Fei didn't know Yi Zixuan's background. However, the others were clear in their hearts. After hearing those words, they all revealed a look of sudden realization. As for how much they believed it in their hearts, only they themselves knew. So it's because of this. Then, I naturally have no objections. I think it's very suitable to use a spot to exchange for it. The few people present didn't have any objections. Lin Fei didn't have any objections as well. He had originally planned to go out and experience the local customs. Since everyone has no objections, let's discuss it again. Yi Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief and took out another set of information. This set of information was about the location of the divine dragon key. Yi Zixuan didn't take it out earlier. It could be considered as hiding something. Although they knew that the divine dragon key was in the Western world, as for its exact location, it wasn't something they could know. So it's at this location. No wonder. Xue Xiaotian chuckled after seeing it. Actually, I also plan to go there. After all, there are experts from the blood kindred there. I've long wanted to spar with the experts from the blood kindred and see who's stronger. Fan Tianxue said coldly. I advise you to give up. That place isn't a place someone like you can go. Don't be sucked dry by them and turn into a vampire. If that happens, you'll be the first one I kill. Everyone discussed in detail for a while more before leaving. Young Master Lin, I'll have to trouble you for this trip to England. I was presumptuous last time. I apologize to you here. I hope young Master Lin won't take it to heart. After everyone left, Yi Zixuan called out to Lin Fei and took the initiative to apologize. Lin Fei glanced at Yi Zixuan with a smile. You're quite a smart person, smarter than the others. I'll accept your apology, but only once. Lin Fei smiled and left. Yi Zixuan didn't know why, but when this gaze swept past her, she felt as if her entire body was being seen through by Lin Fei. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, but she didn't have the ability to resist it. Senior sister, I can see that you're not in a good mood. Do you want me to secretly find someone to teach him a lesson? Although he's strong, sometimes, strength doesn't mean everything. A person appeared from the side. Yi Zixuan shook her head. Forget it. This guy is still very useful to us. Whether we can get the divine dragon key or not, we might have to rely on Lin Fei. It's not suitable for us to do anything now. Furthermore, you don't have to think about this. Invincible Leveling King. Invincible Leveling King. Chapter 4173. Lin Fei didn't care much about Yi Zixuan's little scheme. Exposing it in front of those people was just giving Yi Zixuan some trouble. In terms of scheming, who could think of Lin Fei? Lin Fei saw through Yi Zixuan's cautiousness very clearly. As for the place where the divine dragon key was hidden, if there really was the Phoenix Heaven art, it was just a chuckle. Who would take it seriously? Coming out of Jianghu Villa, Lin Fei immediately dashed into the forest. He ran all the way back to Yanjing. Even if it was just a mad dash, it was just a flick of a finger. Other than the constantly swaying grass, no one could detect Lin Fei's tracks. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Fei had already arrived outside the hotel, as if he had just returned from a stroll. He entered the hotel, took the elevator, and went all the way to the door of the room. He swiped the card and pushed the door open. Lin Fei. There was a shout. It was like a roar, like thunder. In the dark night, a bright light rose like a bright moon, appearing in front of Lin Fei. First there was a sound, then there was a cold light, everything was done in one go. Lin Fei casually slapped the light with his palm, and the cold light instantly disappeared. That person was obviously a little surprised, and he didn't hesitate to attack fiercely. Rays of cold light spread in front of Lin Fei. Hand over the divine dragon key, and I can spare your life. It was a very deep Chinese voice, but there was a hint of a different tone in China. Another one with a mental problem. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and several strong winds collided with the cold light. Bang, 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 bang. The remaining power continued and landed on the black shadow. With a groan, the black shadow flew out, but halfway through, he rolled and instantly jumped out of the window. Why bother, there are more than 30 floors down from here. Lin Fei didn't chase after him. The casual method he used to break the barrier just now contained some of his power. Even if he managed to escape, he would inevitably suffer some physical pain. It seems like quite a lot of people are interested in the land of the divine dragon. They even dare to do something like lurking in my hotel. Unfortunately, my divine dragon key is the hardest to snatch out of the 10 keys. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Lin Fei shook his head and flicked his finger at the darkness in front of him. An invisible light enveloped the entire room. Only a few squeaking sounds could be heard, followed by a crisp sound, and then everything returned to normal. In a black 7-seater commercial vehicle far away, some people who were monitoring suddenly covered their ears. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. All of them were dumbfounded and dizzy. Let's go. That person has discovered us. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The driver was even more flustered. He barely managed to drive the car away, but he was also quite frightened. Lin Fei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes shining in the dark. He could see everything in the distance, and naturally, he could see the commercial vehicle. Lin Fei wasn't interested in chasing after him. After all, it was just the divine dragon key. He wasn't the only one who knew that he had a divine dragon key. It was normal for him to be targeted. One divine dragon key can bring 3 people in. I have to think about it. Lin Fei didn't plan to give up the 3 slots. Since it was the land of the divine dragon, there must be something extraordinary there, or some opportunities to increase one's strength. Lin Fei didn't need these opportunities, but his disciples did. For example, Su Mei. And then there was Lin Ziqing. She could be considered a talent that could be nurtured. He would help her if he could. As for the last slot, Lin Fei really didn't know who to give it to. As it was still early, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had quite a lot of choices. Before leaving Beijing, Lin Fei first went to the branch to see Lin Ziqing. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Lin Ziqing's ability. The entire branch was well managed, and it seemed to be thriving. Coupled with the influence of the Lin family, it was developing rapidly. As long as Lin Ziqing was given some time, the branch would definitely be able to stand firm in Beijing. Boss, you're really leaving. You don't want to stay in Beijing for a while longer. Lin Ziqing knew that Lin Fei was leaving, and she was a little reluctant. Take good care of the branch. When the company's performance is good, I might be in a good mood and give you a big gift to make you happy. Lin Ziqing immediately smiled like a little girl. Boss, this is what you said. Don't forget it when the time comes. Now, who would dare to treat Lin Fei as an ordinary person? Even the Khanate experts of the Lin family would turn pale at the mention of Lin Fei's name. Such thoughts were not only in the Lin family, but also in the 5 big families in Beijing. I won't go to my parents' place. You can go and tell them when the time comes. With Lin Moyuan's guarantee, Lin Fei wasn't worried that something would happen to his parents in the Lin family. Moreover, it probably wouldn't work if his parents really left the Lin family. Naturally, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered in this aspect. At noon, he had lunch with Lin Ziqing and asked her to buy a plane ticket. Only then did Lin Fei leave the branch. As everyone had agreed to go to England, they didn't say that they would set off together. They agreed on a time to meet in a month. As for why it was set a month later, Lin Fei wasn't very clear himself, but it didn't have much to do with him. He was going to go back to Donghai first. Lin Fei stopped a taxi to go to the airport. When they were halfway there, his phone rang. It was an unknown number that was calling in. Lin Fei picked it up. Immediately, a gloomy coughing voice came from the other side. "Master, I'm Kai Shan. Something happened here, please punish me, master." After saying that, he coughed a few more times. What happened? Through the phone, Lin Fei could tell that Kai Shan seemed to be seriously injured and was barely suppressing it. As for Kai Shan, he was only there to collect materials in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei didn't really care. "Master, didn't you ask me to help you collect materials? Ever since I came back, I reorganized the forces in Southeast Asia and collected those materials. Not long ago, my men found a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb in a deep forest, but I didn't know that the news would be leaked. When I was picking the 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, I was ambushed and the herb was taken away. I'm ashamed of Master's love. Please forgive me, Master." Lin Fei's expression didn't change. "Do you know who did it? It's a rival gang. I don't know where they found an expert and took the 1,000-year-old medicinal herb away. I also heard that the 1,000-year-old medicinal herb is at least 3,000 years old." Miao Shu House. Chapter 4174. If it was an ordinary matter, Lin Fei wouldn't care at all. However, when Kai Shan mentioned the 3,000-year-old herb, Lin Fei was surprised. Although Southeast Asia was full of herbs, it was rare to see one that was 3,000 years old. It was no wonder Kai Shan called him. "Are you sure that the herb is 3,000 years old?" Kai Shan said without any hesitation, "I wasn't too sure at first. Those people thought that everything would be fine once they injured me, but how could they know that I have the ability to control poison? Through my poison, they heard everything clearly. I feel that this 3,000-year-old herb should be of great use to Master." "Where are they now?" Lin Fei asked again. After all, it was a 3,000-year-old herb. It was indeed worth a trip. "I'm monitoring them. They are still in Thailand. It seems like they plan to look for other herbs. They seem to have a map with many herb locations marked on it. I can see that these herbs are quite old, probably more than 1,000 years old. I also heard that they talked about a 10,000-year-old herb. It seems like it's in the mountains, but it's not easy to get." Kai Shan revealed another shocking news. Hearing that it was 3,000 years old only surprised Lin Fei, but hearing that it was a 10,000-year-old herb, that was shocking. Lin Fei subconsciously felt that it was impossible. China's earth was different from other places. Finding a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, this came from Kai Shan, which shocked Lin Fei. "Are you sure you heard it correctly? You know that 10,000-year-old herbs can't be found anywhere," Kai Shan said with certainty. Kai Shan's tone was very certain. "I've listened to them a few times. They did mention the 10,000-year-old herb, but the herb seemed to be sealed, so they couldn't get it for a while. However, they did have a map of the herb, but their people are very strong. I can't make a move for a while, so only Master can personally take the map." Lin Fei pondered for a moment and said, then continue watching. Don't let them find out. I'll come over later. Lin Fei was a little tempted by a 10,000-year-old herb. As long as he had this 10,000-year-old herb as the main ingredient, he would be able to refine pills to heal the injuries of his immortal physique. At the very least, he would be able to recover about 20 to 30% of his injuries. Take the divine dragon's blood for example. If it existed, one could recover 20 to 30% of one's strength after consuming it. If he had the blood of the divine dragon and the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, he would be able to recover at least 50% of his strength. Even though it was only 50%, it was still very terrifying. Just like now, Lin Fei could only use 10% of the immortal divine body's power, but it was still not something any innate rancor could resist. Moreover, Lin Fei didn't use his full power. It was easy to imagine how terrifying 50% of his power would be. It would be a terrifying nightmare for anyone. Lin Fei took a plane back to Donghai and returned to the Longting Villa. Just as he walked into the Longting Manor, he saw a figure pouncing toward him. It wasn't a human, but a bird the size of a fist. It was the clown that he had gotten from Hangzhou. The clown had grown a lot, but it still looked very ugly. It was furry all over, but there was a burning aura around it. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lin Fei could sense it clearly. "Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Su Mei ran over. When she saw that her master, Lin Fei, had returned, she exclaimed happily. These days, when Lin Fei wasn't in the Longting Manor, Su Mei felt that something was missing. Now that she saw Lin Fei, she was filled with joy. Not long after, Yu Zishan and the rest arrived one by one. Lin Fei first checked on Su Mei's cultivation progress. Everything was progressing steadily as he had expected. In a short period of time, her strength had increased by quite a bit. After that, he listened to Yu Zishan's report about the Donghai. "It's been hard on you guys. Take these pills and distribute them. They'll be helpful in improving your strength." Lin Fei took out a bottle of pills and distributed them to Yu Zishan and the rest. After they left, Yu Zishan stayed behind. Lin Fei wrote a list and passed it to Yu Zishan. "Help me spread the word that the Longting Manor needs these medicinal herbs. As long as they can produce them, I don't care what price they have. Even if it's pills and so on, I can give them to them." Yu Zishan kept the list. "I'll get someone to spread the word immediately. With Master's current prestige, those people will definitely want to curry favor with Master. They'll definitely send these ingredients over as soon as possible." The ingredients that Lin Fei listed were all used to concoct a special pill. As for whether or not it could be concocted, Lin Fei didn't know yet. This was because concocting this pill required a main ingredient. The main ingredient was a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. It didn't matter what kind of medicinal herb it was, as long as it was 10,000-year-old. It had to be a genuine 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Even in the alternate world, it was extremely difficult to collect a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Regardless of whether there was a chance or not, Lin Fei had to make preparations in advance. Collecting it after obtaining it would definitely take up a lot of time. "Master, now that you're back, you won't be leaving again, right?" Su Mei came over with a cup of tea. She had personally brewed the tea. "In a few days, I'll be making a trip to Southeast Asia. Since your strength has already reached a certain level, you can come with me to train." Lin Fei cared a lot about this disciple of his. "Ah, Master, you're bringing me out to train?" Su Mei grew excited. "Why? If you don't want to go, I won't be bringing you." Lin Fei teased with a smile. "Master, don't tease me like this, okay? I still want to go with you. I also want to go out to train. Can you bring me along?" Su Mei's eyes wandered as she pulled Lin Fei's hand with a pitiful look. If you think that Su Mei was telling the truth, then you are gravely mistaken. Lin Fei knew that his disciple had a natural lean body and was good at acting. If anyone took it seriously, they would definitely suffer a big loss. Alright, it's useless to play this trick on your master. If it wasn't for your strength steadily increasing recently, I really wouldn't be bringing you out. In fact, bringing you out is to let you gain some experience. Wow, that's great. Master, I can finally go out to train. Su Mei was also clear about what this training represented. She, who had painstakingly learned martial arts, could finally display it with her head held high. This was equivalent to learning a dragon-slaying skill. She could finally slay a dragon. She was really happy. Chapter 4175. The news of Lin Fei's return to Donghai was not a secret. Especially after Yu Zishan spread the news, countless people were shocked. No one expected that Lin Fei would want to buy all kinds of herbs after returning from Yanjing. The age of these medicinal herbs was not low, but they all had different effects, which surprised and puzzled many people. However, for those who wanted to curry favor with the Longting Manor, this was a good opportunity. Without saying anything, they immediately contacted people to look for those medicinal herbs. Lin Fei did not stay idle after returning to Donghai. The Yan Huang battle team's director, Tai Zhan, visited him personally and brought a herb with him. It had to be said that the director, Tai Zhan, had also learned how to build relationships. Others might not know what Lin Fei had done in Yanjing, but he did. Now that Lin Fei was known as a fierce god, who would dare to look down on him? It just so happened that the Yan Huang battle team had collected a lot of herbs. With such an opportunity, Tai Zhan naturally had to come and build a relationship. After all, a place like Donghai could save him a lot of trouble if there was a great master in charge. Although there was a mountain above his head, it was nothing to Tai Zhan. He could also see that Lin Fei was not the kind of person who was passionate about power. Ever since Lin Fei rose in Donghai, he had not interfered with the Yan Huang battle team's affairs, nor did he interfere with the martial arts circle. It was as if he was a transcendent force. This was also the reason why Tai Zhan took the initiative to come. If Tai Zhan still did not know how to express something, he would really be no different from a pig brain. Lin Fei met many people and also had a meal with Bai Shengnan. During this time, they also talked about many things. Lin Fei was very relieved to leave the company's affairs to Bai Shengnan. In just a few days, Lin Fei took Su Mei on a plane to Thailand. In addition to bringing Su Mei to Thailand, Lin Fei also brought Xiao Chou. After returning from Hangzhou City last time, he had left the clown in the Longting Villa. In the end, the clown had made a mess in the Longting Villa. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep him by his side. Lin Fei bought a first-class cabin, which was very spacious. After boarding the plane, Lin Fei found a place to lie down and closed his eyes to rest. On the contrary, Su Mei was very excited. After all, although she didn't know what they were going to do in Thailand, she knew a lot of things. Yu Zishan and the others often talked about Jianghu, so Su Mei was no longer a newbie. She more or less knew about the situation, so she was full of expectations for this trip to Thailand. Hello, beautiful lady. You look very elegant. Why don't we get to know each other? Not long after boarding the plane, a man in flowery clothes boarded the plane. He was also in first class. After putting down his luggage, he turned around and saw Su Mei. His eyes immediately lit up and he took the initiative to give her a business card. My name is Su Wenchang. I'm a professional manager. I feel that your temperament is very outstanding and you can totally debut. I believe that with my ability, I'll definitely make you famous. Su Wenchang had seen many beautiful girls, but compared to the one in front of him, she was obviously much better. Su Wenchang was immediately interested. Especially when he saw that there was no one besides Su Mei, he naturally had some thoughts. Scram. In the past, Su Mei would never have said something like that. However, the current Su Mei was a martial artist and she wasn't weak at all. She didn't care about the person in front of her and she immediately shouted at him to scram. Su Wenchang was slightly stunned, but he didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry, beautiful. I'm really a manager. I feel that you have a lot of potential. If you think that I'm lying to you, I have my company's address here. You can log in and take a look at it anytime. Our company has also filmed many movies and TV series." Su Wenchang was like a dog skin plaster. He was very good at talking. On the contrary, many people in the first-class cabin, especially the girls, had their eyes lit up. However, due to the current situation, they didn't take the initiative to come over. Su Mei didn't expect this person to be so thick-skinned. If it was somewhere else, Su Mei would definitely grab him and give him a beating. However, in the first-class cabin, Su Mei didn't dare to do that. After all, she had often heard from her master that it was best to keep a low profile when going out. Even as a martial artist, you didn't know when you would meet a martial artist who was stronger than you. Su Wenchang had many tricks up his sleeves. However, in the first-class cabin, he wasn't worried that this elegant girl would do anything to him. If she really dared to do that, Su Wenchang would be very happy. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing on this trip to Thailand. "Beautiful, it's okay for us to get to know each other. I have some connections in Thailand. What do you want? I can help you. I'm not boasting, but in a place like Thailand, I can just casually move my lips and I don't even need to spend a single cent to travel around Thailand. Even those 5-star hotels are the same." Su Wenchang didn't stop showing off. Su Mei simply couldn't be bothered with him. She closed her eyes and rested. Fortunately, they were in the first-class cabin. In addition, Su Mei's mentality had changed a lot recently. If it was when she had just started practicing martial arts, she would have given him a slap. Therefore, Su Wenchang's luck was really very good. Lin Fei, who was next to him, was also woken up by Su Wenchang's chatter. He didn't make any movements, but he hit Su Wenchang's acupuncture point with his strength. Su Wenchang was just about to speak when he felt dizzy. He directly lay down on his seat and began to snore. This scene happened so quickly that many people were surprised. However, no one took it seriously. After all, those who could sit in the first-class cabin weren't ordinary people. Maybe he was tired, but his sleeping ability was really good. "Master, you're too kind. This guy is really annoying. If it was in another place, I would have given him a slap," Su Mei said in a low voice. Lady. Do you know that? You're already so old, but you still slap people so often. Aren't you afraid of scaring people away?" Lin Fei snorted with a smile. After that, the first-class cabin was peaceful. The plane arrived at the airport. After everyone left, Su Wenchang was woken up by someone. When he saw that the plane had arrived at the airport, he was also shocked. "When did I become so good at sleeping? That elegant beauty. No, I have to find her first." Shook House website. Chapter 4176. Master, is this Thailand? It feels the same as in China. It was also Su Mei's first time to go abroad, especially to Thailand in Southeast Asia. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to Thailand. He had never been here in his previous life. But when he stood at the entrance of the airport, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in Thailand was much denser than in China. It proved that Southeast Asia could produce all kinds of medicinal herbs. "They're here." Lin Fei squinted his eyes and saw a fleet of cars coming from not far away. This fleet of cars was led by a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. Behind it were all Mercedes-Benz. It was indeed very eye-catching to appear in the airport. Lin Fei didn't need to look to know that it was Kai Shan. "This guy is too much." Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He didn't like this kind of high-profile behavior. But the people in the airport were attracted by it, especially the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although this kind of car wasn't common, it wasn't unheard of. But the most impressive thing about this Rolls-Royce Phantom was its license plate. As long as one wasn't a fool, he or she could tell that the owner of this car must have a powerful background. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove slowly and finally stopped at the entrance. A man in black came down from the car. When the crowd saw these men in black, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. It turned out that these men in black had a poisonous creature embroidered on their chest. Finally, a middle-aged man came down from a Mercedes-Benz. This middle-aged man was dressed in black and his skin was dark. He emitted a ferocious aura. Even a simple look from him was enough to make the surrounding people feel fear and fear. They lowered their heads subconsciously. The person who came down was Kai Shan. He saw Lin Fei immediately and immediately went up to him. "Boss, I was delayed on the way here. That's why I'm late," Kai Shan said in a low voice. "Get in the car." Lin Fei noticed that a lot of people were paying attention to this place. He didn't want the news of him coming to Thailand to be known by others. Although he didn't care much about it, it was inevitable that there would be some risks. This time, he came for the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Even if there was a slim chance, Lin Fei wouldn't miss it. So he didn't want any accidents to happen. "Beauty, stop right there. Do you think you can just leave after stealing my things?" Just as Lin Fei and Su Mei were about to get on the car, a figure rushed out of the airport gate. Behind him were a few strong men. These strong men were all dressed in flowery clothes. However, it was obvious that these people's gazes were very sharp. Su Wenchang inexplicably fell asleep on the plane. Naturally, he felt that something was wrong. The first thing he suspected was this beauty. After alighting from the plane, he met up with a few friends and immediately rushed out with his men. No matter what, that woman was so elegant. Su Wenchang definitely couldn't let her go. Luckily, he finally saw that woman at the gate. He immediately shouted at her. Su Wenchang might not have been able to do it on the plane. However, after alighting from the plane, he could easily deal with a person in Thailand. Moreover, he had a legitimate reason and no one would suspect him. Su Mei was also furious. When she turned around, she saw that Su Wenchang shamelessly chasing after her again. He even slandered her for stealing. Su Mei was very unhappy. "Master, can I teach him a lesson? I really can't take it anymore. Just leave him alive. This kind of person should indeed be taught a lesson." Lin Fei looked at her indifferently and sat in the car. Su Mei was overjoyed. She turned around and walked over quickly. Su Wenchang was secretly pleased. "Hee, I'm still the best. Just one sentence and I scared the beauty into coming over obediently." Beauty, as soon as Su Wenchang said that, he saw Su Mei's leg whipping towards his neck. Su Wenchang fell to the ground and his face made solid contact with the ground. He was completely dumbfounded. "If you speak nonsense again, I'll just cripple you," Su Mei said coldly and turned around to leave. This was the first time that Su Mei had made a move. To Su Wenchang, it was definitely a huge humiliation. He couldn't move at all. He lay on the ground as if he couldn't control his lower body. "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and arrest her. This is an airport." Su Wenchang's partners were rather influential in Thailand. That time, they didn't work hard. However, after Su Wenchang shouted, they didn't move. Instead, they dragged him to the side. Their faces were gloomy and their faces were filled with fear and unease. It turned out that Kai Shan had just glared at them. Their minds instantly went blank. Others might have recognized who he was, but these people knew him. He was the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. "Boss, should we deal with that group of people just now? Since they offended Big Senior Sister, we have to teach them a good lesson," Kai Shan said respectfully as he sat in the carriage after receiving Lin Fei's approval. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. "There's no need. He took a whipping kick from little Su. No matter what, he has to be bedridden for more than half a year. It's not a small torture. Su Mei stuck out her tongue. Master, did I hit him too hard? It's about time. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out. A row of cars drove out of the airport. Su Wenchang, who was dragged to the side, didn't know what was going on. What are you guys doing? Let go of me. Hurry up and arrest that girl. Brother Su, it's not that we don't want to do it but we don't dare to. Do you know who we offended? One of the men in flowery clothes said with a bitter smile. Su Wenchang's heart skipped a beat. Actually, he knew that he had offended someone. After all, to be able to beat him up like this with a whipping kick, that person must be a martial artist. Su Wenchang more or less knew how powerful martial artists were. Although it was a secret to ordinary people, he more or less knew about it. However, he didn't expect that elegant girl to be a martial artist. Until now, he couldn't feel his neck. It was definitely broken. Aren't you guys very capable? Are you guys afraid of that person? The flowery clothes said, if it was an ordinary person, us brothers definitely wouldn't have a problem. However, we really can't afford to offend this person because he's our Southeast Asia's #1 black magic master. Southeast Asia's #1 black magic master? Isn't that Kai Shan? Su Wenchang's face turned pale and he fainted. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4177. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving in the downtown area of Thailand. Su Mei was admiring the scenery outside, but her little ears would perk up from time to listen to the conversation between her master and Kai Shan, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. Boss, those people are still in Thailand, but they have entered the mountains since the day before yesterday. It seems like they are looking for medicinal herbs. They also have the medicinal herb map with them. During this period, a few experts from China came, and each of them is very strong. My poisonous creatures don't dare to get close, but those experts are very sensitive. Once my poisonous creatures get close, they will be able to sense it. So I can only follow them from afar. They have already entered the mountains. Kai Shan explained the situation in detail, not missing a single detail from the beginning to the end. Lin Fei listened very seriously. From Kai Shan's words, he was able to make some sense out of it. At the very least, it could prove one thing, and that was that these people should be from China. They even knew that there were medicinal herbs hidden in the mountains. It seems like they are planning to concoct a batch of pills, and the quality of the pills should be extraordinary. I just don't know who gave them the confidence to use these 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs to concoct pills. Lin Fei snorted coldly. As an expert in concocting pills, he knew better than anyone else that the older the medicinal herbs were, the harder it was to concoct them. It wasn't easy to concoct pills that were more than 1,000 years old. A single mistake could easily cause all their previous efforts to go to waste. I also think that they are concocting pills. Kai Shan took out a tablet and passed it to Lin Fei. Then, he opened a video. These are the medicinal herbs that I found according to my memory. Boss, please take a look. Lin Fei didn't expect Kai Shan to pay so much attention to details. He actually found the actual pictures of these medicinal herbs. Su Mei also stretched her head over to take a look. They were all medicinal herbs that she didn't recognize. Master, what are these medicinal herbs for? Why can't I recognize any of them? Lin Fei laughed. In the future, you should learn more when you have time. It's always good to remember more medicinal herbs. For example, these are some very rare and special medicinal herbs. It's not easy for them to grow to such an old age. They are definitely concocting a special type of pill. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Fei recognized these herbs at a glance. These medicinal herbs were very unpopular, but they could not be hidden from him. After all, Lin Fei's mind was filled with countless medicinal herbs. Even if they were unpopular, they were not as unpopular as those medicinal herbs from the other world. Lin Fei couldn't help but have a great interest in this group of people. After all, it wasn't just any clan that could refine these pills. It must be a sect. So far, the number of sects that Lin Fei had encountered could be counted on one hand, and none of them had caught his attention. Could this be the people of Medicine King Valley? No, if the people of Medicine King Valley could refine this kind of elixir, they would have long been famous. They wouldn't have been suppressed by me a few times and become a coward. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. He couldn't figure it out for a while. The convoy soon arrived at a huge villa in Thailand. The buildings here were filled with a local atmosphere. You, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, are really something. You actually occupied such a good place with feng shui. After getting out of the car, Lin Fei stood on a grassland. There were mountains and rivers everywhere he looked. With just a thought, he could tell that this place had the best feng shui in Thailand. Thank you for your compliment, boss. I had a hard time snatching this place from them. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be rearranged. Although Kai Shan was under Lin Fei's control, he still maintained his consciousness and humbly asked for advice. Lin Fei smiled and gave a few pointers casually. Kai Shan was suddenly enlightened. He praised and cheered repeatedly, and unconsciously flattered him again and again. Master, this place is really good. I didn't expect there to be such a good place in Thailand. I remember that when my friend came last time, he really couldn't find such a good place. In the future, when you're successful in your cultivation, you can come here to relax and take it as a holiday. Kai Shan followed up and said, Big senior sister, you can totally come here for a holiday. The weather here is pleasant and it's also a good place for cultivation. At the mention of cultivation, Lin Fei said, Little Su, you can stay here for a few days. Kai Shan will accompany you to tour around. At the same time, you can go and meet with those Muay Thai experts to gain some experience. I'm going to settle some things. I'll look for you when I come back. Su Mei was already eager to give it a try, especially when she heard that she was going to spar with Muay Thai experts. She immediately nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. Thank you, master. I'll definitely spar with them. Don't worry, boss. With me accompanying senior sister Su, I won't let those people do anything. Lin Fei shook his head. As long as it's not an absolutely dangerous situation, you don't have to do anything. If you keep an eye on them in advance, then it'll be fine. I know that there should be many places in Thailand for Muay Thai competitions. Let's go to those places. In Lin Fei's opinion, his big disciple's strength had improved very quickly. However, she lacked combat experience. Muay Thai had always been known for its ferocity. If she could train here, she would definitely gain a lot. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was going to the deep mountains and forests to meet this group of people. If it was really a sect, Lin Fei wouldn't mind taking a look. After all, he had not been to any sect since he came back. Previously, he wanted to go to the Medicine King Valley. However, with their alchemy skills, they couldn't enter Lin Fei's eyes. However, these people were different. To be able to use these 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs to make elixirs, it was definitely not an ordinary sect. After looking at those medicinal herbs, Lin Fei was even more certain of his guess. In the morning, Lin Fei received a map. It was an extremely detailed map. It could be said that every inch of it was detailed. Kai Shan had put in a lot of effort to make this. He had marked it on the map and it was clear at a glance. Kai Shan then reported the latest news to Lin Fei. At the same time, he passed the method of controlling the poisonous creature to his boss. Lin Fei was able to use such a small thing easily. In his field of vision, everything changed. It turned out that his consciousness had directly descended onto the poisonous creature. This poisonous creature was a frog. It was the size of a fist, but its body was covered in scales and it had a ferocious expression. This frog was called the black scale frog. It was a special frog from Thailand. After being cultivated by Kai Shan, it became extremely strong and could spit out poison. Most importantly, it could use a secret technique to descend onto one's consciousness. It was definitely a top-notch item. With this thing, Lin Fei could easily find them. Chapter 4178. Lin Fei left early in the morning. With the location of the black-scaled frog, the moment he entered the mountains, he used his movement technique to the extreme. With the support of the immortal god body, Lin Fei's explosive speed was unbelievably fast. He only needed 1 or 2 hours to complete a journey that would take days. Along the way, there were many herbs in the forest. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, but he quickly put them to the back of his mind. No matter how good these herbs were, they weren't as good as those that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. Noon. Lin Fei had already reached the depths of the mountains. This place was a primitive forest, and there was a cold and gloomy aura everywhere. There were countless poisonous insects and creatures here. Anyone who came in and saw this would be horrified and scared. Lin Fei didn't care. Another 3 hours later. Lin Fei came to the side of a swamp. At the side of the swamp, he found the black-scaled frog. The black-scaled frog was the size of a fist, and it gave off a cold and gloomy aura. They should be in the swamp up ahead. They haven't come out for so long, so they should be looking for some herbs. Let me see what's in there. Lin Fei did not plan to play any tricks. He planned to go straight to the point and take down these people first. There are many poisonous creatures here. You can go and have a taste. The clown on Lin Fei's shoulder flew out. Of course, it wasn't appropriate to describe it as flying. The clown was like an arrow. With a whoosh, it shot out and landed on a large tree. There were poisonous creatures on the tree, and it ate them with relish. These venomous creatures were different from those outside. They had absorbed a certain amount of heaven and earth spirit qi. Outsiders might not think much of it, but in Lin Fei's eyes, these venomous creatures were great supplements. They were very beneficial to Clown. He left the clown here to eat. Lin Fei then set up a power seal on the clown's body. Anyone who came into contact with the clown would instantly explode out with a powerful attack. No one would be able to withstand it and would be instantly killed. This added a layer of security for the clown. Lin Fei walked on the swamp. This swamp was filled with a pungent smell, and there were even traces of poisonous creatures in it. Lin Fei walked unhurriedly for a long time. When they reached the end of the swamp, a small lake appeared in the distance, and they could vaguely see a few figures. These figures did not notice Lin Fei's arrival. Clearly, they were looking for something. Everyone, be careful. That fire spirit fox is extremely cunning. Calculating the time, it should be coming out soon. Once it comes out, we will take action. When that happens, we will definitely be able to capture the fire spirit fox. With the blood of the fire spirit fox, we will have succeeded. A middle-aged man by the lake said softly. 2 people lay on the ground behind him, and joy filled their faces. In order to capture the fire spiritual fox, they had been delayed for 5 days. Fortunately, they had finally found traces of the fire spiritual fox. The fire spirit fox was cunning and was a spiritual beast. However, the fire spirit fox had a weakness. They had already found the weakness of the fire spirit fox, so they would definitely be able to capture it. Who are you? The middle-aged man turned around to look. This was because the little trick he had secretly set up had actually been triggered. Brother Zhang, could you be mistaken? This place is deep in the mountains and wild forests. Furthermore, poisonous creatures are everywhere. If it weren't for the elders opening the path for us, we would not be able to make it in here, let alone the others, one of the younger ones said doubtfully. The man called Brother Zhang was a middle-aged man in his 30s, and his expression also became solemn. Zhang Yulin said cautiously, "You guys wait here. I'll go check out who broke in. However, you don't have to worry. There are many poisonous creatures here. Without a powerful treasure to protect oneself, one would not be able to enter. Maybe I'm just being paranoid." Zhang Yulin turned around and left the lake. Lin Fei's steps were not fast. Every step he took covered a distance of several dozen meters. In a short period of time, he had almost crossed the entire swamp. To not have set up traps, you do have some ability. Unfortunately, the power of these traps is too weak, and they will not be of any use. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Fei destroyed all the traps with a wind-like force. Lin Fei was not afraid of alerting the enemy. After all, he had decided to go straight and was not worried that they would be able to leave. Moreover, the swamp seemed to be surrounded by precipices. If they wanted to leave through the swamp, they would have to go back the way they came. He was not worried that they would be able to escape. Zhang Yulin's movement skill made him look like a green boat. With a tap of his feet, he could cross a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Suddenly, his face changed. A figure was walking towards him. At first, the figure was still far away, and he could only see a blurry shadow. However, in the blink of an eye, the figure was getting closer and closer. Not good, someone really broke in. Zhang Yulin had set up traps in the swamp, but the person who could break in was definitely an expert. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of our Danding sect. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will lose your life," Zhang Yulin shouted. Lin Fei had never heard of Danding sect. However, the moment he heard the word Dan in the sect, he knew that it must be a sect that concocted pills. "I am quite interested in your goal. If you behave yourself and stand still, you will suffer less. However, if you intend to resist, you will regret it." Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. Blackwater arrow. Zhang Yulin's face was filled with rage as he snorted coldly. In an instant, tens of black water arrows shot out from the swamp in front of him. These water arrows contained a rancid and pungent smell. This was a technique that Zhang Yulin had left behind. It was also the power of a talisman. Just now, he had sneaked into the swamp, intending to catch the other party off guard. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. The water arrows that were shot out exploded one after another. Zhang Yulin saw an arm coming towards him. Raising his hand, Zhang Yulin stabbed out with his sword as he instantly retreated. Kacha. The sword was caught in the other party's hand and shattered into countless pieces. Then, another arm came over and grabbed his neck. The power in his body instantly disintegrated. He was like a dead dog. "I told you to behave yourself and you will suffer less. It's a pity that you didn't listen." Lin Fei carried this person all the way to the end of the swamp. "These should be your junior brothers and sisters." Lin Fei casually threw Zhang Yulin on the small island by the lake. The junior brothers and sisters were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. They couldn't believe that Brother Zhang had been defeated. "Brother Zhang, I'm fine." "Who are you? What did you do to Brother Zhang?" "We are from Danding sect." Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4179. Zhang Yulin had slipped up and been captured. He had no time to inform his junior brothers and sisters. His whole body was smashed on the grass like a dead dog. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't even mobilize his strength for a moment. Zhang Yulin couldn't imagine how this person could be so strong and was filled with shock. "All of you, don't make a move. Listen to me and stand still." Although Zhang Yulin couldn't make a move, he knew that he shouldn't. If such a strong senior were to make a move, it would be easy for him to kill them. With Zhang Yulin's words, the juniors didn't dare to make a move. Lin Fei swept his gaze over them. He was no longer interested in them. However, his gaze fell on the end of the island in the middle of the lake. It was a cliff, and he could vaguely make out a red silhouette faintly discernible. I didn't expect there to be a spirit beast here. You guys are really good. Lin Fei smiled and pounced forward, leaving only an afterimage. Zhang Yulin's eyes widened. Was he going to catch the fire spiritual fox? In the next second, the person had returned to his original position and was holding a fox in his hand. The fox was red in color and looked like a ball of fire. There was even a hint of heat coming from it. At this moment, it was obediently carried by Lin Fei. Now, tell me your purpose of coming here. If you tell me clearly, you will have a chance to live. If you don't, you won't have a chance to walk out of this swamp. Lin Fei casually threw the fire spiritual fox on the ground and sat down on a rock at the side. The fiery fox was thrown to the ground and didn't dare to escape. It was shivering and curling up there. Zhang Yulin and the others secretly gasped. One had to know that the fiery fox was an expert in speed and knew some tricks. It was impossible for an ordinary grandmaster or innate expert to catch a fiery fox. Even before they could do anything, the fiery fox would have already escaped. But now, the fire spiritual fox was lying on the ground like a puppy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. Lin Fei didn't expect his luck to be so good. He had just arrived and he had already run into a spirit beast like the fire spiritual fox. Although its strength was average and stopped at the Xian Tian primary stage, it was still a spirit beast after all. Especially with its speed, it wasn't something that a Xian Tian expert could catch up with. Lin Fei had only used a little of his strength to scare the fire spirit fox so much that it no longer dared to make any moves. His speed was nothing in front of Lin Fei. As a senior, don't make things difficult for them. I'll explain everything. As long as you let us go, we'll explain everything. Zhang Yulin took a deep breath and struggled to get up. The stinging pain all over his body made him shiver. You talk, I'll talk. Remember, I want to hear the truth. If you dare to hide anything, your end won't be any better than that cliff. Lin Fei casually flicked his finger and the cliff not far away from the lake exploded with a "kacha" sound. A huge gap appeared and countless rocks fell into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Senior, don't worry. For the sake of my little life and the lives of my junior brothers and sisters, I won't lie. Zhang Yulin was really frightened. Fortunately, he calmed his emotions and state of mind and started to talk. Lin Fei listened attentively. From time to time, he would ask a question. Every time, he got to the point. Zhang Yulin didn't dare to hide anything. He didn't dare to show off his cleverness. The senior in front of him was too terrifying. He looked to be about the same age as them. In fact, he might even be a little younger. However, his strength was terrifying to such an extent. Zhang Yulin had never seen this person before. In that case, your danding school has sent out several groups of people from Thailand to search for medicinal herbs. You are only one of them. You are here for the blood of the fire spiritual fox. What about the other groups? Lin Fei frowned slightly. They should have gone deeper into the mountains. I heard that there is an ancient relic in the mountains. There is a medicinal herb garden in the ancient relic. Our senior brothers are planning to go there to take a look. Ancient relic? Your danding school really knows a lot. Do you have a specific route? Lin Fei didn't expect these people to split up after entering the mountains. Of course, this matter couldn't be blamed on Chai Shan. The black-scaled frog could only watch from afar. Naturally, it couldn't know what was happening inside. Zhang Yulin immediately took out a map. This map was coarser than the one in Lin Fei's hand. However, Lin Fei quickly recognized the specific route. Then, he took out his own map and quickly confirmed the location. So it's this cliff mountain. Zhang Yulin nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. This is the cliff mountain. Lin Fei turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the swamp. Senior brother. Did that person really leave? Zhang Yulin didn't dare to confirm. I can't be sure. At least we are safe. Let's leave this mountain immediately and go outside first. Let's wait and see. With the appearance of this senior, I'm afraid the elders will have a hard time entering the ancient relic. Zhang Yulin wanted to help but couldn't. In this mountain, communication was a problem. When faced with such a situation, he could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei came out with the fire spiritual fox in his hand. This was a good thing. Although it wasn't of much use to him, he could give it to his eldest disciple, Su Mei. With the help of the fire spiritual fox, at least they would have a chance to survive if they encountered those Xiantian experts. The clown, who was originally eating poisonous insects, seemed to have sensed the appearance of the fire spiritual fox. He immediately flew out and spat out a small ball of fire. However, this ball of fire was really too small. It was only the size of a fingernail. However, to the fire spiritual fox, it was frightened. It immediately lay on Lin Fei's palm and curled up there. In terms of rank, the clown was an ancient phoenix. It wasn't something an ordinary bloodline like the fire spiritual fox could compare to. Naturally, it was trembling in fear. You don't have to show off that little flame of yours. This is your partner. Don't bully it. Lin Fei laughed. The clown landed on the fire spirit fox's head and messed up the fox's head. Its entire body was curled up on top of the fox's head. The fire spiritual fox didn't dare to say anything. Needless to say, it had become the clown's underling. Lin Fei didn't stop the clown. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the ancient relic. The elites of the Danding school should have gone to the ancient relic. I have to make another trip. Fortunately, I can go to the Devil Cliff Mountain now and capture the elders of the Danding school. I should be able to know more about the situation. This Zhang Yulin guy knows too little. Lin Fei shook his head and rushed over. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4180. Lin Fei brought the clown and the fire spiritual fox and moved quickly through the forest. With a specific location, he moved faster than anyone else. After half a day, he arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. In the depths of the mountain, there were many cliffs and white fog everywhere. This white fog was not an ordinary white fog, but a poisonous miasma. If an ordinary person breathed in, they would fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves. Devil Cliff Mountain should be up ahead. Lin Fei took out the map and quickly confirmed his location. He put away the map and rushed into the white fog. Before the poisonous miasma could come close, it was dispersed by Lin Fei's physical strength, forming a vacuum zone within a 10-meter radius. The white fog seemed to be pushed out and could not float in. An hour later, Lin Fei found Devil Cliff Mountain and successfully found the entrance to Devil Cliff Mountain. It was a cave the size of a person. The outside of the cave was covered by a large number of vines. Around the vines, there were a lot of gravel. It was obvious that the entrance had been blocked by huge rocks. Now, the huge rocks had turned into gravel. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei dove into the cave. Just as he entered the cave, a huge fireball came at him. The huge fireball emitted a scorching aura, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to a few hundred degrees. Lin Fei slapped the fireball with his palm. The fireball was immediately broken into pieces, and countless fragments of the fireball hit the rock wall. These people sure know how to set it up. They actually placed talismans at the entrance of the cave. Once anyone enters and activates the talisman, it will attract the attack of the fireball. The temperature of a few hundred degrees is really hard to defend against. In the cave, other than the fireball at the beginning, there was nothing else. Perhaps they believed that no one would come to this deep forest, so they casually set up a fireball. Of course, even if it was just a fireball, its power was still huge. Unfortunately, it was useless against people like Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He passed through the cave all the way. Fortunately, there were no forks in the road. The deeper they went, the deeper the cave went. It was obvious that it led underground. There's something strange about this place. It's actually so cold. As they continued to descend, Lin Fei felt that something was different. This was because this place was filled with a large amount of cold air. The temperature of this cold air was constantly rising. At the end of the journey, the surrounding rock walls were covered with a layer of frost. It was as if they had come from a tropical rainforest to an iceberg. Lin Fei's field of vision had already turned into a white world. It really is a special place. The white world grew larger and larger. A huge underground palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The underground palace occupied a large area, almost like a university town, and was completely surrounded by a white world. A cold wind blew and landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei raised his hand, and a layer of frost appeared on his arm. This should be the ancient relic. I didn't expect there to be such a place in Southeast Asia. This standing sect is quite capable to be able to find such a place. Lin Fei sensed and locked onto one of the palaces. That was the largest palace in this place. He floated over. At this moment, in the palace, there was a group of people exploring. These people were wrapped in thick clothes. At the same time, they had a talisman on them that was emitting a blazing light to resist the invasion of the cold. I found the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus. Someone in front of them shouted loudly with a hint of joy in his tone. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures headed in that direction. In the innermost part of the palace, there was a small courtyard. It should be called the back garden. On the pond in the back garden, there was a white ice lotus. It was very beautiful, but it exuded a terrifying chill. There's a Millennium Cold Ice Lotus in this world of ice and snow. It seems that our information is correct. An old man in his 50s stared at the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus with a joyful expression. How do we get this Millennium Cold Ice Lotus? The chill is too strong. Even with the fire talisman, we can't withstand the attack of the cold for a while. These people all had a fire talisman on them. The fire talisman could emit a blazing aura to resist the attack of the cold. If not for the fire talisman, they wouldn't be able to withstand the chill at all. Although they were happy to see the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus, they immediately felt worried. This was because they could feel that the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus was colder than anything else. The old man seemed to be prepared. He took out a jade box. The 1,000-year chilling ice lotus can release a terrifying ice field. Humans and beasts can't enter within 3 meters of it. I brought a very powerful talisman from my sect. With this talisman, I have a chance to collect the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus. This jade box is also specially made to seal the ice field. The old man, Zhong Deong, took out a talisman. It was a crimson talisman. When he slapped it on his body, a layer of crimson barrier appeared around him. It gave off a scorching aura, much stronger than the fire talisman. Then, he charged towards the 1,000-year frozen lotus. Swish! 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 The chilling aura was like a tidal wave crashing against Zhong Dayong's body. Ripples kept appearing on Zhong Dayong's body. These ripples turned into flames to resist the invasion of the ice. The speed of the ripples grew faster and faster, causing Zhong Dayong to feel the pressure. He raised his hand and grabbed at the 1,000-year frosty ice lotus. There weren't any spirit beasts around the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus, so it wasn't dangerous. Zhong Dayong grabbed it. When the chill of the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus came, he took the opportunity to pluck it. However, the chill traveled up his arm. Zhong Dayong groaned and quickly put it back into the jade box. Then, he turned and retreated. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in a layer of chill. He immediately sat down and swallowed a pill. In the blink of an eye, a white fog appeared on his head. This was Zhong Daong clearing the chill in his body. If he allowed the chill to continue, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be a huge disadvantage for his future cultivation. You should be the experts from Pill Cauldron sect. I would like to have a chat with you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. They saw a figure speeding over. Zhong Daong, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly and his expression changed drastically. It was the jade box beside him. It floated out even though there was no wind. He raised his hand to grab it, but he was too late. The box landed on the body of a young man. The young man opened the box and took out the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus. A terrifying chill surged out and enveloped his body. Zhong Daong was confused. What is this guy trying to do? The chill didn't affect this person at all. His expression didn't change. So, it's the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus. Your single cauldron sect is really resourceful to be able to find it. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4181. When Zhong Daong was recuperating, the jade box containing the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus was snatched away by someone. But in the next second, his expression changed. This was because the person who came was stronger than he imagined. The 1,000-year cold ice lotus had a terrifying chill that could freeze a person in an instant. With his bare hands, his physical body could not withstand it at all. Even if he used a special talisman, he would still be injured. However, the person in front of him was completely fine. There was no change in him at all. Zhong Daong had a bad feeling. When did such a young expert appear? We are from Danding sect. May I ask what is the meaning of this? Zhong Daong did not dare to act rashly. Although he was an Xiantian expert, he could not see through the person in front of him. Hand over all the information you have. Don't make me do it myself. None of you are a match for me. It's better if you don't suffer. Lin Fei looked at Zhong Daong casually. Boom. Zhong Daong felt like he was hit by something. He retreated 10 steps before he stopped and vomited a mouthful of blood. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. With just a glance, Zhong Daong was seriously injured. The cold qi in his body instantly burst out, and his heart was in turmoil. He hurriedly asked someone to throw a specially made document bag over. This is all the information we have on this trip. If you want it, you can take it. But I hope you can spare our lives. Zhong Daong didn't have the confidence to defeat such an expert, let alone escape with his life. The person who came was barehanded and could ignore the attack of the cold. His strength was terrifying. He could not be offended. Your Danding sect should be in the Kunlun mystic realm, right? Lin Fei took the document. There was quite a lot of information in the document. There were also quite a number of ancient books that seemed to be quite old. Yes, our sect is indeed in the Kunlun mystic realm. Zhong Daong did not dare to hide anything, but he had some doubts. Although their Danding sect was not considered a strong faction in the Kunlun mystic realm, they had a huge influence. As long as one was a cultivator, they could not lack pills. Their Danding Gate was one of the few alchemy sects in the Kunlun mystic realm. Countless people wanted to befriend them. Ordinary people did not dare to offend the Danding Gate. They couldn't bear the retaliation of the Pill Cauldron school. After all, there were too many people who had received favors from them. As long as they spread the news, there would be people who would take the initiative to avenge them. You guys are quite interesting, sneaking around in the mountains of Thailand. Could there be an entrance to the Kunlun secret realm in Southeast Asia? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The Millennium Chilling Ice Lotus has been removed by you guys and is sealed by the Jade Box. However, the Millennium Chilling Ice Lotus will lose its effect if it is left for too long. You won't be able to lock the essence within it. Therefore, you have to bring it back as soon as possible and you can't take it for more than 3 hours. Am I right? Zhong Dayong's heart shook once more. He had only read about the flaws of the millennium-chilling ice lotus in ancient books. However, this person was able to point it out with a single glance. Zhong Dayong broke out in cold sweat as he lowered his head and said, "Senior, our Danding Gate does have an entrance to the outside world. It is in Southeast Asia. Therefore, we are confident that we can bring the millennium-chilling ice lotus back to the Kunlun's secret realm within 3 hours." Actually, Lin Fei was just asking casually. Although he did not have much interest in the Kunlun's secret realm, he did not think that there would be an entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm in the vicinity of Southeast Asia. From the looks of it, they would be able to reach it in less than 3 hours. Unexpected. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. You guys wait here first. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down. He opened the information bag and started flipping through the information. However, to Zhong Dayong and the rest, their hearts were filled with unease. No one knew what this person was planning to do. His strength was so terrifying that Zhong Dayong did not have the confidence to make a move. He was afraid that he would be killed the moment he made a move. It was their fortune to be able to breathe fresh air now. As an expert elder of the Danding Gate, even if he was only in the Xiantian realm, Zhong Dayong would still be able to display his strength. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. He could only sit there helplessly. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In just a short while, he had finished reading all the information and had a rough idea of what was going on. "I wonder if I have the honor to visit your Danding Gate. I would like to have a good chat with your sect leader. I am quite interested in the heavenly yuan pill that your Danding Gate concocts." Zhong Dayong's mind went blank. You actually know about the heavenly yuan pill? In the information bag, there was no mention of the heavenly yuan pill. Zhong Dayong was also a senior. In addition, he had great potential. That was why he made an exception and knew about the heavenly yuan pill. It was said that the heavenly yuan pill was a special pill that was extremely helpful in breaking through to the next realm. Most importantly, the heavenly yuan pill was just an ordinary pill that was derived from another type of pill. The heavenly yuan pill was really nothing. I also know that the heavenly yuan pill is just a simplified pill formula. Your sect should be trying to concoct the 10,000 yuan pill right now. That's because the 10,000 yuan pill is the real reason why you guys are gathering the medicinal herbs this time around. I wonder if I'm right? What kind of person was Lin Fei? Just by relying on these medicinal herbs, he could roughly guess the truth. Senior is right, Zhong Dayong said helplessly. This was the top secret of the sect. I'm not interested in wasting time. If you guys want to live well, then bring me to your Kunlun secret realm's Danding Gate. I'm not interested in your Danding Gate. I just want to have a good chat with your sect leader. How would Zhong Dayong dare to say anything else? I'm willing to lead the way for senior. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a pill landed in front of Zhong Dayong. Your injuries aren't light. Take this pill as the fee for leading the way. I'm not interested in those pills of yours. Zhong Dayong couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. But the moment he saw the pill, his eyes lit up. He knew how to concoct pills as well. But compared to the pills he had concocted, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Immediately, he realized that this person before him might be a master alchemist. No, he might even be a grandmaster alchemist. Only then would he be able to concoct pills of such quality. You guys are way too slow. I think it's better if I bring you guys along. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei wrapped his energy around these people and brought them out of the ancient ruins. There wasn't much good stuff in the ancient ruins. Other than the 1,000-year ice lotus, everything else had been destroyed by the cold. Lin Fei wasn't interested in looking for it. Chapter 4182. Zhong Dayong led the way obediently. Along the way, they did not dare to play any tricks. They were already shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Just one person was able to bring them through the forest. How many people could do that? The surrounding trees rustled as they passed by. It was as though they were sitting on a high-speed train. No, not a train, but a high-speed train. Senior, the entrance to the Kunlun mystic domain is in front. Zhong Daong suddenly pointed to a towering tree in front. Here. Lin Fei looked over. There was indeed a towering tree in front of them. This towering tree was not considered tall, but it was not small either. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He saw a concealment array around the towering tree. In fact, there was a door behind the towering tree. Are there many entrances like this? Lin Fei looked at Zhong Daong. Zhong Daong hurriedly said, I heard from the sect's old ancestor that there are indeed many entrances like this. However, many of them have been destroyed. There are not many left. This one was discovered by our disciples by accident. To our sect, China's spiritual energy is lacking and not suitable for cultivation. Under normal circumstances, we would not come here. If not for the fact that we found a medicinal herb here, we would not have come either. Lin Fei brought Zhong Daong to the front of the towering tree. He lifted his hand and pointed. The array shook and broke, revealing a door. Zhong Daong wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth in the end. This senior in front of him was a little unfathomable. He seemed to be very unfamiliar with the Kunlun mystic domain. An expert like this should belong to one of the factions in the Kunlun mystic domain. He should be very clear about this. Zhong Daong did not dare to make any guesses. Lin Fei looked at the door and fell into deep thought. This door looked very ordinary. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, he could feel the exuberant vitality and dense spiritual energy coming from behind the door. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to enter the Kunlun mystic domain. After all, he was here for the information of the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. From the information they obtained, this 10,000-year-old herb was not in the Kunlun mystic realm, but in the Western world. The reason why Lin Fei came here was to confirm if there was an entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. Now that he had confirmed it, Lin Fei pondered for a while. Should he enter the Kunlun secret realm to find out more? There were still more than 20 days before the 1-month deadline. In theory, there was no hurry. Taking out the mobile phone from the storage ring, Lin Fei directly called Su Mei. Fortunately, the signal here was not bad, and Lin Fei was not disappointed. Lin Fei told Su Mei that he was going to stay in the mountains for a period of time. He told his disciple to train well outside. He also called Kai Shan and gave him some instructions before hanging up. Zhong Daong, who was at the side, was shocked once again. Spatial ring, this guy actually has a spatial ring. In the Kunlun mystic realm, those who wanted a spatial ring were all top-notch existences. This was because it was too difficult to refine a spatial ring. Zhong Daong secretly rejoiced that he was being honest. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. You guys should stay outside for a period of time. It's best if you don't have any crooked thoughts. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike, and countless palm prints landed on these people. An invisible bomb was left in their hearts. In the afternoon, my men will bring you guys out to enjoy the scenery outside. When I come out of the Kunlun mystic realm, I will naturally remove the seal on your bodies. Don't underestimate the seal. As long as you leave a certain range, the power of the seal will explode. With your small arms and legs, you won't be able to withstand it. You'll be blasted into a puddle of snow. Don't doubt my words. Lin Fei explained with a smile. All the junior brothers and sisters, including Zhong Daong, turned pale. They were on the verge of crying. Luckily, they held it in. Zhong Daong, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. If everything goes smoothly for me, all of you can survive. If not. Lin Fei chuckled. In the phone call just now, Lin Fei had instructed Kai Shan to make a trip here. With the mental imprint left by Lin Fei, Kai Shan only needed to spend some time to find this place and bring these people back. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei brought Luo Daong and walked through the door. Whoosh! The scene in front of Lin Fei was completely different. What dense heaven and earth spiritual energy! The Kunlun mystic realm is really different. It's no different from a large-scale grotto heaven world. The moment Lin Fei came out, he couldn't feel any difference. His eyes lit up. Similarly, it was in a forest. Compared to the primeval forest outside, this place was even more primitive. There were towering trees everywhere. Any one of them would require more than 10 people to hug. Towering trees like this could be found all over the Kunlun mystic realm. Senior, this is the Kunlun mystic realm. Once you leave this place, you'll be in the territory of the Tianyun clan, one of the 5 major forces. Our Danding sect is located on the Danding mountain of the Tianyun clan. Our sect's name is also derived from this mountain, Zhong Daong said. Lin Fei scanned his surroundings, then turned around and sent out a palm print towards the portal. These palm prints gathered together and turned into a huge seal, which directly landed on the door. The door completely disappeared. Zhong Daong's mouth was wide open. He could no longer feel the existence of the door at all. From now on, this door belongs to me. Hide everything you see in your heart. What Lin Fei had just performed was a supreme secret technique called the sky sealing technique, which could seal all entrances. Although this secret technique was of little value, at least it came in handy. A small door naturally couldn't stop Lin Fei's means. It wasn't easy for him to find a door, and Lin Fei couldn't give it to others. Tell me, what's the situation in the Kunlun mystic realm? Lin Fei was already quite interested in the Kunlun mystic realm. I'll introduce the Kunlun mystic realm to you right away, senior, Zhong Daong complained in his heart. The other party's behavior was strange, but his strength was unfathomable, and he could kill him with a thought. Zhong Daong didn't dare to say anything. His only hope was that the other party would really let them go. There are a total of 5 major forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. These 5 forces have existed for hundreds of years, and no one has ever been able to shake their position. Among them, the first is the Long clan, a large clan that has been passed down since ancient times. The Long clan is the most powerful and has many experts. I heard that there are as many as 4 or 5 who have broken through to the innate realm. Zhong Daong took a deep breath and began to explain. Zhong Daong didn't speak quickly. At the same time, he spoke in great detail. He was afraid that if he offended the senior, he would be the one to suffer. Top. Chapter 4183. From Zhong Daong's words, Lin Fei had a detailed understanding of the division of powers in the Kunlun mystic realm. The Kunlun mystic realm wasn't small, but there were only 5 true powers. Beneath these 5 top powers, there were also various sects of various sizes. These sects were all serving these top powers. These 5 top powers were all ambitious, trying to unify the entire Kunlun mystic realm so that they could take over the real Kunlun sacred palace. Above these 5 major powers, there was still the Kunlun sacred palace. However, this Kunlun sacred palace had always been closed. No one knew when it started. Perhaps it was a few hundred years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or even earlier, the Kunlun sacred palace had closed down, leaving behind a single sentence. Whoever unifies the Kunlun mystic realm, the Kunlun sacred palace will reopen. Just this simple sentence caused the 5 top powers of the Kunlun mystic realm to fall into a 1,000-year struggle. Until now, there was still no power that could unify the Kunlun mystic realm and take over the Kunlun sacred palace. Senior, look! The Kunlun sacred palace is at the end of the snowy mountain. On a towering tree, Zhong Daong pointed to the front. At the end of the world, there was a snowy mountain. On the snowy mountain, there was a palace. The palace seemed to be there but not there. It seemed to be far but not far, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. This Kunlun sacred palace can be seen from any angle. However, once you reach the foot of the great snowy mountain, you will no longer be able to see the Kunlun sacred palace. The 5 top powers of the Kunlun mystic realm have all gone to explore it, but in the end, they all came back empty-handed. This also proves that the Kunlun sacred palace will only reopen if the Kunlun mystic realm is unified. Zhong Daong sighed. What an interesting place. Lin Fei smiled. He flipped down from the towering tree and casually sat on a rock, closing his eyes to rest. Swish. 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 Leaves fluttered like butterflies, circling around Lin Fei. Unknowingly, a small whirlpool had formed with Lin Fei at the center. This whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, expanding continuously. The drifting spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Lin Fei. Zhong Daong, who was standing nearby, was startled by this action and stuttered. This. Is this fellow trying to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, and a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. Zhong Daong was so shocked that he fled far away. This is too terrifying. Is he not afraid of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exploding his body? Zhong Daong would never have thought that this young senior would be absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. The Kunlun mystic realm was rich in spiritual energy. No one had ever caused such a huge commotion before. The whirlpool grew from 1 meter to 3 meters, then 5 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, until 100 meters. The whirlpool continued, and the whirlpool, and the Tian. Daong Ming, the whirlpool. He even started to doubt whether it was a good thing for him to bring this senior into the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Mo Yang, Lin Fei Lin Ming, the sect, and sect Lin would have of experts to sect in Lin realm. Tian Zhong Zhong Lin, Lin. Tian sect, Yen sect, Ling family, sect, Yang, sect, Tian Yong, sect. Zhong Daong groaned. He wanted to report, but he didn't dare to. He no longer doubted Lin Fei's words. If he really dared to escape, the power of the seal in his body would instantly take his life. Zhong Daong had never felt so conflicted before. A huge whirlpool of 100 meters enveloped the entire forest. The unbelievably dense weather connected together like wind, clouds, and fog. It was unpredictable. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have locked onto Yi Xian and entered her body one after another. No matter how much spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Zhong Daong. What he expected didn't happen at all. Demon. This fellow is too much of a demon. After Lin Fei found out about the 5 top forces in Kunlun mystic realm, his first thought was not to look for them, but to make use of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal the injuries on his divine physique. Ever since he transmigrated, Lin Fei had only recovered 10% of his divine physique. However, this 10% was enough to suppress an innate. Now that he had encountered such a dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Lin Fei naturally couldn't miss it. As for the commotion, Lin Fei didn't care so much. A massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth integrated into his body. The injuries of his divine physique, which had been difficult to recover from, began to gradually recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he were outside, he might not be able to achieve such an effect even if he stayed here for 7 or 8 years. However, in just a few breaths, his injured divine physique had recovered a little. At the same time, the commotion in the forest was naturally heard by the city lord of Wuxia City, which was the nearest city. The city lord of Wuxia City was an expert at the peak of innate. At the same time, he belonged to the Tianyun clan. As long as it was a city in the territory of the Tianyun clan, the city lord had always been a member of the Tianyun clan. They were responsible for monitoring every move in the territory. Could there be some kind of treasure in the Boluo mountain range? The city lord of Wuxia City, who had been quietly sipping tea in the study, put down his cup and came to the sky above the city lord's mansion. There was a trace of surprise between his brows, and he frowned slightly. Could it be that some medicinal herb has matured and attracted a foreign land? No, I have to go and have a look. If it is a real treasure, I will have made a contribution. The city lord of Wuxia City turned into a breeze and floated out. After a few breaths, he disappeared. In Wuxia City, the city lord was not the only one who noticed the commotion. After all, the fluctuation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also sensed by many experts. Why does the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seem to be rushing in one direction? You felt it too, I felt it too. It's not under control at all. What the hell? It seems that there is some movement in the Boluo mountain range. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and go and have a look. If there is some kind of treasure, we will be rich. All those who were powerful enough decided to go and see what was going on. Wuxia City was not far from the Boluo mountain range. It was only a distance of 70 miles. With the strength of a Xiantian master, it would take them at most half an hour to arrive at the Boluo mountain range. It would take them at most 1 hour. Treasure, it must be a treasure. The city lord of Wuxia City was the fastest. The closer he got to the Boluo mountain range, the more he could feel the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The fluctuations made him feel incredible. The Boluo mountain range was not famous at all, but the current movement was indeed a bit big. It was hard not to suspect that a treasure had been born. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4184. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed towards the unfalling mountain range. This scene was constantly being sensed by the innate experts. In a place like Wuxia City, there were more than a dozen innate experts. It was not something that China on earth could compare with. It was conceivable that the number of innate experts in the entire Kunlun mystery land was definitely not small. Wuxia City Lord, your movement speed has increased a lot. Don't tell me you are thinking of getting there first. When the Wuxia City Lord was about to reach the unfalling mountain range, a figure flew over from afar. There was a trace of mockery in his tone. Iron Fist King. The Wuxia City Lord narrowed his eyes as he recognized the person. It was Iron Fist King, who was not inferior to him in Wuxia City. Iron Fist King was the head of the Wang family. He was also one of the competitors for the position of City Lord. Later on, the Wuxia City Lord became the City Lord. Unfortunately, he was not able to suppress Iron Fist King. Iron Fist King also had a powerful backer. Under the normal rules, the Wuxia City Lord could only beat him. Everyone gets the treasure. Since I came first, it means that we are fated. Does Wang family head have a new theory? The Wuxia City Lord said coldly. He did not stop his movement. Iron Fist Daoist chuckled. That depends on who is the fated one. The two of them advanced side by side, neither giving way to the other. They entered the unfalling mountain range together. Behind them, more than a dozen figures rushed into the mountain range one after another. After entering the mountain range, they could feel the flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The speed of the heaven and earth spiritual energy flow was unbelievably fast. While they were secretly shocked, they realized that a treasure was about to be born. The fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual energy was enough to prove that this treasure was powerful. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, it would be a great harvest for them. Zhong Daong had already hidden in a towering tree. He controlled his breathing. He had already sensed many auras coming in his direction. None of them were inferior to him. Some were even stronger than him. He knew that it must be the experts in the vicinity. Zhong Daong might not be worried if he was in Danding sect. However, he was in the wilderness. Zhong Dayong's heart was in his throat. What made him feel the most helpless was that he didn't dare to go too far away. He couldn't guarantee that the power of the seal in his body wouldn't explode. In less than half an hour, the 100-meter vortex had formed for a long time. Innumerable amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi merged into Lin Fei's body. The scene that Zhong Dayong was hoping for did not appear. Instead, he saw a familiar figure. Wuxia City Lord is here, and so is Iron Fist Daoist. Both of them are peak Xiantian experts. Zhong Dayong gasped. Whether it was the Wuxia City Lord or Iron Fist King Daoist, their strength was no small matter. Zhong Dayong was no match for either of them, let alone both of them at the same time. It really is an extraordinary treasure. The Wuxia City Lord stood on a towering tree with a happy expression. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the whirlpool. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become extremely dense, turning this small area into a white fog. It was impossible to see any mysteries within it. Iron Fist King Daoist was overjoyed. He knew that he had come to the right place. There must be a treasure inside. Hey, there's someone else. Come out. Iron Fist King Daoist suddenly blasted a punch in the direction of Zhong Dayong's position. A stream of light struck. Just as the Iron Fist King was called, his fists were filled with endless dominance and a destructive aura. One punch was sure to destroy everything. The towering tree that Zhong Dayong was hiding in instantly turned into pieces with a loud bang. The leaves fell all over the sky and slowed down as if it was raining. Wait, I am Zhong Dayong from Danding Clan. Zhong Dayong hit out with his palm again and again. His power seemed to be very feminine, interweaving into one, constantly dissipating the power of Iron Fist King Daoist. However, it also caused his qi and blood to tumble continuously, landing on a towering tree not far away. Zhong Dayong from Danding Clan, I didn't expect you to be so fast, faster than both of us. Did you see anything? Iron Fist King Daoist snorted softly and stopped attacking. After all, Danding Clan was quite capable. Anyone who practiced martial arts would need all kinds of pills. Danding Clan was the clan that was best at refining pills in the Tianyun clan, so Iron Fist King Daoist naturally had to show some respect. The Wuxia City Lord looked a little confused. Under normal circumstances, Zhong Dayong from Danding Clan should not have come to this place. Zhong Dayong suppressed his chaotic qi and blood and said calmly, I'm really ashamed. Danding Clan has recently been in need of some medicinal herbs. I brought people to look for medicinal herbs in this area and noticed that there was something different here, so I came as soon as I could. Unfortunately, I was too weak and couldn't see through what was inside. Besides, there was such a big commotion, so I had to hide in the towering tree. Both the Wuxia City Lord and Iron Fist King Daoist felt that there was nothing wrong with this explanation. After all, most of the innate powerhouses of Danding Clan would look for all kinds of natural medicinal herbs to refine pills. The Buluo mountain range was not very famous, but there were some specific medicinal herbs. Hence, it was reasonable for Zhong Dayong to appear here. Originally, I wanted to know more about the situation from Brother Zhong. Now, it seems that everyone is more or less the same, Iron Fist King Daoist said with a smile. Zhong Dayong secretly rejoiced that he had barely passed the test and was no longer suspected by the two peak innate powerhouses. He said, the heaven and earth spiritual qi here is extremely dense. Although my strength is not bad, it will still be difficult for me to break through the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Why don't you two go in and see what kind of natural medicinal herbs there are? Zhong Dayong knew who was inside, but he did not dare to go in. The Wuxia City Lord and Iron Fist King Daoist were not fools. Under such dense heaven and earth spiritual qi, there must be natural medicinal herbs inside. It would be extremely difficult to break in at this time, not to mention that it would cause the natural medicinal herbs to fail at the last moment. Neither of them could do such a thing. It's rare to encounter the birth of a natural treasure. No matter what, we have to wait for a while, lest all our previous efforts go to waste. That would be the loss of a natural treasure, and the medicinal efficacy would be surprisingly weakened. I, the Wuxia City Lord, cannot do such a thing, the Wuxia City Lord said seriously and sat on the towering tree. Iron Fist King Daoist also said, as long as it's not someone cultivating, I can still afford to wait for a while. Iron Fist King Daoist also sat down. As for what kind of tricks he was doing in the dark, it was unknown. Zhong Daong did not dare to say anything and silently sat down. After the arrival of these two, more than a dozen innate experts arrived one after another. Among them, the strongest were the Wuxia City Lord and Iron Fist King Daoist. As for the rest, they were all early and middle stage innate experts. As for late stage innate experts, there were only a few. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 4185. More and more Xiantian experts arrived. More than a dozen Xiantian experts were staring at the whirlpool in the center. Due to the dense spiritual qi, their perception was suppressed. Naturally, they did not know what was going on inside. However, as long as they were not idiots, they would know that there must be a treasure in the whirlpool, and the possibility of it being a medicinal herb was very high. Everyone had the thought of snatching it and running away. Such a heaven and earth medicinal herb, no matter where it was placed, could be sold for an extremely high price. Perhaps it could be exchanged for what they wanted. Everyone was rubbing their palms in anticipation. Among everyone present, only Zhong Daong had the most complicated feelings. An expert that he had casually brought in had caused such a huge commotion in the blink of an eye. Who else could do this? Zhong Daong had lived in the Kunlun Mystery Land for a long time, but he had never heard of anyone who could absorb the violent spiritual qi of heaven and earth for their own use. Zhong Daong could not imagine what it would be like when this person finished absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Wuxia City Lord and Iron Fist King were the strongest. They did not care much about the arrival of the other Xiantian experts. Instead, they closed their eyes and rested. Looking at the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to see the result in 1 or 2 days. In that case, it was better to take a good rest and make a move at the critical moment. For 2 days in a row, the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth kept pouring in. It was strange that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth only gathered within 100 meters, forming a huge whirlpool. What was in the whirlpool? Everyone could not sense it at all. It was blocked by a faint layer of power. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth has finally weakened. On the 3rd day, Wuxia City Lord suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the whirlpool. On the other side, Iron Fist King also opened his eyes. He naturally felt the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He knew that the treasure was about to appear. Wuxia City Lord and Iron Fist King both regarded each other as their biggest competitors. As for the other Xiantian experts, they did not dare to have too many thoughts. In fact, they were just here to join in the fun. Xiantian Qi capturing hand. The whirlpool kept shrinking. When it was less than a meter away, Wuxia City Lord took the initiative. His Xiantian Qi surged out and turned into a giant hand, grabbing at the whirlpool. How dare you! Daoist Iron Fist King punched out. Hundreds of fist shadows appeared in front of the Lord of Wuxia City and blocked the Lord of Wuxia City's innate qi capturing hand, stopping it from moving forward. At the same time, he charged toward the vortex. His left hand shot out a long lock. Iron Fist King was known as the invincible Iron Fist, but he also used a weapon. However, his weapon surprised everyone. It was a long lock, which could also be called a chain. Not only could the chains attack people, but they could also bind people. If used well, the power would be terrifying. The chain was like Iron Fist Taoist's arm, twisting and moving back and forth. Wuxia City Lord, everything here belongs to me now. The chain was thrown into the center of the whirlpool. Iron Fist King Daoist instantly felt that his chain was entangled in something and shouted, "Come out." He exerted strength in his hands, and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. No matter what was below, it would be swept up by his chains. "Daoist Wang, you want to take away the treasure in front of me? Have you asked me? How could the Lord of Wuxia City let Iron Fist King Daoist take away his things so easily?" Putting two fingers together, a ray of sword light slashed down on the chain, causing the chain to tremble continuously. Iron Fist King Daoist almost lost control of the chain. Fortunately, the chain was tightly holding something, which made Iron Fist King Daoist breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was entangled, it would belong to him. Wuxia City Lord wanted to take it away, but he was daydreaming. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The Lord of Wuxia City seemed to know that his attack could do nothing to Iron Fist King Daoist. A flying sword flew out from behind him. As soon as the flying sword appeared, it turned into dozens of phantom flying swords, covering Iron Fist King Daoist. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of cold lights pierced down. This attack made many of the inborn experts in the vicinity secretly gasp. Everyone knew that the Lord of Wuxia City's strongest move was the 10,000 returning swords. A flying sword turned into 99 swords, one of which was real and 98 were fake. But when the real and fake were mixed together, not everyone could break it. "I knew you would use this move. Watch how my Iron Fist breaks your 10,000 returning swords." Iron Fist King Daoist laughed and punched out. Hundreds of fist shadows directly attacked the phantom flying swords. Compared to the previous punch, the power of this punch was even stronger. There were more fist shadows, a total of 168. Bang, 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 bang. They constantly collided with each other, giving off a terrifying aura. Waves of energy swept out in all directions. Leaves kept falling and towering trees were smashed. Facing this scene, even the Xiantian experts did not dare to resist, they all dodged. Whether it was the Lord of Wuxia City's 10,000 returning swords or Iron Fist King Daoist's Iron Fist, the power was very strong. Under the attack of the two, neither gained the upper hand. Instead, their hearts sank. Both of their strength seemed to have improved a lot. In this head-on collision, no one gained the upper hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The chain in Iron Fist King Daoist's hand shook violently. "What's going on?" Iron Fist King Daoist's expression changed instantly. With a whoosh, the chain slipped out of Iron Fist King Daoist's hand and disappeared into the vortex. "My chain seems to have been taken away. This is impossible. There can't be anyone inside." Iron Fist King Daoist exclaimed. That was a chain he had spent a lot of money to make. Wuxia City's lord felt a slight change and subconsciously moved away from the vortex. With a whoosh, a stream of light flew out. Its target was none other than Iron Fist King Daoist. Iron Fist King Daoist punched out. Before he came to his senses, he felt a pain in his left shoulder. He saw that his chain had penetrated his left shoulder. A fierce force came from the chain and pulled his whole body toward the vortex. This scene happened so quickly that the Xiantian experts had no time to react. "Who dares to be presumptuous here? Take my 10,000 returning swords." Wuxia City's lord was quite good at finding opportunities. He used 10,000 returning swords again and dozens of flying swords shot in. Puff, 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 puff. The sound was continuous. "Wuxia City's lord, you are shameless." Iron Fist King Daoist roared. The vortex dissipated. "Are you the experts here? You are a bit weak. The one in my hand is okay." A figure came out carrying a person. Miao Shu House.